Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new story. What if Kid Naruto was a Kage-level Shinobi? Full part. To enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
It was Wednesday of the third week of Naruto's first year at Shinobi Academy. An 8-year-old Naruto Uzumaki peeked around the doorway of the academy library, wondering if the nasty librarian would let him in today. He didn't actually want to set foot in the library, but Iruka-sensei had assigned homework. Use the library to look up the names of all the past cages of the 5 great hidden villages. He was late in turning it in, but it wasn't his fault. The librarian had always kicked him out with a nasty sneer on his face. Sometimes literally. Looks like today was Naruto's lucky day. Slowly peering through the crack between the door and its frame on the hinge side, Naruto found that the librarian was missing. Maybe he was out to lunch and forgot to lock the door. Naruto didn't eat lunch, so it was like a free period to him. Yes, whispered Naruto. He tiptoed into the library. 20 minutes later, Naruto had enough notes to finish his homework. Putting the history book back into the shelf, he was about to leave when he noticed the author's name on a thin little paperback on the shelf below. It said, How to Be a Ninja, by Minato Namikaze. Wasn't that the name of his hero, the Yondaime Hokage? Naruto checked his homework notes again. Yep, Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, with a 4-year tenure ending with his defeat of the Kyuubi and death at the age of 28. Naruto did not enjoy reading, but the Yondaime was his hero. He wavered before grabbing the book and stuffing it under his jacket. The librarian would be here in 10 minutes. He could read it after school. Late that night, Naruto pulled out the book and opened it to the first page. It said, Chapter 1, Introduction. Dear Descendant, my name is Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. If you're reading this, you must be a descendant of me and my lovely wife, Kushina Uzumaki, because I placed a seal inside the cover of this book preventing anyone who is not our descendant from reading this book. Anyone else will see a genjutsu of a boring, outdated history textbook, and will feel a strong inclination to completely ignore the book, much less open it. If they manage to get past the genjutsu and actually open the book, it will self-destruct in an awesome ball of fire. I have hidden copies of this book in various libraries around Konoha and some of the other villages in the hope that my descendants will be curious and intelligent enough to find them. I have discovered that the vast majority of people in the elemental countries completely lack any kind of common sense when it comes to the fields of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. They use ridiculously flashy, difficult, and expensive ninjutsu to do simple things. They believe that certain things can only be done with clan bloodlines. They use powerful and dangerous ninjutsu without knowing how they work or why. And many people completely ignore the field of fuinjutsu, which is, in my opinion, the most powerful ninja art in existence. A large number of so-called ninja have never used any form of fuinjutsu beyond exploding tags and storage scrolls. This book will guide you on the path to becoming a true ninja, a warrior in the shadows, a hidden protector of the innocent. This book will give you basic information on chakra, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu, and tell you how to use that knowledge in simple and almost obvious ways that, strangely, no one else in the world seems to have figured out. You'll have to look elsewhere for taijutsu and other techniques, as I haven't found those fields to be underused or misunderstood like ninjutsu and fuinjutsu are. I ask that when you're done reading this, you replace it in the library where you found it. This particular copy is placed in the Konoha Shinobi Academy library, near the history textbooks needed for the traditional first homework assignment given to all students. I also ask that, if you find yourself in a village that Konoha was not allied with during my tenure as Hokage, you hide copies of this book in their library, secured with the seal you can find in the appendix. This is your birthright. I hope you enjoy the read. Minato Namikaze. Naruto closed the book, looked at the title, and opened it again. Nope, definitely not a boring history textbook. Maybe he really was related to the Yondaime. That would explain the spiky yellow hair and bright blue eyes. It would also explain why he was an orphan, since Minato Namikaze was too young to be Naruto's grandfather. Now, who was this Kushina Uzumaki character? If he didn't grow up with her, she was either dead or she had really abandoned him like the villagers said. Was it bad to hope that she was dead? Well, maybe he could search for more information on her tomorrow. Worrying about it now wouldn't help, and the next chapter was beckoning. It was graduation day at Shinobi Academy. Uruka Yumino walked into a room full of 12-year-olds in chaos and found Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka sitting on each side of Sasuke Uchiha. Both of the girls were completely ignoring Sasuke and fighting with each other across his face about who should be Sasuke's girlfriend. Literally, they were shaking fists at each other in front of Sasuke's face. Iruka hid his camera under a genjutsu and snapped a photo. For memories, not for blackmail. Iruka looked around the rest of the room. Shikamaru, Nara, and Choji Akamichi, Ino's future teammates, the next generation of Ino Shikacho, Kiba and Yuzuka, with Akamaru on his head. If that boy wanted to be a tough guy alpha male, the cute and affectionate little puppy wasn't helping. Shino Aburame, sunglasses, high collar, spiky hair. Hinata Hyuga, if that girl had confidence she would have been the top kunoichi of the class. Speaking of Naruto, there he was, lounging in the back row beside Shikamaru. Iruka made a friendly smirk when Naruto gave him a finger wave. And there were a bunch of nondescript characters with generic faces who wouldn't make it past the second genin exam, whose names Iruka probably knew but couldn't bother to remark on because he didn't want readers to feel sorry for them when they failed. "Alright, listen up," shouted Iruka, using his big head jutsu. Everyone jumped except Naruto and Shikamaru. After giving his standard pep talk, graduation speech, Iruka announced the teams. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sekira Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hadake. Sekira squealed. Ino growled. Sasuke said, HM. Naruto just ignored them, smirking internally. Yup, dead last and rookie of the year with the top kunoichi, just like the last 3 Team 7s. Perfect. Those two are so useless I won't have any hesitation in leaving them behind. It was a good thing Naruto had improved his chakra control to the point where he could use low-level genjutsu like the standard Bunshin. If he hadn't done that, he would have had to ace the written test in order to pass the academy final. And that would have been extremely suspicious. Whereas Naruto, screamed Sakura. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate the one-on-one time with Sasuke. The problem was, she'd been alone with Sasuke for 3 hours now and she hadn't been able to gripe or complain about anything. And Sasuke hadn't said anything further than, HM. And that was once, when Sakura greeted him hello in a too sweet voice. The dam had finally broken, and now Sakura was tearing loose. I don't know what it is with him and our new sensei. But if they think it's okay to be late 3 hours, well, it's not. Yo, said Naruto, appearing in the seat next to Sakura. Sakura screamed, don't scare me like that, Naruto, you idiot. She swung her fist at Naruto. He ducked. Kakashi cleared his throat from the doorway, stopping Sakura from trying again. My first impression of you. Troublesome, said Kakashi, his voice bored. Meet me on the roof in 10 minutes. Welp, see you there, said Naruto. He somersaulted back to the ceiling, where he'd been sticking upside down and meditating for the entire 3 hours, completely unnoticed until he sensed Kakashi arriving. Running over to window, Naruto slipped out and vanished. Stupid Naruto, trying to look cool. Come on Sasuke, let's walk up to the roof together. HM. Introductions, said Kakashi. When it came to his turn, Naruto said, I have some likes. I have a few dislikes. My hobbies. I might tell you when I trust you. My dreams. Well, right now my dream is to pass the genin test. Idiot, we already passed the genin test. Apparently Sasuke could say something other than HM. Well done, said Kakashi with an eye smile. He told them about the real genin test and ordered them to meet him at training ground 7 at 5 am. Oh, and I suggest you skip breakfast. Don't want you throwing up on me. The next morning at 5 am, Sasuke and Sakura arrived at training ground 7 to find Naruto snoozing in a hammock. Sakura wanted to scream at him, but Naruto raised his arm and pointed at a tree where 2 more hammocks were hanging, folded. Grab a hammock and set it up, he drawled. Kakashi Hadake is always at least 3 hours late to everything. Catch up on some sleep. He told us to be here, he didn't say we had to be awake the whole time. HM. The ever-eloquent Sasuke managed to compress a sense of disdain, boredom, arrogance, and a little bit of sleepiness into a single syllable. Sakura, somehow not understanding Sasuke's grunt, was about to scream at Naruto when the lounging blonde yawned in a most relaxing manner. It was contagious. Sasuke and Sakura yawned simultaneously. Inner Sakura pumped her fist. Cha, Sasuke and I even yawn at the same time. How romantic. Outer Sakura had a different thought, as evidenced by her blush. Sasuke, do you want to share a hammock? No. Sasuke ambled over and grabbed one of the hammocks, setting it up a small distance away from Naruto. Naruto didn't want any more trouble from Sakura, so he yawned again. It was a bit fake, but it worked. Sakura yawned again, then sighed and grabbed the last hammock. 5 hours later, Kakashi arrived in a swirl of leaves. He found his 3 students sitting around a portable charcoal grill, munching on kebabs. I thought I told you not to eat breakfast. This is lunch, said Naruto. Who eats kebabs for breakfast? Kakashi silently acknowledged the point. Naruto sprinkled seasoning over the kebabs roasting on the grill. A delicious smell wafted towards Kakashi. One. This one's done. Naruto lifted a kebab skewer with his tongs. Thanks, said Kakashi, reaching for it. Said Naruto, moving the kebab away from Kakashi's hand. We haven't passed the hidden teamwork test yet. Can't have it unless we're a team. Kakashi considered the fact that Naruto already knew what the test was about. He looked towards Sakura and Sasuke, who were munching on their kebabs and watching the interaction with interest. He looked towards the skewer of perfectly grilled meat and vegetables Naruto was holding. His stomach growled. Fine, you pass. That night, Naruto went home to his crappy apartment. After closing and locking the door, he went still for a moment. Then he ate a cup of ramen and went to bed. Or rather, his shadow clone did. Deep underground in a well-furnished office, Naruto arrived and sat on the couch in a meditation position. Report, he barked. A medium-tall brunette in a delivery uniform walked into the office. Whirlwind Postal Service is still making a killing. Weekly profits are up by 1.5%. We're still having trouble breaking into the large shipments market. Civilians don't seem to trust us so easily when they can't see how their stuff is leaving the store. As you know, the main competitor in the water country area is Gato Shipping. Gato's rates are suspiciously low for their methods of moving cargo. We recommend having the spy division look into them. Maybe they're into drugs or something. Negotiations with the Land of Vegetables are going well. The daimyo seems to like the idea of selling produce to remote locations at luxury prices, so we expect to have an office there up and running the next month or so. Land of Tea seems a little more reluctant. They're used to the existing shipping companies. But once again, we're hoping to entice them with speedy service to remote locations. Good work. Dispel. The brunette disappeared in a poof of white smoke. Naruto closed his eyes and processed the memories for 2 minutes before he opened them again. He made a cross-shaped hand seal, and the man in the delivery uniform reappeared silently, without even a wisp of smoke. The man turned around and Naruto slapped a seal paper on the back of his neck, which instantly glowed and sank into his skin. The man bowed and left the room. Next, commanded Naruto. A short figure stalked from the shadows, wearing a stereotypical ninja costume. Everything covered in black except for the eyes, which were a nondescript brown. The figure knelt, one hand on his tanto and the other in a fist on the ground, in a stereotypical reporting ninja pose. Spy Ring continues to avoid suspicion. Clones enrolled in Shinobi academies of Kumo. Iwa, Kiri and Suna just finished their second year. Situation nominal. All have scored somewhere in the middle of the pack. The 2 Chunin clones we inserted in Kiri's rebel forces report that the rebellion continues to grow in size. We project that Mei Terumi will become Mizukage within the next 1 to 3 years. Still no progress finding Utakata. Rumors indicate that he's still the host of the 6-tailed slug. Jiraiya was sighted yesterday in Rice. We suspect he's having the same problem we are getting spies into Oto. All of Orochimaru's bases are sealed and underground. We can't slip in anything bigger than a fly. Okay, gotta tell the training group to practice using henge with a fly form. It's just freaking difficult to use the wings in that form. Thank you, you can dispel. After sending a new Spymaster clone out, Naruto asked for the training team leader. This one was an identical clone of Naruto. Yo boss, what's up? Here's the empty chakra storage seals. You ready? Naruto sat in his meditation pose, closed his eyes, and nodded. The clone dispelled, and after 5 minutes Naruto smiled. He picked up the stack of chakra storage seals and channeled a huge amount of chakra into each of them. Good thing he had suppression seals on the entire underground facility, otherwise this would have prompted some serious digging from that prick, Danzo. Naruto loved Fuinjutsu. After sending a new training clone out with the stack of seals, Naruto called for the last group leader. A pretty auburn-haired girl, appearing about 17 years old, walked into the room. Everything's going well with the apprentices. I've got 3 new Akamichi recipes since last week. Riku is still watching the master metalsmith working on chakra conductive metal, hasn't been allowed to touch the valuable stuff. Sarah, the bank teller, is still bored out of her mind. And Sora got to work with some stained glass in the construction company, so he learned something new. Thanks Yui. One more thing, said the clone. I think we should learn to dance. It might be useful for infiltration. And not just at formal parties. Could be useful on seduction missions. I see your point. Do you want to add it to your daily schedule? I think you have time in the day after your restaurant shift ends. I can create a new male identity to learn the men's dance steps. Yup, sounds good. With that, Yui dispelled. Naruto wouldn't respawn her until the next morning. No use in making a clone to collect memories of sleeping. Sleeping as a girl was weird anyway. even though he'd gotten used to it. As Naruto got ready to sleep in his luxurious queen-sized bed, he remembered the second chapter of his father's book that he had first read 4 years ago. Chapter 2, Secrets and Lies, How to Hide Your Skills and Avoid Paperwork. Ninja keep secrets. Everyone knows this. For some reason, a lot of ninja ignore this. For a ninja, everything is classified. Your favorite food, where you sleep at night, your favorite hobbies, which girl you have a crush on, and most importantly, your skills, abilities, and jutsu. There are at least 4 reasons for this. 1. The obvious one, you want to surprise your enemies. 2. Anything your enemies know about you can be used against you. 3. Contrary to popular belief, having a big bingo book bounty is a bad thing. Why the hell would anybody want half the ninja world trying to cut off your head? This isn't One Piece. 4. If your allies know how powerful you are, they'll give you responsibilities. Responsibilities aren't bad, but they come with paperwork. Paperwork is pure evil. Let me expand on that last point. As Kushina says, paperwork was invented by Yami in order to get revenge when Kami gave us ramen. In fact, you know how I became the Yondaime Hokage. That was a mistake. The instant I got sworn in as Hokage, I got buried under 5 metric tons of paperwork. And the village council, they're the ones who give me all the paperwork. Every time I complain they just smile and give me more. I'm convinced that it's a conspiracy by Iwa and Kumo to assassinate me with paperwork. My training time has been cut to a quarter of what it used to be since I became Hokage. And my favorite jutsu, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, is hardly any use because different pieces of paperwork are all related to each other and you can't even parallelize the paperwork into more than 3 different processors or so. I almost wish I had let Iwa win the war rather than revealing my abilities with Hiraishin and becoming known as the strongest fighter in the village. We could have made Jiraiya the Hokage. I could have a nice cushy position on the village council, laughing at Iro-sensei, and sending him pieces of bullshit paperwork with horribly drawn sketches of gay porn in the margins. Fuck it, I could actually go on a honeymoon with my lovely wife Kushina. Kushina's pregnant. Maybe I can convince our baby that being Hokage would be awesome and fun. Then I can dump the job on him when he's like 16 or 18, and I can spend the rest of my days making baby siblings for him with Kushina. Note that classified does not mean no one can know of this. You will need to trust your teammates about many of your abilities in order to work well as a team. And you'll need to be honest with your friends and family in order to keep them as friends and family, though a lot of the time you can actually cop out by being vague or straight up telling them you don't want to say. Just make sure your teammates, friends, and family can keep secrets, and make sure they know that everything about you is a secret. A funny way, how to keep secrets. Section, Henge is your best friend. Henge no Jutsu is known as an E-rank jutsu for disguising yourself as another person. This is stupid. What Henge actually does is transform your physical body into a different shape and color. Any shape and color. Yes, that means you can transform into objects or animals. Technically even liquids or gases, though this is extremely dangerous unless done by a shadow clone. And get this, while you're under a henge, you remain fully awake and aware of your surroundings, though if you're transformed into an object, you might not be able to see. On the other hand, if you're transformed into an animal with excellent eyesight, you'll be able to see better than ever and your other senses can be improved as well. Note that it takes a lot of time and effort to be able to use any animal form. For example, if you were to henge into a horse, you'd have to learn to walk with 4 long, gangly legs. You don't get the instincts of the animal you transform into, and you have to learn each animal form separately. You can also transform yourself into a bigger, stronger person, and you'll get physical strength. Note that this is usually not worthwhile because changing your size significantly takes extra chakra, and you have to continuously expend chakra to maintain that form. So you might as well be simply channeling chakra to your muscles and bones to make yourself stronger. However, if you need to increase or decrease your weight, henge is perfect. That's why I consider a well-mastered henge to be an S-rank jutsu. Anyway, hand seals are dog boar ram. Channel your chakra while focusing on an image of yourself in a different form. Use henge whenever you visit the library to prevent people from knowing what you're studying. Use henge when practicing ninjutsu so no one knows what you're capable of. Use henge when carrying out missions in enemy territory so no one knows who did it. Section, Disguising your jutsu. There will be times when you need to use ninjutsu openly. If you're anything like me, you'll have an aptitude for high-level ninjutsu, which tend to be flashy in the extreme. This is dangerous because it can get you a reputation for being powerful, which sucks, as we've already discussed. Still, if you want to protect your loved ones, sometimes you'll have to act openly. Ninjutsu rule number 1, don't shout the name of your technique. That's just stupid. Not only does it warn your enemy of what's coming, it actually slows down your jutsu. Yes, it might help you focus, but thinking the name in your head is just as good. And if it's one of those breathing fire type jutsus, you can actually choke on your own words. Gek, ninjutsu rule number 2. Practice your jutsu until you can form and release the necessary chakra without hand seals. You haven't mastered a jutsu until you can do this. You can spit out jutsu faster. It's impossible for your opponent to see what's coming. It can't be copied by the Sharingan, and it's just badass. Just think, if your control is good enough, you can shout Katen, Gakaku no Jutsu while shooting out a lightning bolt. Your opponent will throw up an earth wall or a water barrier, which would be a perfect defense against fire, but far less effective against lightning. Note that the Byakugan can see chakra being formed even without hand seals. The Hyuga Daojutsu can't copy techniques, and in fact the Hyuga rarely use ninjutsu at all, but it makes it hard to surprise them. Good thing they're on our side. Section, Learning in Secret. Build yourself an underground training facility using Daten techniques. Make it deep and big, and cover it with security seals. Use shadow clones to keep people from noticing you're missing. If you're on a genin team, you may need to let your Jonin sensei and your teammates into this facility for training. Team 7, here for a D-rank mission, chirped Kakashi. He never got tired of his students' reaction to D-ranks. Here are the available missions, said the Chunin in charge of handing out D-ranks. Painting a fence, chasing groundhogs out of a farmer's field, cleaning the Inuzuka dog kennels, capturing Madame Shijumi's missing cat. That one, Kakashi pointed at the last scroll. We'll take the Tora mission. Ah, said the Chunin, amusement flashing across his face. Here you go. Alright, my cute little genin, we've got an exciting find and capture mission. Let's go. Thanks to Kakashi's mask, you couldn't tell whether his eye smile was part of a genuine happy smile or if it was a sadistic grin. Tora, Naruto snuck up to the cat without any intention of capturing it or harming it, or even touching it in any way. The intelligent cat couldn't sense any killing intent whatsoever, so it didn't run. Emro, Tora backed away, cautious. How about a deal? Said Naruto. Would you like to learn to climb trees? Emruo, said Tora. Okay, you can already climb trees, but I can teach you to climb up and down trees like a squirrel. Watch. Naruto set a foot on the side of a tree and walked up the vertical surface and back down to the ground. Nirawa, the deal is, if I teach you this, you come quietly whenever my team gets a mission to find and capture you. Emro, said Tora, not good enough. Also, I can teach you how to walk on water. Emararo, yes, really. Just imagine, you're running from a genin team and you run across a river. They'll be flabbergasted, and most of them couldn't follow you. Emarararo, cool, it's a deal. Naruto shook the cat's paw. Hey, this is gonna be fun. Naruto walked out of the woods with Tora sprawled on his head, mirroring the way Kiba Inuzuka carried his dog Akamaru. Naruto, how did you find Tora so fast? Kakashi had to keep his disappointment from showing. Huh? Tora's a nice cat, stated Naruto, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Hey Sakura, wanna hold him? He likes to be scratched behind the ears, but be sure not to squeeze him. He really hates being squashed. Team 7 walked into the mission's office with Tora purring in Sakura's arms. Kakashi was in a bar, trying to pick up women. Of course, given his choice of reading material and the fact that he was reading it in the open and giggling pervertedly, he wasn't going to be successful anytime in the next century. Light Guy was in a bar, trying to pick up women. Of course, given his choice of haircut and clothing, he wasn't going to be successful anytime in the next decade. Why the difference in success rate? Guy was actually paying attention to the people around him. Then Guy noticed Kakashi, and both of them stopped trying to pick up women. No, I didn't mean it that way. YOSH, my eternal rival. DID you hear? Madam SHIJIM as Cat Tora has become even more youthful. ASUMAS team actually failed the mission yesterday. Guy, did you say something? Always so hip and cool, Kakashi. I propose a challenge. Whoever's genin team can capture Tora faster is the winner. If my team does not win, I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha on my thumbs. And if I cannot do that, I will climb the Hokage mountain 5,000 times on one foot. And if I cannot do that, I accept. Wait, what? I accept. YOSH. Kakashi, my eternal rival, you are overflowing with youth today. I will do 500 crunches in honor of this occasion. The next day, Guy's team set a new record for the Recapture Tora mission. They dashed back into the mission's room with a very much cowed and bedraggled cat in 23 minutes. The day after that, Kakashi's team accepted the mission. Naruto walked into the forest and called for Tora. The cat ran up to Naruto, climbed his back, and perched on his shoulder. They casually strolled back into the missions room with a new record, 3 minutes. YOSH. I must know this most youthful young man's name. I am Might Guy, Konoha's beautiful green beast. May I know your name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you. I cannot believe it. I have found someone even more hip and cool than my eternal rival Kakashi. People don't say hip anymore. Kakashi never accepted the recapture Tora mission again. He wasn't one to mess with success. Besides, it just wasn't as fun when his students were as bored as he was. Almost 2 months after Academy graduation day, Team 7 walked into the missions room and Sasuke spoke up. Give us a C-ranked mission. No more of these plebeian chores. Sekiro was quick to interject. Yes, Sasuke dear deserves better. Give us a C-ranked mission. The Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, happened to be in the missions office that day, as he occasionally was, since he assigned the higher-ranked missions personally. He asked, "Are you sure you're ready for a C-ranked mission? You know that you may be required to fight bandits on C ranks." "HN," said Sasuke. "I'm ready." Sekiro looked less sure. Then she perked up. "Of course I'm ready. And if I'm not, Sasuke will protect me." Naruto said, "Personally, I'm ready." As a team, he looked towards Sekiro and shrugged. It was obvious. A village council member, an old woman named Koharu, also just happened to be in the missions office that day, which was very unusual. "Oh," said Koharu, ignoring Naruto, "let Lord Uchiha go on a C-ranked mission. I'm sure he's more than ready." Said Hiruzen diplomatically. "Well, it's Kakashi's decision as their sensei." Koharu stopped smiling at Sasuke and glared at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed, "Give us a C-ranked mission." "Very well," said Hiruzen. He handed a scroll to Kakashi. "It's a protection detail for a bridge builder named Tazuna. You're to escort him to the country of Wave and protect him until his bridge is finished. Send him in." The smell of stale booze preceded Tazuna into the room. Koharu grimaced and left. "Okay, Hick, where are the super ninja that are gonna Hick protect me?" "Tazuna," said Hiruzen, "this is Team 7. They'll protect you on your way to Wave. These Hick brats, they don't look so tough. I asked for super ninja, not Hick tetchy little brats." Naruto leaned forward, a blank look on his face. The room grew colder. Tazuna suddenly sobered up and started sweating. "Tetchy little brats," said Naruto in a monotone. Actually, you do look like super ninja." The room was suddenly warm again. Birds chirped, and the refreshing summer breeze blew through the room. There was even a butterfly, which made Hiruzen do a double take. "By the way," said Naruto offhandedly, as if the last 15 seconds did not occur, "you're building a bridge. Where's this bridge connecting to?" "Yeah, it's gonna be a super bridge. It's connecting the island of Wave to the main continent. So this protection mission, you're being threatened by Gado's mercenaries." Hiruzen and Kakashi each raised an eyebrow. Tazuna started sweating again. "Who's Gado?" asked Sakura. "Oh," explained Naruto, "just the biggest shipping magnate in the area. He's known for having the lowest prices for large shipments. So low, in fact, that they couldn't possibly cover the costs of running his ships. You know what that means. And then there's the fact that he more or less took over Wave 6 months ago. There's no proof, but everyone seems to agree that he was involved in the disappearance of their daimyo. Which makes sense, given that Gado is living in the daimyo's mansion. He's got a large collection of mercenaries and basically thugs acting as bodyguards." "Naruto, how do you know this?" asked Kakashi. "Overheard it from someone working for that new Whirlwind Postal Company. I guess they keep tabs on their competitors." "Nice work, Naruto," thought Hiruzen. "You're finally showing signs of your father's intelligence. I suppose bandits and thugs still within the parameters of a C-ranked mission. I had hoped to give them a nice easy protection detail, since Sakura isn't ready for any kind of fighting. But maybe this will serve as a wake-up call. I may have underestimated Naruto," thought Kakashi. To put all those facts together that quickly, he's smarter than he appears to be. That and the whole genin test with the barbecue. Now that I know Sasuke and Sakura better, Naruto must have done some serious manipulation to get them to eat his food. Breaking out of his thoughts, Kakashi said, "Very well. Prepare for a month-long mission. We'll meet at the gates of Konoha tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Team 7 was walking out of the Hokage Tower after receiving their mission. "Sasuke," said Naruto, "be more careful about asking that Koharu for favors." What makes you think I did that?" Naruto shrugged. "It's not that. Did you see that smile she gave you? She's pedo." Sakura's eyes widened when she heard this. Sakura would tell Ino. Ino would tell her dad. Ino's dad would tell Shikamaru's dad, Choji's dad, Ibiki Morino, and Anko Mitarashi. Shikamaru's dad would tell his son. Choji's dad would also tell his son. Hibiki would keep it to himself. Anko would tell everyone in all the dango stands and sake bars of Konoha. It would be an entire week before the story was displaced by a new, juicier rumor. Konoha's gossips would soon forget. But Sasuke's fangirls would forever class old woman Koharu as competition. At 6:55 am the next day, Naruto strolled up to the gate, where Sasuke and Sakura were waiting. "Hi guys," said Naruto. "Naruto, you're not wearing orange," remarked Sakura. "That's right, I'm not wearing orange," stated Naruto. He was, in fact, wearing a mostly gray outfit that was rather tight, showing his lean physique and wiry muscles. His dark gray cargo pants were taped at the ankle and his long-sleeved shirt had several pockets for storage scrolls. He wore fingerless gloves with metal plates on the backs of the palms. He had a standard kunai pouch, but other than that he didn't have a pack. "HN," said Sasuke. They fell into silence. 5 minutes later, Kakashi arrived at the gate with a sober Tazuna at 7 am. "You're not late," said an extremely surprised Sakura. "HN," said Sasuke in a surprised tone. Apparently he was back to monosyllables. "HN," said Naruto, copying Sasuke. "HN," asked Tazuna, wondering why everyone was saying HN. "Why is everybody acting out of character today?" "Except Sasuke dear, he's normal." "Rats," said Tazuna. "Let's move out," said Kakashi. 5 hours later found the team trudging along at a civilian pace, in a formation with Tazuna in the middle, Sasuke in front, Naruto on the right, Sakura on the left, and Kakashi in back. Naruto made discreet hand signs to Kakashi with his left hand, 2 ninja and puddle ahead. He turned to Tazuna and made a comment about the travel distance so he could see Kakashi's reply from the corner of his eye. Kakashi blinked. Those were ANBU hand signs. Maybe the Hokage had taught Naruto. The two were known to be close. Mentally shaking his head, Kakashi signed back, acknowledged. Naruto pulled out a small bottle with a skull on it. He signed, "Have antidote." "Go ahead." Kakashi blinked again. "Go ahead," he signed. Naruto unscrewed the cap of the bottle and lobbed it into the puddle, which was now 10 meters away. "Naruto, what do you do that for?" asked Sakura accusingly. "Triangle formation. Protect the client," barked Kakashi. 2 masked ninja appeared from the puddle, spluttering and coughing. Kakashi was there in a flash, sweeping their feet from under them and tying them up. The demon brothers of Kiri, Gazu and Mizu. Chunin level missing nin. Sasuke, Sakura, stay with the client. Naruto stepped forward. "You're dying," he said to the 2 trussed-up men. "Feel that burning in your lungs. Once that poison works its way through your lungs and into your bloodstream, it will start to affect your nervous system. Your entire body will soon feel like it's on fire, and your head will feel like the hangover after an entire week on a drinking binge. It'll take between 5 and 7 days for you to die, and the only antidote is the one I have sealed in my pack." "So," said Kakashi, "if you want the antidote, you'll talk. Who are you targeting?" "You bastards." "Fine. The bridge builder, Tazuna. Gato wants him dead." "Who else has Gato hired?" demanded Kakashi. "We don't know." They're not lying." "Any other questions, team?" Naruto had one. "Yeah, which one are you? Gazu or Mizu? Seriously?" "And Gazu," said the one who had spoken first. "Alright," said Kakashi. He pulled out 2 pieces of seal paper and drew something on them, then slapped them on the backs of the prisoners' necks. "Chakra disruption seals. We'll leave them here for a NBU to pick up after I send a message to Lord Hokage." "Naruto, the antidote." Naruto grinned. "Just a paralyzing poison mixed with pepper spray. It'll wear off in a few hours, depending on how much they inhaled." The demon brothers cursed. Kakashi chuckled and I smiled. Sasuke had a different reaction. "Dead last. Where did you get the poison? I demand you give it to me." "You can buy paralyzing poison in any Shinobi outfitter. You can find pepper spray in a grocery store. And why should I give you my stuff? I'm an Uchiha. It's my right." "What? The great Uchiha clan is too poor to pay for basic supplies," taunted Naruto. Mizu snorted. "That Uchiha? He's a real worthless brat, isn't he?" Sasuke glared at Mizu. "What? Is that supposed to be killing intent? My ex's mother had better killing intent. And she was a civilian." Sasuke pulled out a kunai and growled. Now, Sasuke, put that away," ordered Kakashi. "The T&I department needs them alive." Sasuke fell back to what he knew. He said, "HM. So, Tazuna," Kakashi said, falsely cheery. Then his tone changed. When were you going to tell us you had ninja after you? After a sob story from Tezuna and a warning about a probable upcoming fight with a genin from Kakashi, Team 7 decided to continue with their mission. They crossed the channel in a boat and made their way towards Tezuna's house. This time, Kakashi was in front and Naruto was in the back, with Sasuke and Sakura in the middle. "Look out," shouted Kakashi. Naruto dove forward and grabbed Sakura and Tezuna, shoving them to the ground. A giant cleaver blade came spinning out of the mist and over their heads where they had been a moment ago. It embedded itself in a tree, and on top of the blade a fierce-looking man appeared. "Triangle formation," shouted Kakashi again. "Protect the client. This one's out of your league." The two Jonin named each other in a reverse introduction. Kakashi of the Sharingan, Zabuza Mamachi, missing Nin from Kiri. "What's with the grandstanding? Are you a samurai?" asked Naruto. "I thought samurai would be a bit less, shirtless. Are you broke?" Zabuza chuckled. "Kid has a point. Let's see how you deal with this. Kirigakure no Jutsu." Zabuza raised a thick mist, vanishing into it. Powerful killing intent hit Team 7 and Tezuna. Sakura froze completely. Sasuke, shaking, started to raise his kunai to his throat. "Sasuke," said Kakashi, "calm down. I'll protect you with my life, all of you. I will not allow my comrades to die. Trust me." Naruto took a deep breath and thought, "Futon Daidapa." He blew a powerful stream of wind blew at Zabuza's last known location, producing a stiff wind everywhere that blew the mist away. There were 3 Zabuzas hiding in that mist. Naruto threw a spread of kunai at one who was dashing towards the team's triangle formation. The kunai were blocked with a swipe of the sword, but the element of surprise was lost. The second attempting to sneak up on Kakashi, who faced it with a kunai. The third was standing by the trees observing, but immediately started to make hand signs. 3 Naruto clones appeared beside Naruto, with no hand signs or warning. 2 of them vanished in splashes of water, and at the same time, 2 of the Zabuzas turned into water with a puff of white smoke above each one, revealing that the real Zabuza was the one standing by the trees making hand signs. Naruto handed a sealing tag to the remaining clone, who vanished in a puff of smoke and coweramied with the real Zabuza's sword, which was attached to his back. It slapped the tag on the back of Zabuza's neck, and Naruto made a single hand sign, channeling chakra to the seal and causing it to sink into his skin. Zabuza stopped making hand signs, spun around, and kicked out at the Naruto clone, dispersing it in a puff of smoke. "Shadow clones," he growled. "Don't think that'll stop me." Then Zabuza fell over, unable to move. "Chakra disruption and paralysis seal," said Naruto to Kakashi. "He's not moving until I take that off." Suddenly a short ninja with a Kiri Hunter Nin mask dropped beside Zabuza. "Thank you for taking out my prey," said the apparent Hunter Nin. "I will take him back to Kiri for interrogation." "Hold it," shouted Naruto. He threw a kunai at the newcomer. It was too late. The apparent Hunter Nin disappeared with Zabuza in a shunshin. "Naruto," said Kakashi, "that was a Kiri Hunter Nin. You shouldn't have attacked him." Naruto shook his head. "There are no Kiri Hunter Nin. All of the Mizuki's forces are tied up fighting that rebellion of theirs. Besides, a real Hunter Nin would have just cut off Zabuza's head, right?" "You're right," said Kakashi. "He should have cut off Zabuza's head and destroyed the body right there. But how do you know about the Kiri Civil War?" "I'm a ninja," deadpan Naruto, as if that explained everything. Alright, is everyone okay? No injuries?" Tezuna took a deep breath. "I'm fine," he said, giving a thumbs up. "That was a super fight." Sasuke relaxed, taking a long breath and trying to hide that he was doing so. "Dead last," said Sasuke in his high and mighty voice. "What was that technique? Shadow clones. Teach it to me." Naruto shook his head. "You wanna take this one, sensei?" Kakashi sighed. "Shadow clones are a B-rank forbidden technique. Sasuke, you don't have enough chakra to use shadow clones right now. If you tried it, best case, you'd end up with severe chakra exhaustion. Worst case, you could die." Sakura finally unfroze. "Then, how come Naruto can perform it?" She sounded a lot less confident than usual. "I'm a ninja," said Naruto, stopping Kakashi from giving a half answer. "And what is that supposed to mean, idiot?" demanded Sasuke. "It means I don't tell my secrets to people I don't trust and respect. And right now, the two of you fit in neither category." Sakura would have punched Naruto in the head, but she was still feeling out of it due to Zabuza's killing intent. "Then, how did you take out Zabuza's clones so quickly?" asked Sakura. "They just disappeared." "Let's just say it's something only shadow clones can do," stated Naruto. It was true. His shadow clones had simply Kawarami'd with the water clones' heads, which was almost a suicide technique because it left the clones' feet fused with the water clones' body, dispersing both clones. A normal ninja would require an incredible amount of chakra control to avoid fusing with the clone's body, like Tsunade-level chakra control. And it wasn't possible to use Kawarami with a real human being's head. On the other hand, it was very useful for identifying a real person and proving that the third Zabuza wasn't just another clone. And shadow clones were the only clone type that could perform ninjutsu, which allowed them to use a whole range of self-destructive techniques like this one. Naruto changed the subject by picking up Zabuza's giant cleaver blade from where his clone had left it after using Kawarami with the sword. Hubikira Bacho, he said, giving it a couple of experimental swings. Interesting weapon, unfortunately not my style. I think I'll keep it anyway. Unless you want it, sensei. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto could swing the sword like that. Either the sword was lighter than it looked, or Naruto was stronger than he appeared. No, said Kakashi, not really my style either. Okay, said Naruto. He pulled a storage scroll out of one of his pockets, unrolled it, and laid the sword on top of it. Hold on, said Sakura, give it to Sasuke. Naruto snorted and hefted the giant blade by its center of gravity with one hand, offering the handle to Sasuke. HN, said Sasuke. He had to look cool, so he tried to grab the sword with one hand. When Naruto let go of the sword, Sasuke dropped it on the ground, jumping back to keep it from landing on his toes. He couldn't even hold up one end of the sword. So it's not that the sword is light, thought Kakashi. Naruto snickered. Let's just say Sasuke is more of a speed type fighter. Sakura, you wanna try it too? Think you're stronger than Sasuke? Of course not, said Sakura. How do you think I'd look, swinging around an ugly thing like that? Temporized Kakashi. Let's move on. Tazuna, we're about 20 minutes away from your house, right? Naruto grabbed the sword with one hand and sealed it into his storage scroll. Naruto, thought Sasuke, how did you get so strong? That evening, Kakashi pulled Naruto aside. Do you know how long Zabuza will be out thanks to that seal? It's locked to my chakra signature, so it would take a real sealing master to outright remove the seal. The chakra I channeled into it, for someone of Zabuza's strength, should last at least a week, possibly 2. The paralysis will wear off a couple days before the chakra disruption effects are completely gone. Good. Now, where did you learn the shadow clone technique? I read it in a book. Where did you get this book? The library. Here, I've got a copy. Naruto pulled out his father's book and showed it to Kakashi. The ignore me genjutsu took effect. Kakashi changed the subject. I think we'll do some training for the next week. Let's tell the team. How to be a ninja by Minato Namikaze. Chapter 3. If you're not cheating, you're not a ninja. Ninja cheat, lie, steal, and use deception and stealth. That's what sets us apart from samurai. When you're up against an enemy, strike without warning when they least expect it. Use every advantage and every dirty trick you can to your maximum benefit. There's very little honor in war, and you have none to spare for your enemies. Section, Uber Hacks, Shadow Clones. Shadow clones are, without exception, the greatest invention known to mankind. Here's why. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is listed as a B-rank forbidden technique due to its chakra requirements. It divides your chakra evenly among the shadow clones you make. Each shadow clone is a physical, touchable construct made of your chakra. This has 3 effects. 1. Shadow clones can use ninjutsu. 2. After a shadow clone disperses, the remaining chakra returns to your body, bringing with it the memories of the clone's life. And 3. If you don't have enough chakra, using the shadow clone jutsu can give you extreme chakra exhaustion, or possibly even kill you. So, to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the first thing you need to do is raise your level of chakra reserves. See Chapter 8, How to Gain More Chakra for more on this. You'll need at least high Chunin level reserves in order to safely make a single Shadow Clone. In other words, when you can do the water walking chakra control exercise at the same time as leaf sticking and kunai spinning, and hold all 3 of them for 1 hour straight without a break, you should have enough chakra for a Shadow Clone. Or you can just use a Fuinjutsu seal from the appendix of this book to find out how much chakra you have. Once you've learned shadow clones, you can use them to cheat with your training. Remember that second effect. It turns out that your shadow clones can learn practically anything, including reading books, learning ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, even practice chakra control techniques, and their experiences will be transferred back to you. Once you have a significant number of shadow clones training this way, it totally feels like cheating, because you're learning many times faster than the average ninja can learn. And you can use them to help increase your chakra capacity. By dividing your chakra, you can exercise your body when you're mostly empty of chakra, increasing the rate at which you generate it. You can also make clones. Wait until your chakra recovers, then disperse your clones. When your clones disperse, their chakra returns to your system, giving you a bit of an overload and stretching your chakra system. Kasama Hoshigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, has a sword that uses the same principle to increase his chakra capacity. Beware that rapidly increasing your chakra capacity in this way will naturally reduce your chakra control, so be sure to keep doing those control exercises. With shadow clones, of course. One more thing, ever hear about forbidden suicide techniques? Yeah, due to the fact that shadow clones can use ninjutsu, they can use almost all of the self-destructive forbidden jutsu out there. Just avoid anything that involves your soul. Now remember, this is a trade secret. If other ninja learn about this, it will eventually get to our enemies, which will result in stronger enemy ninja coming after us. Section, when to be honorable. Honor actually does have its place for ninja. You need to be careful to distinguish between family, friends, allies, and enemies. Family are those you trust completely. Friends are those you trust and have respect for. Allies are those whom circumstances allow you to trust, but may not be trustworthy forever. Show honor to your family, friends, and allies, but not your enemies. You can tell your secrets to your family and friends, but not your allies. Tell nothing to your enemies. Don't get any ideas about slowing down to let your friends keep pace with you. At times, your friends will get curious about your secrets. The honorable way to handle this is to openly tell them that yes, you have secrets, but no, you're not going to tell them everything. If they're really your friends, they'll accept this. Okay, kiddas, said Kakashi, Zabuza will be back in a week or 2, and this time he'll most likely have an ally. We're going to do some training. Team 7 found a nice secluded spot in the forest near Tezuna's house. With a dramatic flourish, Kakashi announced, I'm going to teach you how to climb trees. But sensei, objected Sakura, we can already climb trees. Even Naruto can climb trees. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but ignored the last statement. But can you do it like this? He walked up the side of a tree on his feet, treating the vertical surface as if it were horizontal. He reached a thick branch and stood upside down on the underside of the branch. Wow, said Sakura. HN, said Sasuke. Boring, said Naruto. My way is better. Well, Kakashi interrupted before Sasuke could comment. Why don't you show us, Naruto? Sticking his hands in his pockets, Naruto jumped on the side of a tree, twisting his body so that he faced the ground. Still keeping his hands in his pockets, he moonwalked up the tree. See, much cooler. Said Kakashi. He somersaulted back to the ground, landing lightly. Then he copied Naruto, moonwalking up the tree. It's a bit more difficult, but I can do it too. And I look cooler doing it than you do. Sakura nodded enthusiastically. She definitely thought Kakashi looked cooler. Naruto cartwheeled gracefully back to the ground. Kakashi cartwheeled gracefully back to the ground. Copycat, pouted Naruto. Copy nin, stated Kakashi. Alright, Sakura, Sasuke, start by going forwards. Best to start with a bit of a run. Use a kunai to mark your progress. The way this works is, you send some chakra to the bottoms of your feet to stick to the tree. Kakashi-sensei, asked Naruto, since I already know this exercise, can I go work on something else? Sure, said Kakashi, just be back at Tezuna's house in time for dinner. Naruto walked off to the sounds of hay. This is easy. From Sakura and an intensely jealous HN from Sasuke. When he was completely out of sight, Naruto's chakra pulsed, and a group of animals appeared out of nothing. Squirrels, chipmunks, field mice, sparrows, finches, and crows scampered, ran and flew in all directions. Several of the transformed shadow clones headed straight for the former daimyo's mansion, while others began a search pattern that would give Naruto a thorough survey of the island of Wave within hours. Naruto himself used the transformation jutsu to turn into an ordinary middle-aged civilian and started walking through the main town to get a feel for the place. There was no way he was going to do any real training out in the open where someone could see him. That evening, Team 7 met in Tezuna's house. Sakura looked completely worn out, having been told she needed to keep practicing until she could walk backwards all the way up and down the tree 10 times without stopping. Sasuke looked extremely annoyed to the point that he wanted to smash something with his fist. Kakashi looked amused, though whether that was because of his student's behavior or because of his choice of reading, no one could tell. Naruto looked satisfied. Fruitful day, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Yeah, answered Naruto. Got a lot done. Oh, what did you work on? Kakashi was curious about what stage Naruto's training was at. This and that. Naruto deflected. Apparently Kakashi was even more curious to see what was on the next page of his book. At this point, Tezuna's grandson Inari interrupted. Why do you work so hard? It's not like it's gonna be any use. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Gado's too strong. You're all going to die anyway, what's the point in trying? And what makes you think we're not stronger than Gato? Gato's got hundreds of men. He'll just have you killed if you get in his way. I see. Well, Inari, right. Naruto reached into a pocket and pulled out a small scroll. Instead of answering the question, Inari just glared. Naruto unsealed something from the scroll. It was a smooth mahogany cane with a fancy gold handle and a large ruby set in the top. Inari, do you know what this is? A walking stick. What does that have to do with anything? It's not a walking stick, it's a cane. A pimp cane. More specifically, this is Gato's pimp cane. Naruto handed the cane to the 5-year-old boy. Kazuna and Tsunami's eyes widened. Inari examined the cane. You see, explained Naruto, I stole this cane from Gato while he was holding it, leaning on it in fact. I replaced it with a fake, and he didn't even notice. He still hasn't noticed. And that's not all. The fake I gave him is special, it's a spy cane. It'll let me know everything that Gato says, hears, and does until the cane is lost or broken. Kazuna, Tsunami, Sasuke and Sakura were gaping by now. Kakashi was probably gaping too, but no one could tell because of his mask. Inari was stubborn, though. So, how's that gonna help? It's not like the cane makes you stronger than Gato. But that's the trick. Real ninja don't fight. Real ninja just win. We don't need to be stronger than Gato and all his men to beat him. Now here's the good part. Kakashi-sensei, I'd like to propose a plan. Go ahead. Tonight, when my spy cane tells me that Gato is asleep and his base is quiet for the night, we sneak in and release sleeping gas into the ventilation system. When everyone is good and knocked out, we just walk in and collect all the weapons belonging to his thugs. We steal all of Gato's cash, which he has a lot of, because his illegal activities mostly generate cash. We hand out all the weapons and most of the money to the villagers. We take a couple of money bags and plant them in the house where Zabuza and his friend are staying. When Gato wakes up and discovers he's been robbed, the first thing he'll do is run to the ninja he hired. And Zabuza and his friend will either get caught and have to fight Gato, or they'll wake up first, find the money, figure out what's going on, and abandon Gato. Either way, we win. And I don't think the thugs will be quite so tough when they're facing their own weapons in the hands of the angry villagers. And what if Zabuza's friend catches us sneaking into their house? Asked Kakashi. I've already got a shadow clone transformed into a bug hiding under Zabuza's bed. Pretty certain I can release a sleeping gas without anyone noticing. They have a few traps, but they should be easy to get around without anyone monitoring them. Alright, Naruto, we'll go with your plan. We'll head out an hour after sunset. So, Inari, still think it's useless to go against Gato? Inari shook his head. Can I come? Naruto chuckled. Sorry kid, there's a chance that some of the thugs will be out on patrol or something and won't get caught by the sleeping gas. We're ninja, we can easily handle a couple of thugs, but it's not so easy to fight and protect you at the same time. That reminds me, actually, most of us should henge into Zabuza, and one of us should henge into his friend, so if we are seen, we can pin the blame on them. We already know Zabuza likes using clones, so it won't be out of character if 3 Zabuzas show up. The next morning, Gato was sleeping fitfully when one of his underlings rushed into his bedroom shouting, Boss, wake up. We've been robbed. The midget gangster, Businessman, woke up feeling rather chilly. He rolled over, wondering where his comfy blanket had gone, rubbed his eyes, and growled, What is it, Zori? Then he blinked. What the hell? Zori, why are you in your skivas? We've been robbed, boss. Everyone is in their skivas, including you. All our weapons are gone. And the storeroom's been broken into, the money's gone. That got Gato's attention. What? He roared. He jumped out of bed, absently noting that he was, indeed, wearing only his boxers and an undershirt, instead of the silk pajamas he had put on last night, and his bed covers were indeed missing. He rushed out of the room faster than you could imagine, only stopping to collect his trusty pimp cane on the way in case he had to beat some of his stupider employees. NOOO. My MONEYYYYY. All my precious Ryo, and my beloved American Girl doll collection. Gato fell to his knees and beat his fists on the ground of the empty storeroom. All of the thugs within earshot sweat dropped. American doll collection. Maybe he meant those freaky plastic Barbie dolls that had made their way from outside the elemental countries. Let it be noted that there wasn't a single woman among Gato's employees, and none of the men had daughters, so it was unlikely that any of them knew anything about dolls. Boss, what is it, Waraji? And put on a shirt. You're wearing even less than the rest of my minions. Waraji, a big muscular man with tattoos, never wore a shirt. He didn't even own one. Ironically, he looked less uncomfortable with his current attire than most of the other thugs did. Boss, should we call the police? Gato looked at Waraji strangely. Zori slapped Waraji on the back of the head. Idiot. We killed the police, remember? Oh, right. Another mercenary had something to say. Boss, some of the patrols said they were knocked out by those ninja you hired. Zabuza and his little friend. Haku, I think. Gato's face turned red. Steam poured out of his ears. He roared, I'm gonna kill those damn thieving bastards. Follow me. Raising his pimp cane, Gato rushed towards the house Zabuza and Haku had commandeered. On the waterfront, on the other side of town, barefoot, in his skivas, the villagers peeked out their windows to watch a fuming Gato lead his entire collection of half-naked, unarmed thugs through the middle of town at a speed that was sprinting for Gato's short legs and a half-jog for most of his followers. Gato didn't notice the camera flashes, but some of his men did and cringed. Haku woke up to the sound of almost 100 bare feet slapping the ground as Gato and his thugs rushed towards their house. Looking out the window, Haku saw the angry faces and quickly used chakra to pull some water from the nearby ocean and form 2 ice swords. The androgynous ninja stood in front of the bed where Zabuza lay, still paralyzed, as Gato burst through the door waving his cane. You, screamed the midget. You stole my money. You've cracked, stated Zabuza, who was awake but still paralyzed. We haven't been in your mansion since last week, said Haku. Don't lie. You were seen. Boss? What is it? Waraji. Waraji pointed at a couple of green sacks with Ryo signs pasted on them. Aha. Proof. Men. KILL. Haku struck. In the space of a heartbeat, Gato and the 3 thugs who had made it through the door were dead. In the next heartbeat, Haku threw one ice sword into the bathroom where it sliced off the sink faucet, sending a spray of water into the air. 2 more heartbeats and Haku had finished a set of hand seals, shooting a barrage of ice senbon, taking down the men who were trying to enter the room and spraying the defenseless mercenaries outside with the knitting needle-sized weapons. Then the villagers attacked, headed by Inari and Tsunami, with Team 7 disguised as civilians. A mob armed with all manner of swords, rakes, shovels, and even pots and pans descended on Gato's already cringing army. One of the thugs saw fit to state, "Hell, man. I ain't sticking around here no more." He turned and fled for the docks, the rest of Gato's half-naked former employees on his heels, all chased by the angry mob. Once Gato's remaining men had fled the country on a few of the dead man's ships, Team 7 returned to Tezuna's house. Kakashi pulled out his orange book, leaned against a wall, and started reading. Naruto disappeared upstairs. Inari shouted, "That was awesome. Hey Naruto, what ya doin'?" and followed Naruto upstairs. Tsunami smiled, went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Sasuke said, "HN," and sat down at the dining room table to wait for breakfast. Kazuna followed suit, without the HN. Sakura couldn't take it. She shouted, "Why is everyone so calm? We just, I don't know, destroyed Gato and his entire army like it was nothing. And we're just sitting down to eat breakfast like it didn't happen." Kazuna chuckled. "Well, it was a really super plan Naruto came up with. And I guess he did some really super sneaking yesterday. He's quite a super ninja, isn't he?" Sakura took a deep breath and thought for a minute. "I guess. It's just strange. Naruto has always been this stupid idiot. He's the dead last of our class, you know. It's surprising that he was the one to come up with this. And," Sakura continued, "he spent all of yesterday spying on Gato and Zabuza. I thought he was training. And then there's that shadow clone technique. Where did he learn that? It definitely wasn't in the academy. And what's he doing now, hiding from us?" Sasuke, she turned to her remaining teammate, "Has Naruto always been this mysterious?" Sasuke shrugged, drawing out the grunt in a way that meant, "I dunno." "Naruto," said Sasuke, "fight me." It was the day after the victory over Gato, and Sasuke had finally finished mastering the tree walking exercise. Naturally, once he mastered it, he proved that he had far more chakra than Sakura, and could walk up and down a tree 30 times without stopping, while Sakura could barely manage 10. While Team 7 had, in practice, completed the mission to protect Tezuna by removing the threat to his life, they were still contracted to provide bodyguard services until the bridge was finished, so they had to stick around for another 2 weeks or so. Strangely, a huge bridge like this would only take a total of 1.5 months to build. Kazuna had heard tales of a bridge in a far-off place across the ocean called San Francisco, where they had built a bridge, not much longer than the Wave one, that took them an entire 4 years to complete. He couldn't explain why there was such a huge difference in building speed. It's not like they were using chakra powers to build the Wave Bridge. He'd met one sea captain who blamed it on unions, but Tezuna couldn't imagine what pipe fittings had to do with a bridge, nor why they inspired such disgust in the sea captain. In any case, Team 7 had to stick around. They took turns standing watch at the bridge while Tezuna was there, and today Kakashi assigned Sakura to guard duty, which meant Sasuke and Naruto were free for training, or sparring, Why do you want to fight me? Asked Naruto. Sasuke almost lost his temper, so we can see who's stronger. Uwo, said Naruto. You want to spar. It's very different from a fight. TCH. Whatever. You coming? What's in it for me? What? Sasuke gaped. He thought Naruto would jump at the chance to test his strength. I said, what's in it for me? Why would I want to spar with you? Sasuke thought a bit. Practice, he declared. You can practice getting your butt whooped. Naruto snorted. I'm good, thanks. Kakashi, however, had different ideas. Naruto, it'll be good for teamwork. If you spar with each other, you'll learn about each other's fighting styles, so you can coordinate better in a real fight. Naruto pouted. Fine, sensei, will you judge? Someone has to drag you two back here when you get knocked out. Okay, chirped Naruto, suddenly cheerful. Same place where you learned tree walking. See you there. He dashed out the door. 5 minutes later, Sasuke and Kakashi arrived to find Naruto lying in a hammock slung in the center of the clearing, attached to 2 trees with rope. Kakashi stopped at the edge of the clearing. Naruto, growled Sasuke, stomping towards the hammock. We're supposed to fight, not sleep. FWOOSH. A snare caught Sasuke by the feet and strung him upside down from a tree branch. Sasuke screamed. Girlishly, Naruto sat up in the hammock and snapped a picture. This is how I fight, said Naruto. Sasuke flung a kunai at Naruto. It was surprisingly well aimed, considering the position he threw it from. While Naruto deflected the kunai, Sasuke cut himself down from the snare. Sasuke threw a handful of shuriken at Naruto. Naruto simply lay down in the hammock and let the throwing stars bounce off the bottom of the hammock. Looks like that hammock was woven with steel or something. Ah, this is the life. Slurp. Where did he get that lemonade from? Sasuke saw red. He charged Naruto again. The ground fell out from under him. There was a loud squelching sound as he hit the bottom and fell on his back. Ugh, what is this stuff? Naruto snapped his fingers, and a piece of string lowered from the canopy with a paper sealing tag on the end of it. It stopped above Sasuke's face. Boom, said Naruto. I win. Winner, Naruto, declared Kakashi. Fine, you win. Now get me out of here. Okay, said Naruto, far too cheerfully. A pungent liquid burst out of the paper sealing tag. On the upside, it dissolved the goop that had Sasuke trapped. Naruto had another embarrassing photo, and it had a delightful orangey citrus scent. On the downside, Sasuke was now soaked. The delightful orangey citrus scent was incredibly overpowering, and the remains of the goop combined with the liquid were rather sticky, so when Sasuke climbed out of the dirt hole he would be covered in brown muck. GSCK, spluttered Sasuke. He climbed out of the hole, fuming. What the hell was that? What do you mean? Asked Naruto, seemingly nonplussed. I want a real fight. Spar, whatever, not a stupid trapped obstacle course. I told you, this is how I fight. You weren't fighting. You were just lying in that stupid hammock. Get out of that thing and fight me. Wait, you mean like 2 people rushing at each other and taking shots at each other with swords or knives or jutsu and blocking and dodging and all that crap? Yes, finally the dead last gets it. Go find a samurai. Remember what I said 2 days ago to Inari. Real ninja don't fight. Real ninja just win. And I just won. Fine, be that way. How about another round? If you don't give up right now, I'll put up poster-sized prints of these photos all over Konoha. Gia-ra-ra-rar. Hey, cheer up. I've got another lemonade. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Sasuke headed in the direction of the shore, hoping to get rid of the filth covering him before anyone else saw him. I promise, it's not poisoned or pranked. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Kakashi-sensei, want a lemonade? Kakashi approached gingerly, using his Sharingan to look for traps. 2 weeks later, Team 7 finally headed back to Konoha, this time using the tree climbing skills Sasuke and Sakura had just learned to jump through the trees in a straight line towards their hidden village. Suddenly, Kakashi called, "Halt. We've got company." Zabuza Momochi landed on a tree limb ahead of them. Beside him, Hakuyuki landed on another tree limb, this time not wearing a hunter nin mask. Zabuza was carrying an oversized katana, obviously one that formerly belonged to one of Gato's mercenaries. "Headache," said Zabuza, "that was a mighty fine trick you pulled getting Gato to attack us. We appreciate the money, but I want my sword back." Huh? Your sword? Kakashi-sensei. I'm pretty sure he means that oversized meat cleaver he used to fight us last time. What was it called? The Kyuubi Butcher. Kakashi choked. Whatever, continued Naruto. I'm the one that beat you last time. I kept the sword, and I'm not giving it back. You are on a mission to kill an innocent man, which means you have to accept the risk of losing your life. The life of your apprentice Haku here. Naruto nodded at Haku, or anything else precious to you. part of the business. It's Kubikirabacho, and if I say I'll kill you if you don't give it back. Why, Zabuza, are you looking for a fight? Naruto looked way too nonchalant about this. Zabuza drew his katana. Kakashi tends to block Zabuza. Naruto made a single one-handed seal. Zabuza froze, shouted a curse word, and toppled bonelessly off the branch he was about to leap from. Master Zabuza, cried Haku, diving to catch said swordmaster. Naruto, queried Kakashi, what did you just do? Remember the paralysis and chakra disruption seal I put on him the first time we fought? Yeah, they never actually removed the seal. They just waited for the chakra to wear out, which means I could easily activate it the same way I did the first time. While Kakashi snickered and Sakura and Sasuke looked confused, Naruto called Haku. Haku, who had managed to catch Zabuza, looked up from the forest floor. There's a rather large rebellion movement in Kiri headed by a lady called Mei Terumi, seeking to overthrow Yagura and stop the bloodline massacres. I think you and Zabuza would be interested in joining forces, no? Haku looked surprised, very surprised. We'll check it out. Thank you, Naruto. Haku flickered away, carrying Zabuza over one shoulder. Naruto, Sakura spoke up, I have a question. They had just entered Konoha and were on their way to the Hokage Tower to make their report. Yes, Sakura. You had one of those shadow clones spying on Zabuza and Haku for days, right? Yup, I had one transformed into a bug hiding under Zabuza's bed. Then after Haku killed Gato, the clone I had transformed into Gato's pimp Kane was there as well. Here's the question, was Haku a boy or a girl? I don't know, shouted Naruto, pulling at his hair. I didn't want to actually peek on Haku in the bathroom. And Haku didn't change clothes in the bedroom cause Zabuza was there. Haku looks like Haku has a girl's face, but Haku doesn't seem like Haku has any girl parts. But I can't tell for sure because Haku always wore these girly pink fluffy pajamas, and Haku's kimono just covers everything. And Zabuza doesn't talk much, but when he did he never ever said anything to indicate what Haku's gender was. You might have noticed I never use any pronouns when talking about Haku. It's so frustrating, and I didn't want to just ask cause that'd be rude. If Haku turned out to be a boy it'd be like calling him a girly boy, and if Haku turned out to be a girl it'd be like saying she doesn't look pretty enough, which is totally not true. And then Haku could be a boy pretending to be a girl, or a girl pretending to be a boy, and whatever answer Haku gives could be a lie anyway. Really, you think Haku is pretty? That's what you got out of my rant. Yeah, isn't it obvious? Sasuke, Haku is relatively pretty, right? It was a rather ambiguous grunt. See, even Sasuke thinks Haku is pretty, and I've never ever heard Sasuke compliment a girl before. Sakura was not happy at this revelation, for multiple reasons mostly involving her ego. But she hid it well and said teasingly, so, you could both be crushing on a boy. A-A-A-R-R-R-G-H, screamed Naruto. Is that a bad thing? Asked Sasuke, thinking Sakura might stop crushing on him if she thought he was gay. It was the biggest mistake of his life. Why, squealed Sakura, loud enough that the birds in the forest on top of the Hokage mountain took flight in surprise. All the Yaoi fangirls in Konoha, and the one Yaoi fanboy, heard the battle cry and came running to get the latest, juiciest rumor. Naruto, feeling a disturbance in the force, said, Sensei, I'll see you in the tower, and vanished so quickly that Kakashi would have sworn he used the Hurricane if that were not completely impossible. The fangirls came from all directions, hemming in Kakashi and Sasuke. Details, Sakura, details. Sakura pointed at Sasuke, but her voice was drowned out in the crowd. It's forbidden love, shouted one. But with who? Asked another. Somehow, one preteen girl put 2 and 2 together to get 6 and shouted, Sasuke and Kakashi. Forbidden love. SQUE. Kakashi decided, then and there, to request another long C-ranked mission outside of the village. Hi Gramps, said Naruto, barreling into the Hokage's office. Naruto, you're back. Hiruzen was happy to see his surrogate grandson hadn't been negatively affected by the mission. Yup, mission success. Sensei and the team will probably be late though. They got attacked by Yaoi fangirls. Hiruzen, Naruto, and the ANBU hiding in the room shuddered. Fangirls were scary. Yaoi fangirls were even scarier. Well, how did it go? Asked Hiruzen. I got a new toy. Wanna see it? Sure, let's see this new toy. Naruto pulled out a giant cleaver blade and waved it around. I stole it from a guy called Zabuza. I think he called it Kyuubi Butcher or something, which is strange because I don't think the Yondaime used it when he killed the Kyuubi. But anyway, this sword is really cool. Hiruzen choked. I think it's Kubikirabacho, Naruto. You say you ran into Zabuza Mamachi on your mission. Yeah, he was all like, GRRR. And Kakashi sensei was like, GRRR. and then Zabuza made some clones, and then I made some clones, and then one of my clones used Kawarami with his sword and kicked him in the ass, and that's how I got the sword. That's a very unusual use of Kawarami, said Hiruzen, shocked. Kawarami was a defensive jutsu. It was meant for escaping attacks. Nobody used it as an attack. And did he say his clone performed the Kawarami? Did Kakashi teach him the shadow clone? It did make sense after all. Naruto had plenty of chakra thanks to his status as a Jinchuriki. Said Naruto, brushing it off. And then we pranked Gato and blamed it on Zabuza and Haku, and Gato attacked Haku. And that didn't go so well for Gato, and then we chased all Gato's men out of town in their skivvies and I got pictures. Wanna see? That sounds like a rather wild tale, Naruto. May I see these pictures? Naruto pulled out a storage scroll from one of his pockets and unsealed a small stack of photos, which he handed to the Hokage. The first photo was of an infuriated Gato, leading his men through the middle of town in their undershirts and underwear, brandishing his fancy cane. The next photo was of Gato's army crowded around Zabuza and Haku's small house, with ice needles flying out the doorway. The third photo was of the villagers waving swords and pickaxes and various other implements chasing the thugs in their underwear. Finally, there were several photos of the holds of Gato's ships, with Gato shipping labeled on the boxes. Inside were tons of illegal drugs. Other photos showed shackles and chains, clearly indicating that Gato was involved in human trafficking at some point. I figured you could send those photos to anyone who wants to know why Gato's not around anymore. I see. That's quite an achievement, Naruto. And who came up with this plan? I did, of course. I'm the prank king. Naruto struck a pose. That was when Kakashi and Sasuke limped into the room. Kakashi looked like a mess. His mask was ripped halfway down one side. His forehead protector was on backwards. His vest was unzipped. He was altogether rather scuffed up, and his normal gravity-defying hair was braided into cornrows. Sasuke looked traumatized. His clothes were askew, one sandal was missing, and his normal duck butt hairstyle was lopsided and drooping. He had lipstick on his cheek, and a look of absolute horror on his face. "Naruto," said Kakashi, his voice hoarse. "You abandoned us." Naruto just snickered and snapped a photo. That evening, a knock came on the door of the house where Mei Terumi was staying with some of her advisors. "I'll get it, Lady Mei," said Chijiro. "Whirlwind postal delivery for Mei Terumi," said a man in a delivery uniform. He had one of those totally forgettable faces. Lady Mei." "Yes, that's me," said Mei from behind Chijiro. "Where do you want me to unseal this?" "It's about 8 feet long," asked the delivery man. "Right here in the entryway should be fine," said Mei, pulling Chijiro out of the way. Chijiro blushed when she put her hand on his shoulder. The delivery man unsealed a huge cleaver blade on the floor. "Is that Hibikirabacho?" asked Mei. "Have a nice day, miss," said the delivery man blandly, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. As he turned and left, they read the message on the back of his delivery uniform jacket. "Whirlwind Postal. We deliver anywhere, to anybody. Speedy, safe and confidential. It's the real thing," announced Ao, coming into the room and inspecting the sword with the Byakugan under his eye patch. "There's an envelope tied to the handle, looks safe. Let's see what it says." She opened the envelope with a kunai and pulled out a note. "Dear Miss Terumi, I expect that Zabuza Mamachi and his apprentice, Hakuyuki, will join up with your army within a month or so. If he does not, I'm sure you can find someone else worthy of wielding this sword. If he does, tell him to remember secret ninja rule number 0. A friend. What's secret ninja rule number 0? Asked Chijiro. Ao growled. It's an old saying they used to have in Kiri, back in the days before the second ninja war. It goes, don't fuck with the Uzumaki. Mizuki, Chunin instructor of Konoha's Shinobi Academy, hid in the attic of an elderly merchant's house as he scoped out the Hawkage Tower. Perfect, he thought as he watched the 3 genin of Team 7 leave after their debriefing and go their separate ways. Now that the demon brat is back in town, I can move forward with my plans. He vanished into the shadows as he followed Naruto back to his apartment. Sasuke went back to the extensive Uchiha clan training grounds and started practicing his fire jutsu and shuriken jutsu. He couldn't be bothered to think about anyone other than himself. "Sekura, Sekura," Ino shout whispered, grabbing Sekura's arm as Sekura, Sasuke and Naruto left the Hawkage Tower. Ino shot Sasuke a half-shifty, half-flirty look that should have been impossible. "Sekura, we need to talk." Sekura complied, and the two of them went off to a restaurant to talk and eat, which was rare nowadays for the somewhat former friends, rivals. "So," demanded Ino, "is it true?" "Is what true?" Sekura asked, pretending she didn't know. "Is Sasuke you know?" Sekura looked conflicted. "Wait a minute, Sekura." The Pinkette looked guilty. "You started the rumor that Sasuke is gay." Sekura broke. She giggled, and having hot yaoi makeout sessions with Kakashi-sensei. I didn't come up with the Kakashi pairing, but the gay part. You know I'm not into that stuff, snapped Ino. She wasn't a yaoi fangirl, just a Sasuke fangirl. She had heard the rumor secondhand. Why? Well, it's a long story. Spill, commanded Ino. You see, we were on our first C-rank mission, and there was this enemy nin. Sakura told Ino all about Haku and Haku's infuriating androgyny. And then Sasuke said, would that be so bad? So it was kind of, he didn't really say he liked boys, but he kind of hinted it. And I got thinking, and it's yaoi, and just you know. So you don't actually know. Darn, I really hope he's not gay. Sakura sighed. Yeah, I guess. Then she brightened. Sasuke didn't seem to like it when that yaoi fanboy kissed him. He was all like, ugh. And she made an exaggerated grimace to show Sasuke's reaction. So he's not. Thank Kami. Not that I'm against gay people, but you know, it's Sasuke dear, and Ino sighed. Sakura frowned. Yeah, it's just, I guess I got jealous, and Sasuke and Naruto were talking about Haku like that, and I just had to get them back. Ino and Sakura spent a few minutes just eating their low-calorie meals before Sakura came up with another topic. Ino, she started, has Naruto always been so mysterious? She wiggled her fingers to emphasize the last word. Mysterious, echoed Ino. You mean Sasuke? He's the mysterious type. No, I mean Naruto. Did you see what he was wearing earlier? Ino considered. Wait, that hunky boy next to Sasuke was Naruto. Hunky? Sakura looked like the cat that caught the canary. Naruto, hunky. Does this mean you're giving up on Sasuke? Cut it out, you know what I mean. He was wearing not orange. Yeah, exactly. He was wearing not orange. And he doesn't tell us anything about himself. And when we fought Zabuza, he knew a clone jutsu that we weren't taught in the academy. And even though Zabuza couldn't have been very strong, Naruto knocked him out so quickly. And Naruto was so serious for the first half of the mission. I mean, he's still goofy and stupid, but it's like he can turn it off sometimes. And when Kakashi-sensei was teaching us tree climbing, Naruto already knew it, but Sasuke didn't. I can't believe Naruto knew something Sasuke didn't. That's impossible. Sasuke knows everything. Wait, tree climbing. But everyone knows how to climb trees, forehead. Your sensei doesn't teach you anything either, does he? Ino shook her head and huffed. It's a chakra control exercise, explained Sakura. You walk up a tree on just your feet, using your chakra to stick to the tree. And I meant what I said. After Kakashi-sensei showed us the tree climbing, Naruto freaking moonwalked up the tree like some horribly flashy 80s pop star. I tried that after I learned regular tree walking. It's a lot more difficult to do it moonwalking. You have to concentrate chakra into the toe of the foot that's not moving while completely cutting off the chakra to the foot that's sliding backwards. Know what I mean? Ino looked like she was barely managing to follow along, but nodded anyway. And then, continued Sakura, Naruto was the one who came up with the plan to get rid of Gato. That little boy Inari was all gloomy and you're all gonna die. Gato's gonna kill you. But Naruto tells everyone that he spent the entire day spying on Gato and Zabuza, and he says, real ninja don't fight, real ninja just win. And then Naruto tells Kakashi-sensei this whole plan that actually sounded clever. At first I thought he was just trying to upstage Sasuke. But Kakashi-sensei went with it and it actually worked. So what are you saying? That Naruto's been hiding stuff from us? Yes, Naruto's been hiding stuff from everyone. It's like I don't even know who he is anymore. Ino chewed her food for a minute. You know what this means, right? We must investigate, declared Ino, dramatically stabbing her salad fork in the air. We'll get down to the bottom of this. We'll stalk his friends, we'll shadow him from the shadows, we'll figure out what he reads, we'll find out who he likes and who likes him, we'll learn where he eats and what he eats. If he's mysterious, we'll demystify him. Ino got the crazed Yamanaka rumor hunting look on her face, struck a pose, and shouted, information wants to be free. Sakura shook her head. Then she smiled, jumped up, and grabbed Ino in a hug. It's good to have you back, Ino. Ino nodded and hugged Sakura back. It's good to have you back too, Sakura. Then Ino broke the hug and said, Sasuke's still mine though. No way, Ino pig. Sasuke's all mine. Just then, an orange blur ran past the front of the restaurant. Ramen, I've missed you, Databeo. Ino and Sakura looked at each other and laughed. Boys, they said in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi had long been one of the sharpest minds in the village, and this fact did not dull in his old age. After dismissing the 3 genin of Team 7, he asked their Jonin sensei to stay. Kakashi straightened up, his clothing falling into place, and the rip in his mask suddenly vanishing. The cornrows stayed, though. So, Kakashi, what's this I hear about you letting Naruto fight in a ranked missing nin by himself? Kakashi was sweating. It wasn't I didn't. I told the team to protect the client. I challenged Zabuza. We both released our killing intent. You know how it goes. Then one of the kids, I'm not sure if it was Naruto or Sasuke, used a powerful wind jutsu to clear Zabuza's mist. And Naruto it reminded me of watching Minato-sensei fight. You blink and it's over. Except Naruto didn't even move. From Naruto's description of the fight, said Hiruzen, he used shadow clones. He said he had one of them Kawarimi with Zabuza's sword. Yes, a very creative use of Kawarimi. He created 3 shadow clones and 2 of them destroyed Zabuza's water clones. I didn't even see how they did it. The third used the Kawarimi with Zabuza's sword and slapped a paralysis and chakra disruption tag on the back of Zabuza's neck. Naruto activated it, and that was it. How long did it take him to learn the shadow clone jutsu? I assume you taught him. Kakashi looked confused. No, I didn't teach him. I thought you had taught him. Maybe he watched one of the other Jonin perform the technique. Apparently the Ignore Me Jinjutsu on that book was very good. Possibly, said Hiruzen. There are a number of Jonin who know the shadow clone jutsu, and he could have gotten the ceiling tag at one of the more specialized stores. Has he exhibited any other unusual behavior? Well, he seems to know a lot about what's going on in Kiri. He told Zabuza's apprentice the rebel leader's name, Terumi. Once again, Hiruzen was surprised. That's not public knowledge. Jiraiya's spies reported her name years ago, but we never told anyone, not even the Shinobi Council. And as far as I know, Jiraiya hasn't been in contact with Naruto. I suppose he could have overheard it from that Whirlwind employee he mentioned at the start of the mission. And Whirlwind Postal, new company, showed up around a year and a half ago. They have an office in Midtown. They specialize in high-speed long-distance deliveries of letters and small packages. We deliver anywhere, to anybody, speedy, safe and confidential, that's their motto. Doesn't that cut into our ninja missions escorting scrolls and the like? Asked Kakashi. I thought the same, but there's nothing I could do about it. They're a civilian business and not a direct threat to our security. And it turns out the business from C-ranked escort missions has actually doubled in terms of profits since Whirlwind started up. We lost a lot of scroll delivery missions, but we actually gained a large number of personal escort missions, which as you know, pay more than scroll deliveries. It seems that better long-distance communication causes people to travel more. Interesting. Well, I suppose if they really deliver to anywhere in the elemental countries, they would have to know the general state of places like Kiri. Is Terumi's name General Knowledge in Kiri? Yes, it is, said Hiruzen. The Mizukage posted a rather large bounty on her. I suppose that explains Naruto's knowledge. Have you considered sending someone undercover as an employee of Whirlwind? It sounds like it would be useful to learn what information they have on other countries, even if only to learn how much they know. That's a good idea, thanks for the suggestion. Now, back to Naruto. How strong is he? He managed to take out a Jonin-level missing nin using a single high-level ninjutsu, and a couple of tricks. How are his other skills coming along? Taijutsu, Shuriken and Kunai throwing, stealth, chakra control. Any progress on Jinjutsu? Kakashi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. His chakra control seems to be good. He already knew the tree climbing exercise when I taught it to the others. Where did he learn that? He said he read it in a book. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow again. Naruto, read a book. That's what he said. Okay, what about Taijutsu and the other skills? I don't know. Kakashi, I've been focusing on their teamwork. I've been acting too serious, thought Naruto as he dashed toward Ikaraku's, now wearing his orange jumpsuit again. Kakashi is getting suspicious about my skills, and I certainly don't want to trust him with my secrets. He hasn't even tried to teach us a single thing other than tree climbing. Every ninja knows tree climbing. I've seen them using it since I first learned to spot the ninja dashing around Konoha on the rooftops. I mean, he's not the only Jonin sensei to slack off on training his students, but he takes it to an extreme. Not exactly behavior conducive to team loyalty. It's a good thing I managed to get to the Hokage and give Gramps a toned-down description of the mission and the confrontation with Zabuza. He might have gotten more curious if he only got Kakashi's shorthand report. I might like Grandpa Hokage, but there's no way I'm telling him all my secrets. He hasn't even admitted that he knew my parents, and he hasn't even hinted at the Kyuubi. For the Hokage, Konoha comes first, and most of Konoha really doesn't like me. Of course, my tail is certainly not good enough to be an ANBU ordered by Gramps to follow me. Whoever it is kind of sucks at stealth. I wonder who it is. That chakra signature feels familiar. Low Chunin level, good thing I'm already playing the village idiot act. Plastering a bright smile on his face, Naruto bounced toward his favorite ramen stand, shouting, "Ramen. I've missed you, Databeo." Ugh, though Mizuki, I don't know how some people don't see it. The fact that the brat can eat that much ramen at once is proof that he's not human. Well, we'll see who's laughing at the end of today. Now let's see where you're going next, demon. I need you to be in town, but I can't pull off my plan while you're in public. Mizuki dashed from one shadow to another as he followed Naruto to wherever he was going. After eating 20 bowls of ramen, Naruto went to his run-down apartment in the bad part of town, picked up a comic book, lounged on his ratty couch, and started reading it. Or rather, his shadow clone did. Deep underground, Naruto walked into his training hall to start his physical training, when he noticed a couple of presences other than the hundreds of shadow clones practicing chakra control and ninjutsu. Shikamaru, it's been weeks since you've been down here. How's it been going? Shikamaru stopped bending his shadow and yawned. Troublesome. Heard you got back from your first C rank. We're still on D ranks, Shino stated. We thought once we got on genin teams our Jonin senseis would start training us more seriously than we did in the academy. Logical, right. But it seems that's not the case. Shikamaru's sensei is lazy enough to be a Nara, and Kurenai sensei just has us sparring with each other a couple times a day. Yeah, agreed Naruto. Kakashi sensei taught Sasuke and Sakura the tree climbing exercise. And that was it. He never did any other training or teaching. But there are Jonin senseis who do train their students. You've seen Might Guy, right? Both of Naruto's friends shivered. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more troublesome, said Shikamaru. Have to agree with you there, said Naruto. But the point is, he trains his genin all the time. They spend more time training than on missions. I suppose we'll have to just do our own training, like we always have, concluded Shino. Yeah, agreed Naruto. He thought back to the day Shino and Shikamaru had become his friends. Naruto had just turned 9. It was mid-October, 1 month after he had discovered the Yondaime's book stashed in the library. He had done the math and decided that Minato Namikaze had to have been his father. He hadn't told anybody, but he had started training in secret. Over the last month, Naruto's progress was simultaneously frustrating and astounding. Frustrating, because, as his father suggested, Naruto wanted to build an underground training ground, but he didn't know any earth jutsu for digging. There weren't any earth jutsu listed in the book, and there weren't any elemental jutsu at all in the academy library. On the other hand, objectively, Naruto's progress was amazing because he had gone through the chakra control exercises from leaf sticking to tree walking to water walking in the space of 1 month. And he had learned 2 of the 3 academy ninjutsu, Henge and Kawarami. Currently, Naruto was under a very generic-looking henge, running sprints on top of a pond from one end to another, with several leaves sticking to his forehead and arms. He was trying to increase his control to the level where he could perform the Academy Bunshin, an illusionary clone which required a very small amount of chakra. Beads of sweat ran down his neck as he concentrated on outputting the right amount of chakra to each of the leaves at the same time as outputting a varying amount from his feet in order to stay atop the water. That was when 2 boys from Naruto's academy class walked up to the pond. Hey Naruto, said Shikamaru Nara, a skinny boy with a pineapple-style ponytail, waving his hand at the boy running on the water. Naruto lost his concentration and fell in the water, producing a big splash. Spluttering, he swam to the edge of the pond and climbed out. Hi, who are you two? Asked Naruto, still under the henge. We know it's you, Naruto, said Shinobi, a quiet short-haired brunette wearing a high-collared jacket and sunglasses in the style of his clan. Why? Because I tracked you with one of my Kikeichu. Oh, okay, you got me, it's me. Naruto dropped the henge. So question, drawled Shikamaru. What is the class idiot doing practicing high-level chakra control exercises and mastering ninjutsu we won't learn in the academy until next year? Naruto sighed. Can you guys keep a secret? Both of them nodded. Okay, basically I'm hiding my skills so that people won't know what to expect from me when I become a ninja. My goal is to become a real ninja, someone who works in stealth and in secret, who uses deception as his greatest weapon. That's why I'm acting stupid and getting the lowest scores. Well, that and sometimes I'm just too tired after training and I fall asleep in class. Can you keep this a secret? Troublesome. Yes, said Shikamaru. That makes sense. Of course I can keep it a secret, said Shino. Good. So, question, said Naruto. What is the smartest guy in class doing getting the second lowest grades? Shikamaru groaned. Troublesome. Class grades don't mean anything in the real world. Why make the effort? Wanna train together? It turned out that Shino and Shikamaru weren't interested in doing anywhere near the same amount of training as Naruto. It helped that both of them were extremely non-competitive. Still, they trained with Naruto a couple of times a week. Naruto was rather annoyed to find that both of them learned the chakra control exercises faster than he did, though neither had anywhere near as much stamina as he did. We need a secret underground base where we can train in secret, said Naruto a month later. Having finally mastered the Bunshin and wanting to move on to the more interesting things his father came up with. Isn't that kind of overkill? Asked Shikamaru. Huh? Overkill? What's that? Asked Naruto, quite seriously. Overkill, defined Shikamaru, spending too much effort on something that isn't worth it. Oh, then no, it's not overkill. I want to try some training methods that I really don't want anyone seeing. The problem is, we need some Earth-style jutsu in order to make an underground training room. I'll check my family's library to see if we have any Earth-style scrolls, said Shino. Likewise, sighed Shikamaru. I gotta start pranking higher-level ninja, said Naruto. Establish a cover before I start sneaking into places like the Chunin-only library, just in case I get caught. One day, in a hollowed-out training hall deep beneath Konoha, 2 root drones wearing white animal masks were sparring. Suddenly, pebbles started falling from the sandstone ceiling, and the 2 of them jumped back, falling into a defensive stance. The ceiling cracked open and a blonde 9-year-old boy fell on his butt. He blinked and looked around. Hi, he said cheerily. I was digging. He smiled a broad smile at them, stood up and dusted off his pants, and made a few hand signs. See you later, underground creature people. He chirped and dove into the ground. The holes in the ceiling and floor closed up, leaving no trace that anything had ever happened. The 2 root drones blinked and looked at each other. Did that just happen? Asked one in a tone of voice that went against root regulations. I think so, said the other. He was funny. Then the anti-emotion seals that all root ninja had tattooed on their skulls kicked in, and both of them forgot it ever happened. Note to self, thought Naruto as he dug horizontally after going down several meters. Figure out how to use Fuinjutsu to protect my base from random strangers using the earth release. Hiding like a mole jutsu. And that was how it started. So, said Naruto, now that we're all around 13 years old, we can start using lightweights and resistance seals without having to worry about stunting our growth. I'll take resistance seals, said Shikamaru. Like your dad wrote, speed is everything in a fight, and the seals are better for speed training. Oh yeah, Naruto had shared most of the contents of his father's book with his 2 friends. They couldn't read it, thanks to the powerful Genjutsu seal, and some things were private, but Naruto could certainly copy sections of the book by hand. I'm afraid I'll have to stick with weights, said Shino. My Kakechu will interfere with the resistance seals. Okay, said Naruto. I'll be using seals as well. You guys up for a light taijutsu spar to get used to them? Taijutsu only, no chakra enhancement, declared Shikamaru. Pure taijutsu was Naruto's weakest area. At a young age, it would have been unwise to attempt the heavy strength training necessary to match top taijutsu and weapons users based on physical strength. Without enhancing his body with chakra, he was a fair match for his 2 best friends in a 2-on-1 taijutsu match. He had, after all, done far more practice than they. Of course, when Naruto compensated using large amounts of well-controlled chakra to enhance his body, it was no contest. And when he eventually multiplied his pure physical strength and speed through the new resistance seal training, there was no telling how far he could go. Naruto's clone, still lounging on his couch reading his comic book, felt his tail disappear. Wonder what he's up to. Well, he didn't find out anything about me. Then Naruto clone felt a couple of familiar chakra signatures approaching. Sakura and Ino. What are they doing in this part of town? They're just outside my window. I think they're spying on me. Naruto clone hid his devilish smirk behind his comic book. He discreetly took a deep breath, shifted his butt, and blew all that air out through his lips in a raspberry to simulate an enormous fart. Then he grunted, "Ah, that's better." Sakura and Ino gagged. "Phew," said Naruto clone, waving his comic book in front of his nose. "Guess I need to air out this place." He walked over to the window as if to open it. Before he was halfway there, his enhanced hearing heard the sound of Ino and Sakura fleeing. When he reached the window, he looked out and saw something that would have made his blood freeze in his veins, if he had any. Mizuki snuck into the Hawkage Tower, using a henge to impersonate Naruto. He had figured out all the traps and security around his goal months ago, and then his plans had been ruined when that demon brat managed to pass the exam. It had taken him months to come up with an alternate plan. No one saw him as he dodged between guards and painstakingly disabled or bypassed each trap before finally reaching the treasure. Oh, Orochimaru was going to be so pleased. As Mizuki picked up the forbidden scroll of seals and slung it on his back using a strap, he failed to notice something glowing on the shelf after he picked it up. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Mizuki jumped back in surprise when the Hawkage himself stepped in front of him. "Oh, right, I'm still wearing the face of the demon brat." Hey, who are you?" shouted a 9-year-old boy, running up. Are you trying to steal that scroll? I'll stop you. No, Konohamaru. Get back. That isn't Naruto. It was too late. Konohamaru pulled out a wooden kunai and charged at Mizuki, who planted a fist in the little boy's gut, whipped out a real kunai, and held it to Konohamaru's neck. Let me go, or your grandson dies, threatened Mizuki. With a look of anger on his face, the Hokage backed off. Mizuki dashed out the window, still holding Konohamaru with the kunai at his neck. He raced through the streets of Konoha, still wearing Naruto's face. Naruto groaned. That was brutal. Shino groaned. His insects buzzed quietly. Shikamaru yawned. Naruto, what do you think about getting some clouds down here? All three of them were lying on their backs after their first training spar with weights, seals. Shino groaned again. Shika, said Shino, don't get him started on Fuinjutsu. It was too late. Well, started Naruto. I suppose I could design a physical light reflecting Genjutsu seal that makes the roof blue like the sky and puts clouds up there, but then there's a problem with distance perception. The clouds will look too close, a mind-affecting genjutsu to fix that would be annoying for anyone who can sense foreign chakra in their system. You know what would be ideal is if I could make the seal track the locations of everyone in the room and angle the photons at their eyes in just the right angles to make the clouds appear far away. But that would be like more complex than the 8 trigram seal course. We don't have to worry about ridiculously powerful chakra levels here, so it's not nearly as dangerous as the Kyuubi seal. Naruto, interrupted Shino, remind me again why your years dead last. And then I'd have to figure out how to make random shaped clouds, which is gonna be a rather interesting algorithm, or maybe I could just copy the look of the sky outside, which would require a camera somewhere linked to the sky genjutsu, actually several cameras, so we can get all angles of the sky, and probably a modified security seal to keep birds and bugs from landing on the cameras. But then what about the other weather? We don't want it to look like it's raining down here without actually getting wet. Probably need to store recordings of nice, partially cloudy days. Need a seal to recognize optimal weather patterns. Probably have to use one of my new deep neural network seals for that. Good thing I came up with that 3-dimensional seal technique, or I would literally have square miles of seals for every neural net. Shikamaru yawned loudly and pointedly. Right, said Naruto, jumping up energetically. I'll get some shadow clones on it. He produced 5 shadow clones who immediately dashed off through a tunnel to another part of their underground complex. Shino and Shikamaru decided to take a nap. That was when Naruto received a memory from the shadow clone in his apartment. I'll just duck into the alleyway here next to the demon brat's apartment, seal my treasure into a storage scroll, drop my henge, knock out the Hokage's grandson, and leave. Everyone will think it was the demon brat that stole the scroll. Even the Hokage himself will be hard-pressed to say otherwise, even if he felt my chakra signature. This was Mizuki's plan. Unfortunately for him, he didn't count on one thing. Hey, shouted Naruto, landing in the street in front of him. I don't know who you are, but you're not me. And what are you gonna do about it? You're just a stupid genin who shouldn't have even passed the academy final. And in case you haven't noticed, I've got the Hokage's grandson here. He held up Konohamaru, who looked just about scared out of his pants. Naruto considered for a moment, extending his senses. Suddenly he realized who he was talking to. Interesting predicament. There's just one problem, Mizuki. Mizuki gaped. How did you? Fine, you figured me out, but it's not gonna help you. He dropped the henge and held Konohamaru tighter. You don't seem to understand your situation, said Naruto. You see, that's not the Hokage's grandson. The boy under Mizuki's arm was engulfed in white smoke. When it cleared, what Mizuki was holding was a life-sized, spiky brown-haired, extremely creepy wooden puppet. The puppet's head creaked and jerked as it turned 180 degrees on its neck and stared into Mizuki's eyes with its painted face. Mizuki, Mizuki, said the puppet in a tinny girl's voice, as if coming from a speaker. G-O-H, shouted Mizuki, dropping the puppet and kicking it into the side of a building. The puppet vanished in another puff of smoke. Naruto snickered. And one more thing. Your stealth is terrible. You're even worse at stalking people than Hinata is. An yep came out of an alleyway somewhere down the road. I'll kill you, Kyuubi brat, shouted Mizuki. He pulled out another kunai and rushed Naruto. Hey Gramps, called Naruto. Anytime now. The Hokage came down on Mizuki like a load of bricks. 2.5 seconds later, the traitor was a moaning heap of broken bones, and Hiruzen was holding the scroll of seals in one hand and his bow staff in the other. Grandpa, shouted Konohamaru, running out of Naruto's apartment building into his grandfather's arms. Whoa, said Ino. See what I mean? Whispered Sakura, mysterious. Both of them had turned around at Naruto's shout and had seen the entire scene with Mizuki, as had dozens of other villagers. He just rescued that kid. And where did he get that creepy puppet thing? exclaimed Ino. And was that Mizuki-sensei? Asked Sakura. Ino nodded. It was. And he calls the Hokage Gramps. What does that mean? He seems to be really close to the Hokage for some reason, explained Sakura. It's not the first time I've seen Naruto call Lord Hokage Gramps or old man. At first I thought he was being disrespectful, but the Hokage just smiled at Naruto. But I don't know why. Mysterious and mysterious said Ino. You know what this means, right? MMHM, nodded Sakura. More investigation. While Ino and Sakura were acting like 12-year-olds, Hiruzen led Konohamaru and Naruto back to the Hokage Tower, where he replaced the scroll of seals and reactivated security, then led them back to his office. Naruto, I owe you my thanks, said Hiruzen. Konohamaru tells me you got him out of danger even before you jumped in front of Mizuki. Ooh yeah, no problem. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. I take it you used the same method as you used on Zabuza, a shadow clone with a Kawarimi. Naruto nodded. Interesting touch with the henge. Yeah, said Konohamaru from where he sat in his grandfather's lap. That puppet was creepy. I do wonder why you didn't take on Mizuki yourself the way you did with Zabuza. Oh, Naruto's face fell. I just didn't want all those people who were watching to see how dangerous the Kyuubi brat could be. I was gonna ask you about that, said Konohamaru with all the sensitivity of an 8-year-old. Why did Mizuki call you Kyuubi brat? Naruto. It's okay, Gramps. I figured it out years ago, said Naruto, seriously. The villagers have been calling me Kyuubi brat and demon spawn ever since I can remember. And you always avoided the question whenever I asked you who my parents were. Hiruzen frowned, wondering if Naruto had figured out who his parents were. Konohamaru, continued Naruto, did anyone ever tell you about the attack 13 years ago, when the great nine-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi no Kitsune, attacked Konoha? Nodded the little boy. Everyone knows that the Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyuubi, and that's true, but it's not the whole truth. Said Konohamaru. Get to the point already. You see, explained Naruto, the Kyuubi was my daddy. Hiruzen choked. 2A and B, you lost concentration, fell from the ceiling, and hit the floor head first. Konohamaru said, whoa, really? Really? Naruto nodded. I see, said Konohamaru, having solved a great mystery. That explains the whiskers. Yeah, I guess it does. You're not scared. Konohamaru shook his head. It's pretty badass, actually. Hey Naruto, can you teach me some jutsu? Sure, I guess. Great. I'll call you boss, like your smoky clone did back in your house. Konohamaru grinned. Seeing the perfect shot, Naruto snapped a photo of Konohamaru grinning in his grandfather's lap while his grandfather was still frozen in horror. Hey boss, why do you take a picture? I'll show you after I get it developed. He turned around and snapped another photo of the 2ANBU, sprawled in an undignified manner on the floor. Hiruzen finally unfroze. Naruto, he said, I don't know how to put this, but your father was not the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Said Konohamaru. You mean the Kyuubi was his mommy? No. Neither of Naruto's parents was anything but human and you just pranked me, didn't you? Naruto's Cheshire grin said everything. Stop it, that tickles, giggled Naruto, batting away Konohamaru's hand. After Naruto had pulled up the top of his orange tracksuit along with his undershirt and molded chakra to show the seal on his stomach, the little boy had jumped off his grandfather's lap and proceeded to poke Naruto's stomach with his 8-year-old fingers. How does it work? Asked Konohamaru. Naruto looked up at the Hokage with a question on his face. Hiruzen smiled and nodded, as if to say, go on, explain it to him. Well, have you ever used a storage scroll? Asked Naruto, dropping his shirt to cover his belly again. No, Konohamaru shook his head, but I've seen Grandpa do it. Naruto scratched his head for a moment, then pulled a scroll out of a pocket. This, said Naruto, is an empty storage scroll. He unrolled the scroll on the floor, showing an intricate spiral design made out of many lines of ink. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. That's not a standard storage scroll, that's an Uzumaki seal. Did Naruto make that himself? The paper is new, he couldn't have just found it somewhere. Then he had another thought. Letting Konohamaru interrogate Naruto may be the best idea I've had since I stole that crystal ball during the Second Ninja War. Now, do you have something to store in the scroll? Konohamaru dug in his pocket and pulled out a wooden kunai. Perfect, declared Naruto. Put the kunai on top of the scroll, in the middle of the seal design. Do you know how to channel chakra? Yeah, grinned Konohamaru, like when sensei taught me the leaf sticking exercise, right? Exactly, said Naruto. Put your finger on the seal. Now think, I want to put this kunai in the scroll, and channel a bit of chakra into the seal. With a puff of smoke, the wooden practice kunai vanished into the scroll. Now, said Naruto, this scroll is special. You can actually add a bunch of other things to the scroll without taking the kunai out. Naruto grabbed the chair he had been sitting on, dragged it and put one leg onto the scroll, then sealed the chair into the scroll. There are 3 things you have to be careful about. First, you can't store anything living into this scroll, so no hiding people or animals in there. Second, the limit for this scroll is 500 cubic meters of stuff, which is about half the size of this room. So if you find that you can't add something to the scroll, it's probably because it's already full. And third, when you take stuff out again, it all comes out at once, so make sure you have plenty of space to unload it when you do. Got it. Naruto handed the scroll to Konohamaru. Okay, now I want you to think. I want to take everything out of this scroll while channeling some chakra into it. Naruto stood back and Konohamaru unsealed the kunai and chair from the scroll. Cool, shouted Konohamaru. Naruto rolled up the scroll and handed it to Konohamaru along with the kunai. Keep it, it's yours. Thanks, bro. No problem, Konohamaru. Now, back to our original discussion. Can you guess what this seal does? Naruto lifted his shirt again, showing the 8 trigrams seal. It turns you into a storage scroll, said Konohamaru. Exactly, Naruto beamed. My belly is like a storage scroll that holds a giant, walking, talking fuzzy 9-tailed critter. That's why this seal looks so much different than the seal on the storage scroll. This one is designed to hold tailed beasts like the Kyuubi. So if you channel some chakra into the seal, can you get the Kyuubi out again? Asked Konohamaru. Naruto snorted. No, actually this one is designed so you can never get Kyuubi out again. This wasn't entirely true, but Naruto was not going to say anything about that. Konohamaru, said Hiruzen, seriously. Yes, Gramps, this is important. You must never speak of the Kyuubi being sealed in Naruto to anyone. Not your friends, not your teacher. It's an S-ranked village secret, which means you can actually be put to death for telling the secret. Understand? Konohamaru nodded soberly. Okay, now why don't you two help me wake up these brave ANBU who seem to have fainted on our floor? Hiruzen was answered with 2 wicked grins. Can we use fire? Asked Konohamaru. After waking the 2 guards in the most embarrassing way possible, Hiruzen sent Konohamaru home with his mother, who, while in ANBU, had fortunately or unfortunately not been one of the 2 in the room. Then he sent the ANBU to guard the doors of the room from the outside, and used a privacy seal to prevent anyone from hearing. This left Naruto alone with Hiruzen, who had questions he didn't want his grandson to hear the answers of. Naruto, how did you really learn about the Kyuubi? Asked the Hawkage. Naruto thought back to when he was 9 years old. Well, the new underground training room was finally ready to use. Shikamaru, Shino and Naruto had racked their brains and searched all the libraries they had access to for an earth jutsu that could hollow out a large space under the bedrock, until Naruto finally came up with the method of using the hiding like a mole jutsu, which temporarily turns the dirt and rock you are digging through into soft sand, to carve out large chunks of rock and seal them into storage scrolls. When they had hollowed out a large enough cavern, they smoothed out the walls and floor with multiple earth release, earth-style walls, and Naruto had painted chakra-absorbing seals on the walls, sealing in on the rock below the dirt floor in order to prevent anyone from sensing their training methods. In addition, Naruto had painted seals on the ceiling to keep the air fresh and provide lighting. The result was a giant underground room, deep below the surface of the bedrock, 120 meters wide in either direction and 30 meters tall. It was glorious. Today, Naruto was alone in the training hall. With a sense of accomplishment at finishing their project, Shikamaru and Shino had decided to take a couple days off of training. Naruto, on the other hand, was just too excited. He could finally take his training to the next level. Naruto formed a cross-shaped hand seal with his index fingers. Focusing his chakra, he shouted, "Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu." 200 clones appeared in the training hall. Naruto frowned. He didn't even feel tired. Okay, everyone spread out. I need more space. His clones complied. Naruto took a deep breath in and focused as much chakra as he could. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, 1,000 new clones appeared in a giant puff of white smoke. Naruto grinned. Then he toppled over in a dead faint. Naruto opened his eyes. He inspected his surroundings. Usually when I pass out I either wake up right where I fell, or in a hospital bed. Not to mention, he blinked. I'm usually lying down. He had awoken in a concrete sewer tunnel with pipes running overhead, standing ankle deep in water, which strangely enough wasn't dirty like in a normal sewer. He heard growling in the distance. Weird. Well, said Naruto, may as well go check that out. Instinctively walking atop the water, Naruto took off at a wary jogging speed. Eventually, the sewer tunnel entered a large, dark, cavernous room. On one side, there was an enormous pair of doors made of metal bars, like a prison gate. The doors were seemingly held shut by a single piece of paper with kanji for seal written on it. Beyond the doors was darkness, until a fearsome killing intent, more than Naruto had ever felt before, blasted from behind the doors, and an enormous, glowing set of eyes appeared, and a gigantic set of fangs, each tooth taller than Naruto himself. Naruto froze in fear. "Hello, human," said the creature. Its voice reverberated through the room, shaking Naruto's bones. Naruto jumped back. "What the hell?" shouted Naruto. "It's a giant carnivorous talking bunny rabbit." "I am not a bunny rabbit," roared the creature. "I am the great nine-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi no Kitsune. Bow before me, Pian." "Kyuubi," said Naruto. "You don't look so tough." "Grrrargh," roared the now-named Kyuubi, slamming into the cage doors. "Also," said Naruto, "you're definitely a bunny rabbit. Nothing else has big, long, cute-looking ears like that." He nodded as if to affirm his conclusion. "How dare you, you criffing spawn of a womp rat in a hut. I am not cute. You're a Star Wars fan. Darth Maul is my favorite character. I bet your favorite is something lame like that whiny fleshbag Luke or the preaky green shrimp, Yoda. Hey, Yoda is totally awesome. But yeah, Luke is kinda wimpy. And my favorite character is actually Boba Fett." Boba Fett. Nobody knows anything about him. I'll never understand why people like Boba Fett. He isn't even a real character. He only has like 18 lines in all the Star Wars movies, and most of them are in one of the trashy prequels. "Exactly," explained Naruto. "He's like a ninja. Of course nobody knows anything about him." "Whatever. Now what do you want, human? Did you come here to demand some of my power?" growled Kyuubi. "Huh? No, I don't want anything. Well, actually I want to know where I am and how I got here, and preferably also how to get out." "You don't want my chakra." "Why would I want your chakra? And isn't it, like, yours? How would I be able to use it anyway?" "You don't know, do you?" "Know what?" Kyuubi snorted. 9 years ago, that stupid blonde fleshbag, your Yondaime, sealed me inside you. Humans with Biju sealed inside of them are called Jinchuriki, human sacrifices. Jinchuriki can use their Biju's chakra to gain power and become fearsome fighting machines. Naruto stopped breathing. "The Yondaime, my father, and I'll bet the villagers all knew about it, and that's why they call me demon and evil all the time. But I'm not a demon, I'm a human with a well, you sealed inside me." "Wait, if you're sealed inside me, how am I talking to you? Is that paper thing holding the doors shut? Is that the seal? And where are we?" "We are in your mind. I guess you'd call this your mindscape. And yes, that paper represents your control of the seal. So mindscapes are real. I thought they were only fiction, like in Inception." "Wait, Inception has dreamscapes, not mindscapes. Are those real too?" "Yes, but there's no time dilation effect." "Cool. But if this is my mindscape, where are my memories? Isn't there supposed to be some representation of my memories somewhere around here? Like books or glowy orb things? I don't know. This isn't a Harry Potter fanfic. Mindscapes aren't even part of HP canon anyway. Nah, I'll figure it out." "So Jinchuriki. What are the other Jinchuriki like? Are they samurai or ninjas?" "HMPH. They call themselves ninjas. But if a human used a Biju's chakra, wouldn't they be fighting more or less like a samurai? No swords, but if I used your chakra I'd probably be glowing orange and people would be able to feel the chakra output miles away. Granted, it would be extremely powerful in a blunt weapon kind of way, like a proton torpedo. Everyone could see it coming and everyone would know who it was. Not very ninja-like. True, but that never stopped any of the other ninjas." "I don't get it," said Naruto, frowning in thought. "You almost sound like you want me to use your chakra." "Of course I don't want you to use my chakra. It's my chakra." "Yes, you do. You've been practically offering it to me this whole time. And you're answering my questions and stuff and more or less acting nice." "I am not nice. I am a demon. I am the greatest, most powerful demon in the world. I am evil incarnate." "Exactly. Which is why it would be incredibly stupid for me to take your chakra. I mean seriously, anyone who reads comic books or watches TV or movies knows that using a malevolent source of power, one that you didn't earn, practically makes you a supervillain. I mean, the only good guy I can think of who uses an external source of power is Doctor Strange, and he gets his extra power from Agamotto, who's a nice guy. You're more like Dormammu, except slightly cooler. And then there's the fact that the bad guys who use external sources of nasty power always end up getting badly beaten like Baron Mordo or exploding like that Extremis guy in Iron Man 3 or dying when the power leaves them or possessed or eaten within a couple of episodes or by the end of the movie or comic book. It'd be like Spider-Man using the alien symbiote slime thing that tries to take him over. I mean, how idiotic and boneheaded would I have to be? Damn, huffed Kyuubi. I was hoping you'd fall for that. You're a funny guy, you know, snickered Naruto. What's your name anyway? Kyuubi is just a description of your nine-tailed form, it's not a name. I'm not telling you my name. Names have power for powerful beings such as I, just call me Kyuubi. Naruto blinked. Huh, really? I thought that was a fairy tale thing. Okay, Kyuubi. Then he changed the subject. By the way, have you seen the Star Wars movie they released 2 years ago? Can you even get movies in here? There's a new one. Really? Who knew? Kyuubi could use the puppy dog eyes. It would have been effective, especially with the bunny ears, if he hadn't been 5 stories tall. Man, that really sucks, said Naruto. Do you know if there's a way I can get you the movie? If you let me, I can access your senses, so I can see what you see and hear what you hear. Cool. So all I have to do is rewatch the movie. Wait, what about shadow clones? Can you see the memories that come in when a shadow clone is dispelled? If I send a bit of chakra that way, and if you channel your intent into the seal, yeah, probably. I don't think I can access your older memories though. Okay, let's try that. I don't really want to go back and rewatch all the movies that came out in the last 9 years myself. Thanks, human. I have a name, you know. It's Naruto Uzumaki. Fleshbag. Bunny rabbit. Stupid blonde. Fuzzbutt. Ramen addict. Hey, don't knock ramen. It's the food of the gods. I'm a demon. Good point. What's your favorite food, then? Chocolate, dark chocolate, the good kind, not that plastic from Hershey's. Kyuubi's face twisted in distaste as he said plastic. Preferably German or Swiss. I would have figured you'd say humans. Humans are alright, but the good ones are rare. I like 'em nice and fat. Daimyos are especially good. Why do you attack Konoha then? It's a ninja village, not many fat people. You wouldn't understand. Try me. Not telling. Come on, Naruto pouted. After all this bonding we did. Bonding? Faye. I was bored. If you don't tell me, I won't let you watch movies. Grrrrrr, fine, I'll tell you. Great, I'm listening. Eventually. Now leave, human. But fine. This isn't over, you know. And you haven't even told me how to leave. It's your mind. Just focus on wanting to leave. Oh, got it. Duh. Naruto turned around as if to leave. One more question, said Naruto, turning back. This is very important. I have to know. Are you a guy or a girl? Insolent fleshbag, growled Kyuubi. He blasted some chakra through the bars, sending Naruto out of his mindscape and into consciousness. Well, said Naruto, his mind back in the present. He told Hiruzen, I made too many shadow clones one time and ended up talking to the Kyuubi in my mind. And that's how I found out Kyuubi was sealed inside me. So you can talk to the Kyuubi. Yeah, he's actually pretty cool once you get past the whole I want to eat you thing. And he's definitely a he. I got Kiba to show me how to tell the sex of a dog once, and I snuck up on Kyuubi while he was sleeping. Definitely a dude. Hiruzen blinked. Well, that's you learn something every day. I really should be used to Naruto's antics by now. How old were you when this happened? Naruto scratched his head. 9. By the way, Naruto, said Hiruzen, changing the subject, or perhaps finally getting to the point. How did you learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu? It's a B-rank forbidden jutsu. Normally only our Jonin have access to jutsu like that. I read it in a book. Hiruzen used his Hokage stare. Naruto sighed. Then he blanked his face. How about you tell me who my parents were and I'll tell you where I learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto, I know you know. I've always known you were lying when you said you didn't know. I deserve to know. They're my parents. It's an S-class secret. It's an S-class secret about me. It should be my secret. And you know I can keep a secret. Really? You? Keep a secret? The loudest ninja in Konoha. I've known the Shadow Clone Jutsu for 4 years, and you just found out today. Same with my knowledge of the Kyuubi. And Naruto narrowed his eyes at Hiruzen. Not even Kakashi-sensei knows I can make my own custom storage scrolls. So he caught that I noticed, did he? Then again, I should have expected it. I wonder if his academy grades were faked or if he just didn't care what they were, like Shikamaru Nara. Hiruzen sighed. Alright, Naruto, but keep in mind that your parents, both of them, had a large number of enemies, and many of them will not hesitate to strike at you because of who your parents were. Naruto nodded seriously. Hiruzen reached down and unlocked a drawer in his desk, eventually pulling out a photo, which he handed to Naruto, who took it greedily. Your parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the Yondaime Hokage, and his wife. Finally, it took you long enough, said Naruto. So that's my mom, huh? She's older than in the other pictures I've seen of her. And she's pregnant. Hiruzen face palmed. You already knew. You already knew. He sighed. I should have expected that, right? I'm a ninja, grandpa. And not just that, I'm a teenager, and supposed to know things I'm not supposed to know. So how did you find out? I read it in a book. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yup, it's nice being the one with all the answers, isn't it? Naruto grinned. Finally, he unzipped his orange jacket, reached inside and pulled out a book, which he placed on the Hokage's big desk. That's the book. Book? Asked Hiruzen, his eyes traveling back to Naruto's face. Naruto looked at the book and tapped it with his finger. With effort, Hiruzen looked back at the book. Then he looked at Naruto again. Naruto nodded and tapped the book again. Hold on, Kai. Yup, there's a Jinjutsu on the book, but it looks like it's just a Kai. Just an out-of-date history textbook. And the Jinjutsu keeps coming back after I dispel it. Kai? Yup, it's a dual-layered Jinjutsu seal. One layer makes it look like a boring history textbook and the other layer makes people want to ignore the book. The only exception is if the person looking at the book is a descendant of both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. On top of that, Naruto sealed the book back into his jacket. There are security seals that make it so the book will self-destruct if anyone not authorized actually gets past the Jinjutsu and tries to open the book. So this book, it was written by my dad and it contains the Namikaze family secrets. He's the one that put the seals on it. Oh, I see. And a few other things, like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, I take it. Yeah, he actually hid it in the Academy library along with a few other places, hoping that his descendants might one day find it. Apparently, he was very much aware that the position of Hokage could require him to sacrifice his life for Konoha, and he didn't trust the system to keep his secrets safe and pass them on to his children. Minato, said Hiruzen, you clever boy. What else is in the book? Naruto snorted and grinned. Namikaze family secrets. You might have guessed, a bit of Fuinjutsu, and other things. Rasengan. Not telling, sang Naruto. Haracian. What's that? Naruto plastered an innocent look on his face that was patently false. Hiruzen chuckled. The Chunin exams are next month. I believe Kakashi plans to enter your team. I look forward to seeing how you do. That's nice. I look forward to seeing if I can get through the exams without showing my skills. Naruto grinned. Speaking of Kakashi-sensei, could you do me a favor, Gramps? Don't tell him about the book, or the Fuinjutsu. He hasn't actually taught us anything. Well, he taught Sasuke and Sakura the tree walking exercise, but I already knew that. He's more of a team captain than a sensei, so I don't really want to share my secrets with him. Actually, don't tell anyone about the book. I've spoken with Kakashi about the training. Actually, said Hiruzen. I told him to start teaching more. But yes, I'll keep the book a secret. A clan secret, actually. Not many know it. But when someone becomes Hokage, their family, no matter how small, becomes registered as a clan of Konoha, with all the rights and privileges of the founding clans. And if you share clan secrets with other people, those people are actually legally not allowed to share them with others. Cool. Thanks, Gramps. Alright, I guess I'd better get to this paperwork. Okay, see you around, old man. Naruto left in a puff of smoke. He used Shunshin, thought Hiruzen, so he doesn't know the Haracian. Or maybe he knows the Haracian, but he used Shunshin to make me think he doesn't know Haracian. Damn it, that boy is as good as Ibiki with the mind games. Team 7, here for another C-ranked mission, said Kakashi. It was 10 the next morning. Kakashi had shown up to Team 7's meeting spot an hour earlier than normal, and led them to the Hokage Tower via a ridiculously tortuous path. Didn't your team just come back from a C-ranked mission? Asked the Chunin behind the desk, who happened to be Hana and Yuzuka. Regulations state that genin teams have to do at least 15 D ranks for every C rank. Someone's gotta do those chores. A Regulation 352H, created by the Yondaime Hokage, states that there's an exception to that rule if one or more members of the team are being harassed by yaoi fangirls. Arf, said the Heimaru triplets, one after the other. Bullshit, said Hana, agreeing with her 3 ninja dog partners. Bullshit, said Sakura, agreeing with Hana. Said Sasuke, agreeing with Sakura, but expressing his reluctance at doing so for multiple reasons. It was amazing how much an Uchiha could put into a one-syllable grunt. Kakashi turned around, where a long row of heavy, polished leather-bound books sat on a shelf on the other side of the room, spanning the entire wall. He pulled out one of the newer books and searched the table of contents. There, Rule 352H. Sakura, read it out loud for us, will you? A disbelieving Sakura read. Officially recognized ninja teams, of whom one or more members have been harassed by yaoi fangirls or yaoi fanboys at any time during the last 15 days, shall be exempt from any rule enjoining them to take missions which require said team to stay within the borders of Konohagakure. That's awfully specific, said Hana. She grabbed the book to confirm for herself. Apparently, Naruto snickered. The Yondaime had serious problems with yaoi fangirls when he was a genin. Kakashi shivered. Not just when he was a genin. Alright, growled Hana. Here are the C-ranked missions. The bandit killing mission, demanded Sasuke, his voice dripping with bloodthirst. The bandit killing mission, agreed Kakashi. Okay, said Hana, recording the mission number and the team assigned to it. One more question. Said Kakashi. Which one of you is Yaoi? Team 7 vanished so fast that one could be forgiven for assuming Kakashi had taught his students the Shunshin. Or Sasuke and Sakura, at least. Quick, Heimaru. After them, we'll sniff out the truth. No one escapes and Yuzuka, shouted Hana with a disturbing gleam in her eye. Izumo and Kotsu stumbled as 4 figures dashed out of the gates of Konoha, almost blowing them over with the wind of their passage. Team 7 vanished into the distance, Sakura making a double furrow in the ground with her heels as Naruto, and Sasuke dragged her backwards by the upper arms. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are the mission details? Asked Naruto once they had finally slowed down. Are we even heading in the right direction? Hey, don't worry. I opened the top of the scroll while we were running towards the gates. The scroll says that the bandits in question have been attacking merchant caravans near Tanzaku-gai. Intelligence estimates that there are between 25 and 40 bandits in the group. Nothing special. Just your ordinary bandits like the ones we chased out of Wave. The mission is to wipe them out. No hostages to worry about. Asked Naruto. No, that would make it a B-ranked mission. Let me guess, you've been carrying camping equipment for a long-term mission outside the village since yesterday. Yup, said Kakashi. Ogadogado, moaned Sakura, I don't have my stuff. Relax, Sakura reassured Naruto. I've got enough supplies to spare, and I'm sure Kakashi-sensei has some to share as well. But I don't have my makeup kit, or a spare change of clothing. What if it rains? We're going on a mission to make what is, for some of us, our first kills, stated Naruto. And you're worried about makeup. First kills. Sakura froze. Naruto sighed. Kakashi-sensei, maybe we should double around, sneak back into Konoha under Henge. I think Sakura would feel more comfortable if she at least had her own weapons. And this way we won't all be crowded into 2 tents. Kakashi considered that if they had to share 2 tents, either Sasuke would sleep in a tent with Sakura, which could end up in the boy getting molested in his sleep, or Sasuke would share with Kakashi, promoting the awful theory that the 2 of them were, involved, or Kakashi would have to share a tent with Sakura, who was a veritable banshee at all times and would probably make him deaf before morning. Alright team, consider this evasion training. We'll go forward until the next stream and then we'll use the stream to lose our scent on the way back to Konoha. Hopefully Hana will assume we've used the stream to keep going forward, and we'll go the other way. Kakashi and Naruto were waiting outside the gates while Sasuke and Sakura went back in to fetch their weapons, camping equipment and makeup. So Kakashi-sensei, you're planning to get Sasuke and Sakura blooded on this mission. Kakashi turned his eye on Naruto. You've already made your first kill. Naruto took a deep breath. I was 6. A drunkard followed me onto my apartment roof with a knife. He got me pretty bad, but I managed to shove him over the edge. Old man Hawkage helped me through it. I was 5, said Kakashi, surprising Naruto. I was a child prodigy, already a genin. It was war, so it was essential to get even our genin into fighting condition as quickly as possible. Sensei took us on a bandit killing mission just like this one. I killed 7 bandits, slashed their throats or buried kunai in their hearts. Damn, said Naruto. They were silent after that. The team was lucky and saw neither hair nor fur of Hana and her ninja dogs before they reached Tanzaku-gai the next day. Kakashi stopped at the chief of police's office and obtained the latest information on the location of the bandits, before summoning his own ninja dogs and tracking down the bandit camp. Okay, said Kakashi. Here's the plan. We'll do this in daylight because you 3 don't have any experience with nighttime operations. According to my ninja dogs, there are 31 bandits in the camp. Priority is containment. We don't want anyone in the camp getting away. So the first thing we'll do is use stealth and set lethal traps in a 40-meter radius around the camp. Then we'll move in and set another ring of traps in a 30-meter radius. We'll do this in pairs. Sakura, you're with me, and Naruto and Sasuke are together. I'll send Pakan with Naruto and Sasuke to tell you where to set the traps. If a patrol or a stray bandit leaves the camp, let them leave without seeing you and we'll track them down later. Got it. After receiving the affirmative, Kakashi said, after setting the second circle of traps, each pair will go on the opposite side of the camp and will attack in person. The signal to attack will be an explosive kunai in the center of the camp. If at any point you suspect that one of the people in the camp is not there willingly, I want you to knock them out. Otherwise, your orders are to kill. Understood. One more thing. Sakura, when we attack, I'm going to let you take point and I'll cover your back. Naruto and Sasuke, you 2 are free to attack in whatever pattern you want. but make sure to watch each other's backs. Now remember, stealth as we approach the camp and complete silence until I give the signal to attack. Ready to go. Ready, said Naruto, calmly. Why yes, said Sakura with obvious trepidation. HN, said Sasuke, scowling. Move out. The smell of booze and campfire smoke was detectable by an unenhanced human nose even from 40 meters away in the pure air of the forest. The bandit camp itself was fairly quiet. Apparently none of the bandits were loud drunks, or maybe the loud drunks weren't drinking at the moment. Team 7 successfully set both rings of traps without incident, setting up hundreds of meters of tripwires, explosive tags every meter, and poison barbed wire. It was 2 hours of hard, silent work. Ninja are like sleight-of-hand magicians. Nobody ever thinks of the prep work. But without the prep work, the whole act would fall apart. At last, the hour had arrived and each pair of ninjas snuck up on the clearing. The dogs had to summon themselves after guiding the ninja to the assigned locations and pointing them at the camp. Sasuke took point by mutual consent. Naruto breathed regularly as he crouched behind Sasuke, watching as the raven-haired genin trembled with adrenaline. Naruto wondered why Sasuke would want to take point. Seriously, if he had any sense he would have seen that first. By leaving Naruto to take the rear position, Sasuke was comparing him to Kakashi as someone to be relied upon to protect his back. And second, if Sasuke did anything embarrassing, like, say, shaking before the fight, in the rear position he wouldn't have been seen. Egos work in strange ways. Bang! That was the signal. Sasuke and Naruto leapt up simultaneously and charged into the center of the camp. Sasuke led with a well-aimed brace of shuriken to the neck of one of the bandits, who was distracted by the initial explosion and went down choking on his own blood. Ninja, shouted one of the bandits, seeing their forehead protectors and the kunai held in Sasuke's left hand. He was quickly silenced by a kunai to the back of the head, thrown by Kakashi. Naruto frowned as the mission degenerated into a pitched battle. Back off, Sasuke. Keep them from getting behind us. Fight at range. Sasuke didn't listen. He charged into the center of the camp. Burying his kunai in the heart of a bandit hadn't yet drawn his sword. Fire release. Great fireball, shouted Sasuke, burning another bandit to a crisp. Then he attacked at close range, a kunai in each hand. Stupid fucking Uchiha, grumbled Naruto. He rapidly threw kunai left and right, letting Sasuke take on the bandits in front of him and making sure none got behind Sasuke. A dozen armed bandits fell in short order, with the all-purpose ninja knives buried deep in hearts, spines, and heads. Sasuke clashed with a bandit wielding a katana. He blocked 3 swift strikes of the man's sword with his kunai before he slipped around and stabbed the man in the heart with the kunai in his other hand. Meanwhile, another bandit came up on his left and Sasuke had to duck to avoid a broad horizontal slash. He spun and threw a kunai in the man's stomach while he was open, then followed up by slashing the bandit's throat. A bandit ran out of a tent, sword in hand, and quickly had to duck a brace of shuriken Sasuke produced from his pouch. The last Uchiha dashed forward and engaged with his kunai, not even noticing as another scruffy bandit ran towards his back, only to fall dead from a kunai to the head courtesy of Naruto. Run, shouted one of the bandits. The 9 or 10 remaining bandits ran into the trees. The bandit who had crossed his sword with Sasuke's kunai tried to disengage. Naruto threw a kunai in his brain. Naruto, that was my kill, shouted Sasuke, his habitual scowl deepening. Sasuke, you idiot. Look behind you. You don't just charge into the middle of a crowd of enemies like that, it's suicide. If I hadn't been here you'd be dead. Sasuke looked around and saw bodies. Far more bodies than he was responsible for. Then Naruto saw something that made his blood freeze. Sakura and Kakashi reached their appointed spot and waited to make sure the other pair had time to reach theirs. Sakura was shaking. The wait, as they always say, is the hard part. Kakashi laid a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Breath, he whispered. In, out. We're going up against a big crowd of men with swords. Keep them at range. Fight along the edge of the camp. Remember that the bandits don't have the ability to fight from a distance. Sasuke and Naruto are going to appear from behind that large gray tent, so we're slightly to the right of the opposite side of the camp. I want you to circle to the right, so that if any of us miss with our thrown weapons, we won't be throwing them at each other. Now, I'm going to be using minor genjutsu on any bandits that try to close in with us, so if you see one of them freeze up, don't hesitate and throw a kunai at them. Are you good? Sakura nodded and whispered, I'm good, sensei. Okay, here goes. Kakashi threw a kunai with an explosive note tied to the ring. Bang! As one, they rose and dashed into the clearing, forward and to the right. Sakura began throwing kunai as soon as she was in range. Her first kunai pierced a man's heart. She didn't look as he fell, moving right on to the next bandit. "Ninja," shouted one of the bandits. Sekira didn't even see Kakashi's flying kunai as he took out the possible leader of the bandits. Sekira saw Sasuke charging into the center of the camp with Naruto following him a small distance behind. Sasuke fiercely attacked the bandits hand to hand, until the crowd tried to close in behind him. She watched in shock as Naruto fired off a dozen kunai in the space of a second, wiping out an equal number of bandits with ruthless efficiency, protecting Sasuke's back. "Sekira, focus," commanded Kakashi. Sekira noticed a couple of bandits were charging towards them, swords drawn. They both froze at the same time, caught in Kakashi's genjutsu. Taking a deep breath, she threw a kunai at each of them, bringing each one down with a pierced heart. She stared as they fell lifeless to the ground. "Run," shouted one of the bandits, forcing her gaze away from the two she had killed almost in cold blood. Sekira saw the remaining bandits scatter into the trees. She built up her resolve instantly and gave chase to one of them, forgetting, in the heat of the moment, the last 2 hours they had spent setting up traps. "Sekira, no," shouted Kakashi and Naruto in unison. Sekira chased one of the fleeing bandits through the trees. She was only 2 meters behind the bandit and closing fast. Unfortunately, the bandit was running right into the ring of explosive traps. With no direct line of sight to Sekira, Naruto did the only thing he could. He dashed through the woods at full speed, appeared in front of Sekira, and tackled her to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In short order, 3 explosive notes went off, killing the fleeing bandit instantly and throwing him backwards. "UNGH," grunted Naruto as the bandit's body landed on top of him and Sekira. Sekira gave a shrill scream as her arm was broken. Naruto planted a hand on each side of Sekira and heaved the corpse off of them, standing up. As he did, Kakashi saw how Naruto had survived unhurt. Black liquid slowly disappeared from his skin, a sign of the Earth Release Armor technique which covered the body in a layer of Earth-natured chakra. "Sekira, are you okay?" asked Naruto. Sekira lifted her broken arm, took a look at it, and passed out. "Let's see," said Naruto. "Broken arm, lacerations and bruising, some second-degree burns. She'll need treatment after this, but she'll be fine. We can take care of the rest of the bandits first." Explosions rang out as several of the bandits ran into the lethal traps. "All right, Sasuke," ordered Kakashi. "You and me are going to take out the bandits who ran into the woods and didn't get killed by the traps. Naruto, stand watch over Sekira. Do you have enough chakra to create a couple of shadow clones to search the tents?" In response, Naruto snorted and 6 shadow clones appeared next to him without a wisp of smoke. As one, they saluted jauntily and said in unison, "You got it, sensei." As Kakashi and Sasuke started sweeping the woods, 2 of the shadow clones started working on a makeshift stretcher using Naruto's hammock and a couple of straight saplings, while the other 4 clones slashed open the tents. A single scruffy bandit, passed out drunk, lay in one of the tents with his sword by his side. He didn't even twitch as one of the clones buried a kunai in his heart. 15 minutes later, the body count was complete and Team 7 headed back to Tanzakugai with a bandaged Sekira on the stretcher, carried by 2 of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto produced another 20 clones to dismantle the traps, surprising Kakashi, who couldn't even make 10 shadow clones at once. "Hold on," said Naruto as Tanzakugai came into sight. "I'll be right back." He vanished in a shunshin before Kakashi could say anything. "HN," said Sasuke, "now the dead last has abandoned us." "Stupid Uchiha doesn't know anything," said one of Naruto's clones. "Yeah," agreed the other clone. "He's the one who'd be dead if the boss didn't have his back." "You know, I think his ego is bruised," said the first clone. "Aha, that makes sense," nodded the second clone. "Now that he's been shown the extent of his incompetence, he's trying to attack the boss to bring him down to the same level." "Pretty lame if you ask me," said the first clone. Kakashi shook his head. Trust Naruto to literally dominate a conversation when he wasn't even there. When did he learn the Shunshin anyway? That was a Chunin level technique. A minute later, Naruto reappeared in a puff of smoke. "I'm back," said he. Another puff of smoke revealed a woman with blonde pigtails. She wore a green haori, a jewel in the center of her forehead, and had a figure that was lauded in 1,000 perverted fanfics. "And I brought help," said Naruto cheerily. A third puff of smoke revealed another woman, this one with black hair and a more nondescript outfit. She was carrying a piglet. "And more help," said Naruto, grinning. "Everyone, this is Auntie Tsunade, this is her apprentice Shizune, and the piggy is Tauntaun." And yes, it's spelled Tauntaun, like the creature from Hoth, cause Shizune named him. "Auntie, Shizune, this is the idiot I told you about, the hurt one is Pinky, and I think you've already met Kakashi-sensei." Naruto remembered the first time he met Tsunade 2 years ago. A 10-year-old blonde boy was playing poker in a casino in the capital city of the Land of Fire. He had started with just 50 Ryo and somehow made his way up to the high rollers table where the minimum bet was 1 million Ryo. I'm raising my bet to 250 million, said Naruto. This was his first long trip outside of Konoha, having left several shadow clones to take his place at the academy so he could explore the Land of Fire. All in, said the son of a minor daimyo from a neighboring nation, sweating. He didn't have 250 million worth of chips. Raised to 260 million, said a tough-looking guy who was probably Yakuza. Raised to 300 million, said a blonde-haired woman. A call, said Naruto, pushing an additional pile of chips to match the bet of 300 million Ryo. Call, said the Yakuza guy. Flush. He put down his cards, revealing that he had 5 cards of the same suit, but not in order. Damn it, said the minor daimyo's son. I'm out. 4 of a kind, said the woman. Beat that, brat. Naruto put his cards down face up and looked to the casino owner for help, who was standing behind him and watching carefully. What do you call this? Straight flush, announced the man. Kid wins. Again. Well, I know when to cut my losses, said the Yakuza guy, picking up his remaining chips and standing up. He left the game, leaving just 2 remaining players. This is outrageous, shouted the woman. The brat hasn't even memorized all the winning hands, and he hasn't lost a single hand that he didn't check. I can assure you, ma'am, the boy isn't cheating. I've been watching him closely since the game started, and these cards are chakra resistant. Even a high-level ninja would be hard-pressed to cheat at this table. Lady Tsunade, said a harried-looking woman carrying a piglet, standing behind the blonde woman. Please, that's enough. If you lose any more money, we'll be in debt again. Naruto frowned. Lady Tsunade, he asked, as in Tsunade Senju. Yeah, what of it, brat, said the now-named Tsunade. Naruto beamed. You're my aunt. Your grandma was in Uzumaki, right? My mom was in Uzumaki. That makes you my aunt. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Databeo. HMPH. Distant relation, said Tsunade. So what? You're still my closest relative that I know of, Auntie Tsunade. Don't call me that. So what's your favorite ramen flavor, Auntie Tsunade? Oh, it is so on, brat. 1 million. Deal. After winning the poker game, Naruto announced, I wanna learn that game, and promptly won at blackjack. Then he won at bingo. Then he won at craps. By the end of the day, Naruto had learned 10 new gambling games and gained enough money to buy a small mountain. The casino had lost a month's worth of profits and gained a new age restriction rule for gamblers. Tsunade had lost all her money, forked over half a dozen IUs to Naruto, and gained a nephew who was going to be the death of her. Come on, Auntie Tsunade, said Naruto enthusiastically as they were leaving. I'll buy you all the ramen you want. Just tell me what your favorite flavor is. I don't like ramen. It's unhealthy. I don't believe you. You have Uzumaki blood. You have to like ramen. It was the national food of Uzushiogakure. It's the food of the gods. Ramen makes the world go round. Then Naruto smiled evilly. Hey Shizune, what's Auntie Tsunade's favorite flavor of ramen? Don't you dare, said Tsunade. Shizune looked conflicted. Huh, shouted Naruto, correctly interpreting Shizune's expression. I knew it. She does like ramen. Hey Piggy, what's Auntie's favorite flavor of ramen? Hang on, what's Piggy's name anyway? It's Tauntaun, said Shizune with pride. Tun. No hyphen. And it's spelled Taun. Oh, Tauntaun. Naruto frowned for a second. Ooh. Then he beamed. You're a Star Wars fan. He's named after that creature on Hoth that they ride on, right? Shizune smiled. Yes, he is. Cool. What's your favorite Star Wars character? I like several of them, but I think Shock Tai would be my favorite. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Even if she's not really a big fighter unless you go by some of the non-canon material. You know, you're only the second person I've met besides me whose favorite character isn't Luke or Yoda. Really? Who was the other? Oh, it was actually Kyuubi. His favorite character is Darth Maul. Tsunade and Shizune stopped walking. I'm sorry, said Tsunade. Did you say Kyuubi? As in the big 9-tailed carnivorous bunny rabbit? Yeah, he's a huge Star Wars nerd. Did you know he uses the swear words from the Star Wars universe? You're kidding, right? Asked Tsunade, studying his face. No, why would I joke about it when the truth is already funnier than anything I could come up with? Then Naruto noticed something. Hey, we got off topic. I almost forgot. So Tauntaun, what's Auntie Tsunade's favorite type of ramen? Oink, oink, oink. Really, she likes it with shrimp. Oink, oink. Sometimes chicken and shrimp, sometimes beef and shrimp. Naruto nodded. Good choices. My favorite is actually miso ramen, but I always go for variety when I eat. Oink. Naruto's sweat dropped. No, of course I don't. I would never eat pork ramen. Kid, you're pretty weird, you know that right, said Tsunade. Of course. My dream is to be the best ninja in the entire world. Don't you know all the best ninja are eccentric? I don't think it works that way. Normally they become eccentric after becoming outstanding ninja. Yeah, but auntie, if I went about it the normal way, I'd just go from Genin to Chunin to Jonin to Sanin and end up as Hokage. Do I look like the kinda guy who wants to sit around doing paperwork all day? You do know I'm skiving off from the academy right now, don't you? Tsunade snorted. Kid, I think we're going to get along just fine. You brought Tsunade, of the Sanin, to heal a simple broken arm, deadpanned Kakashi. Well yeah, she's my auntie. And she was in town, said Naruto. Moron, said Sasuke, you don't have a family. Wow, said Tsunade, he really is an idiot. Kakashi, it's good to see you again. Last time I saw you, you were a tetchy little brat the same age as Naruto here. Alright, let's see about the patient. Naruto's clones lowered Sakura's stretcher onto a smooth spot of grass. Tsunade and Shizune immediately knelt and started with diagnostic and healing jutsu, relinquishing Tauntaun to Naruto. Good splint, kept her arm completely immobile. Broken arm lacerations, bruises, burns all done. Naruto, you really have to get your chakra control up to medical nin standards. I can't very well have my nephew running around unable to heal simple stuff like this, can I? I'm trying, said Naruto, but my chakra keeps growing, and it's hard enough just keeping my control at the same level all the time. You know how badly I want to be able to use your super strength. I suppose we'll have to wait a few years until you stop growing like a weed. Alright, let's wake her up. Sakura groaned. Sasuke, dear, it's too early. Get back in bed. If my nephew didn't tell me that you had absolutely zero chances with your Sasuke dear, I'd reprimand you for not being on contraceptives. Tsunade was never one to mince words. Sakura's eyes shot open. What? Huh? Oh my gosh, the bandits. Naruto turned into a black guy. The bandit mission is complete, said Naruto, we got them all. And it's called Earth Release Armor. You coat your body in a layer of earth-natured chakra. He demonstrated, still holding Tauntaun, which gives you a medium-strong defense. Good enough against things like those explosive tags you nearly ran into. Sasuke decided to weigh in again. Dead last, show me the hand seals. Sure, said Naruto in an overly agreeable tone. Just give me another useful jutsu of equal rank that I don't already know, and I'll teach you the jutsu. When pigs fly, said Sasuke, glancing at Tauntaun. Shizune shook her head. I'll never get over the fact that you do all your ninjutsu without hand seals. Of course, said Naruto. It makes them so much more useful in battle. And besides, I'm on a team with a wannabe sharing-in user with no sense of honor. Can't have him stealing my jutsu. said Sasuke. Uchiha are above honor. Kakashi, make the idiot teach me that jutsu. Naruto snorted and looked to see what Kakashi's response would be. I'm sorry, said Kakashi, reading from an orange book. Did you say something? Throughout all this, Sakura was watching and listening. She finally had enough. Excuse me, said the pink-haired girl, sitting up on the hammock stretcher, but who are you two? They're the ones who healed you, interjected Naruto. This is my aunt, Tsunade Senju, and this is Shizune Kato. She's Auntie Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade Senju, Tsunade of the Sanin, asked Sakura, somewhat awed. Yes, said Tsunade. And you, girlie, need to stop dieting, or you'll end up short, weak, and ugly. You're an active ninja and a growing girl. You should be eating at least 2 calories per day, probably more. What? But I need to look nice for Sasuke. And if you keep dieting, you'll end up malnourished and ugly. You don't know what you're talking about. Everyone knows dieting makes you look better. What kind of quack doctor are you? Sakura's preconceived opinions superseded her logic. Her subconscious recognized this fact and caused her to go on the attack instead of arguing rationally. This, unfortunately, does not make her unusual. Is she a Republican? Whispered Shizune to Kakashi. Reppu, what now? Blinked Kakashi. I don't know what that is, but it sounds vile. Later, Kakashi took Sakura aside and they had a very tearful, very heartfelt, and very standard talk about Sakura's first kill. It was not, however, life-changing, for Sakura still wouldn't stop dieting. Then Kakashi took Sasuke aside and tried to have the same talk, only to run into a solid obsidian wall. Dead last, teach me that jutsu, demanded Sasuke. Team 7 was on their way back to Konoha after completing their mission. Didn't you hear me before? Teach me something of equal value and I'll trade. It's only fair. I am an Uchiha. You should be grateful. It would be an honor to teach me a jutsu. Naruto snickered. You just don't know any C-rank jutsu besides the Great Fireball, do you? And you don't want to give me your signature jutsu. Of course I know other jutsu. I'm not an idiot like you. Oh, and what other jutsu do you know that I don't? I'll just get the council to make you teach me that jutsu. Oh, Sakura, it looks like Sasuke likes Koharu better than you. What? Screamed Sakura. That stupid, disgusting, pedophiliac, geriatric old hag. How dare she make a move on my Sasuke? GRRR. She immediately started moving faster through the trees. Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask as he breathed out slowly in an attempt to avoid laughing. Naruto sighed dramatically. To what lengths we go for new jutsu. I suppose I'll have to take pity on you and offer an alternative. And what alternative is that, idiot? Asked Sasuke impatiently. Naruto grimaced in fake disgust. I really don't want to do this. Fine, give me access to the Uchiha library for 24 hours so I can learn something from there, and I'll teach you the jutsu. Deal, said Sasuke, smirking at the thought of Naruto suffering in a library. Thought Kakashi. We should get Naruto in the T&I department. He'd get the prisoners singing like birds and they'd be happy about it. One copy of the entire Uchiha library coming up, thought Naruto. Internally, he was laughing evilly. 2 weeks later, Naruto strolled into an village inn on the other side of the Land of Fire. Auntie Tsunade, Shizune, Tauntaun, fancy seeing you here. Tsunade shook her head. Hi Naruto, how did you find us this time? Well, there was this weird greenish yellow guy wearing a top hat and calling himself Jiminy Cricket, which is funny cause I'm pretty sure he was a grasshopper. He said he was my conscience and told me to go here. Really now? And did your conscience tell you to beat me at poker again and take all my money? No, not this time at least. I actually brought a present. A present? Tsunade could be forgiven for looking a little eager. Last time Naruto brought a present, he gave Shizune a real, working lightsaber. The plasma blade was composed of 3 different elemental chakras, wind, fire, and lightning, so it had no elemental weaknesses and could probably even cut through the Raijin. Yup, it's not for you though, said Naruto. Tsunade pouted. Shizune looked hopeful. It's for Tauntaun. See Tauntaun, I made you a present. Wait till you see what it does. Shizune's face fell. Tauntaun said, oink. Yup, said Naruto, pulling out a bright orange box from somewhere. Let me help you put it on. He attached a miniature shoe to each of Tauntaun's cloven feet. Then he pulled out a set of white feathered angel wings and strapped them to the piglet's back. Okay, said Naruto, now all you have to do is jump. Oink, said Tauntaun. Yup, jump. You'll figure out the rest. Tauntaun jumped into the air and stayed in the air. Shouted Naruto, pumping his fist. Who says pigs don't fly? Tsunade and Shizune just smiled as Tauntaun buzzed around their heads. Naruto strolled down the street in his orange jumpsuit. Chaos, naturally, followed in his wake. Sakura and Ino were stalking Naruto. They ducked behind some crates. I think he's gonna go do some training next, whispered Sakura. Yeah, he must have done lots of training by himself, agreed Ino, also in a whisper. Maybe we'll find out what kind of training he does. Nodded Sakura. I still can't believe he eats ramen for breakfast though. Ino shook her head. How is he not fat? He ate 12 bowls of ramen. I don't think even Choji could eat that much. Naruto should be like twice as big as Choji. He's getting away, said Sakura, peeking around the boxes. Naruto, in fact, had simply continued walking. Sakura and Ino dashed along the street into a narrow alley to continue following Naruto. Sakura and Ino jumped and looked around wildly. Sakura, Ino, said Hinata in a flat tone, emitting a small amount of killing intent. She stood in front of them, hands on her hips. Hinata, said girl, straightened as if caught doing something wrong. What happened to the shy, timid Hinata? I see that you have decided to become Naruto fangirls, stated Hinata, scowling. I want to make one thing clear. You can follow Naruto. You can talk to Naruto. You can moon over Naruto at all hours of the day and night. But Naruto is mine. Got it. Hinata's killing intent rose to Chunin level. Got it, agreed Sakura, looking properly chastised. Got it, squeaked Ino. She's scarier than Shikamaru's mom. Good. Now, Hinata peeked around the corner to look for Naruto. Ino and Sakura followed suit. Where'd he go? Whispered Ino. Oh no, we've lost him, whispered Sakura. Who are we following? Whispered Naruto. Hinata whipped around and saw Naruto behind them. There you appear. Hinata turned red and fell over in a dead faint. Oh dear, exclaimed Naruto, catching her. Here we go again. Naruto, said Sakura. We were, following Sasuke, completed Ino. Yeah, we were following Sasuke, said Sakura. Poor Sasuke, said Naruto. Then he shrugged. Meh, who cares? Anyway, Sakura, I came to tell you, Kakashi-sensei just arrived at the team meeting spot. What? But it's 7:30 in the morning. Kakashi-sensei never shows up before 10. I know, said Naruto. Actually it's 7:45, and we're supposed to show up at 8, so he's early. But anyway, we gotta go if we're gonna get there on time. Sakura frowned. How do you know he's there if you're here? Weren't you just? Ino bonked her on the head. Huh? Naruto looked confused. Nothing, said Sakura. We gotta go, right? Yeah, we gotta go get Sasuke too. Ino, can you watch Hinata until she wakes up? Thanks, bye. Ino looked at Hinata, slumped against the alley wall, as the two members of Team 7 dashed off to their meeting. You're late, said Kakashi exaggeratedly, as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura walked up to the meeting point at 8 sharp. He pointed his finger at his 3 students and posed in mock outrage. Sasuke and Sakura face faulted. What the hell? Shouted Naruto. People don't face fault in real life. That only happens in anime. Maybe they've been watching too many episodes of Fairy Tail, suggested Kakashi, poking a twitching Sasuke. Maybe, said Naruto. There's an awful lot of episodes. What is it, like, almost 300? Almost, agreed Kakashi. Why do I have a vague feeling of irony? Do you feel that too? We're not late, you're early, shouted Sakura, suddenly standing again and completely ignoring Kakashi and Naruto's discussion. Yeah, said Sasuke, why are you early? Let me guess, said Naruto. You're entering us into the Chunin exams. Got it in 1, said Kakashi, eyes smiling. How do you know? You're holding the application papers in your hand, deadpan Naruto. Good point, admitted Kakashi. He held out the applications. So, do you 3 want to enter? HN, said Sasuke affirmatively. This is the next step towards killing Itachi. If Sasuke is entering, I'm entering too. Sakura lost all sense of sense when around Sasuke. Why not? Said Naruto, shrugging and taking an application form. Excellent, said Kakashi, eyes smiling again. So, who wants to go for some ramen to celebrate? Yes, shouted Naruto. Ramen, are you buying? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Yes, Naruto, didn't you just eat 12 bowls of ramen 20 minutes ago? Asked Sakura. Yeah, so, said Naruto, ignoring the fact that Sakura was revealing that she had, in fact, been spying on Naruto. Too much ramen is bad for you, grumbled Sakura. There's no such thing as too much ramen, declared Naruto. Ramen is the most amazing food in the entire world. In the beginning, there was darkness. Then Kami said, let there be ramen. And then there was ramen. And that's how Kami created the universe. Kakashi blinked. Naruto, I don't think that's quite how it goes. Naruto was horrified. Haven't you people ever heard of string theory? The universe is made of the space-time continuum, which is a type of ramen broth, and matter is made up of particles which are really the ends of long strings of ramen noodle. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke decided not to argue. Report, said an old man sitting behind a desk in his underground lair. His part of the room was shadowy, but the space in front of his desk, where a masked ninja knelt, was well lit. Sir, I followed Team 7 on their bandit killing mission and successfully observed the target's actions without being noticed. Target has excellent kunai throwing skills, probably Jonin level. He took down 12 bandits in the space of 1 second, all instant kill shots. Subsequently, Target displayed high speed in order to save a teammate from serious injury or possible death from an explosive tag trap. Again, Target's speed was consistent with use of a shunshin, though I was not close enough to see the accompanying blur, and the Target did not use the customary distractive smoke or leaves. Target used Earth Release armor to protect himself from the effects of the explosion, though he was unable to prevent his teammate from suffering a broken arm. Target produced 6 shadow clones at once in order to check the bandits' tents for survivors. When the team headed back to Tanzakugai, said shadow clones were set to deconstruct the team's remaining traps. Following this, the Target used Shunshin, this time with smoke, and returned 3.5 minutes later with Tsunade of the Sannin, whom he claimed a familial relationship with, another woman whom he introduced as Shizyun, and a domesticated pig. At that point, I retreated to avoid being detected in case Tsunade checked for observers using her well-known sensing abilities, and continued observing from a distance. Tsunade healed the injured team member. Then the team revisited the bandits' camp to collect their packed trap materials and returned to Konoha. Satisfactory, Hayo, said the old man in the shadows. This news is very concerning. Order Fu and Torun to report for orders immediately. Send word to council members Hamura and Koharu that I need to arrange a meeting for important business. Yes, Lord Danzo. The masked ninja vanished in a blur, the telltale sign of a shunshin. Naruto, how on earth do you eat so much? Asked Kakashi, sweating. Naruto was on his 15th bowl of ramen. Oh, said Naruto, that's simple. I'm eating for 2. He patted his belly. PPPFFFT. Kakashi's spit take spewed ramen broth all over Ikaraku's stand. Aha! Shouted Naruto. The mask is a genjutsu. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto strangely. What? Said Naruto. Don't tell me you haven't wondered what's under the mask. Kai, said Sasuke and Sakura in unison. Not that kind of genjutsu, said Naruto, shaking his head. It's a light reflecting illusion, like the Academy clone, except it's probably anchored to his chakra supply instead of being a separate chakra construct, so you couldn't dispel it even if you smacked him in the face. Very good deduction, Naruto, said Kakashi, using his chopsticks to pick up some noodles and eat them slowly, showing the noodles disappearing directly through the apparently cloth surface of the mask. That's freaky, Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura. And Naruto, where did you learn about this other type of genjutsu? I didn't even know about that. Oh, Academy clone. Remember, I had a lot of trouble with that jutsu. I did some extra research in the library to help. Later, Kakashi took Naruto aside. Naruto, said Kakashi, completely serious. You know about that. Naruto got a look on his face that said Kakashi had spoken something totally stupid. How could I not, Kakashi-sensei? Have you seen the way the villagers treat me? I heard them talking about the fox years ago. Do you know there's a law that prevents people from talking about it? Naruto grinned smugly. I know. It's amazing blackmail material. Shuffle, shuffle. Naruto was, once more, walking down the street in his orange jumpsuit. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. A bush was following him. Shuffle, shuffle. That's right, a bush. A big round green shrub about 1.5 meters tall was shuffling along in his wake. Naruto stopped and turned around. Hey, Konohamaru, said Naruto as if the 8-year-old wasn't trying to hide in a bush. Who are your friends? FOOM. The shrub went up in a huge ball of flames. Oh, shouted a little girl with messy orange pigtails, jumping back from the fire. Kono, you use too much lighter fluid, shouted a boy with round glasses, limp brown hair and a permanently dopey look on his face. Sorry, said Konohamaru. Then he hissed, guys, we're supposed to do the introduction. Oh, right, said the girl. I'm Mogi, I'm Udon, and Konohamaru, and together we're the Konohamaru Corps. They shouted in unison. It was extremely cheesy, as in Okami kill me now, this is so embarrassing cheesy. Cool, shouted Naruto. But that last word is core, pronounced like apple core. The way you said it, it means dead body. Aw, we practiced it so many times, complained Udon. That's okay, said Naruto. You'll get it right next time. Yeah, we'll get it next time, declared Konohamaru. So boss, will you play ninja with us? Naruto blinked at the sudden change in subject. He thought for a minute, then he grinned. Sure, said Naruto. I have the perfect idea for a mission. Gather round and I'll explain. The 3 kids formed a close circle with Naruto and leaned in to hear his plan. Sakura and Ino were, once again, following Naruto in hopes of catching him training. Hinata was with them, following Naruto in hopes of catching him as a boyfriend. They dashed from shadow to shadow, staying out of sight. Psst. The 3 of them turned around. Standing behind them was a girl about their age with bright yellow blonde pigtails, sun-kissed skin, and a body that could only be described as hot. In other words, her bust was way too big for a 12 or 13-year-old. Kikayo, said Hinata. President, greeted the new blonde cheerfully. Are these 2 new club members? Hinata sighed. Kikayo, meet Ino and Sakura. Ino, Sakura, meet Kikayo, the self-appointed vice president of the Naruto fan club. And until today, the only other member. Sweet. Nice to meet you, said Kikayo. So, what's our sexy hunk doing? Hang on, said Sakura. We're not Naruto fangirls, said Ino. Huh? You're not? Then why are you following him? Asked Kikayo. Ino and Sakura looked at each other. We're trying to find out what he does for training, said Sakura. Have you considered just going up and asking him? Suggested Kikayo. Have you considered just going up and asking him for a date? Asked Ino. Hinata and Kikayo blushed. Good point, they said, in unison. So, said Sakura, Naruto was just talking to some little kids. One of them was the Hokage's grandson, right? Yup, confirmed Ino. I heard him agree to play ninja with them. The 4 of them peeked around the corner. Okay, here's the plan, said Naruto. You see, I have a few people stalking me. He waved his hand around to include all 4 of them in the plan. Are going to stalk them and find out why they're stalking me. Sounds good, boss, said Konohamaru. But boss, said Mogi, how are we going to hide and follow them if they're watching us right now? Good thinking. We'll need a distraction, said Naruto. Can you guys do the clone jutsu? I can, said Konohamaru. Mogi and Udon shook their heads no. That's okay, said Naruto. I'll just make some clones that look like you too. Okay, first thing is we need to do is wait until they're looking away from us. As soon as they're looking away, we'll make the clones, and we'll sneak away and come up behind them. Got it. The Konohamaru Corps nodded their heads. Alright, look at the reflection of the store window behind me. Can you see the 3 girls in the alley peeking out at us? Yeah, I see them, boss, whispered Konohamaru. Good, said Naruto, pulling out a small mirror and cupping it in his hand so he could watch the store window. When I say go, follow my lead. A blonde pigtailed girl appeared in the alley and distracted the 3 stalkers. Go, whispered Naruto. Konohamaru, make your clone. Konohamaru ran through the hand signs and produced a perfect Academy clone. Naruto did the same and produced 3 Academy clones, one of which was a copy of himself and the other 2 copies of Mogi and Udon. Okay, follow me. Konohamaru, make your clone look like he's talking with the others like we were just now. The 4 of them dashed into an alley. They circled around, climbed a fire escape, and eventually reached the top of one of the buildings that made up the alley the girls hid in. Naruto grinned at the other 3, putting his finger to his lips in the universal signal for silence. Then he peeked over the edge. Mogi grinned and peeked over the edge. Udon grinned, sucked up some snot, and peeked over the edge. Konohamaru was sweating. He had to maintain concentration on his clone while climbing a fire escape and following Naruto. He caught his breath, grinned, and peeked as well. This was exciting. So, they heard Sakura say Naruto was just talking to some little kids. One of them was the Hokage's grandson, right? Yup, came Ino's voice. I heard him agree to play ninja with them. The 4 stalkers in the alley below peeked around the edge, looking at the 4 clones which stood huddled together down the street, apparently in a quiet discussion. Who plays ninja with little kids anyway? Commented Sakura. We're real ninja, why would he want to play a stupid kid's game? That was when it all went to hell. Konohamaru lost concentration on his clone for a moment. Hang on, whispered Ino. Did the Hokage's grandson just flicker? I saw that too, whispered Hinata. Byakugan. They're all clones. But where are the real ones? Asked Sakura. Hinata looked around for a moment. Then she gasped and looked up. Naruto waved. Hinata fainted. Konohamaru decided he didn't need the clone anymore, so he dropped it. Then he yelled, hey, playing ninja is not stupid. Yeah, chimed in Mogi. Aren't you playing ninja too? Why were you following Sniff, the boss? Asked Udon. None of your business, shouted Sakura, shaking her fist at them. Hey boss, said Konohamaru, is she a fangirl? You told me about fangirls, they're ugly. And stupid, said Mogi. And they follow around people who don't like them, said Udon. Konohamaru, said Naruto. Yeah boss, remember the other thing I said about fangirls? They're scary. Sakura growled and started running up the side of the building. Run, shouted Naruto, and they ran. Across rooftops, down fire escapes, through alleys, through crowds. Konohamaru bumped into a weird-looking teenager wearing pajamas and makeup. But Naruto picked him up in no time and they kept running, ignoring the hey of the strangely dressed boy. Still, the pink-haired banshee followed. I'll get you brats, screamed Sakura. Konohamaru shouted, I know. Come on, this way, and dashed off in a different direction. They weaved off towards the Hokage tower. Grandpa, protect us, puffed Konohamaru, bursting into the Hokage's office. The other 3 dashed in behind him and slammed the door. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork. From what? Crazy, puffed Udon. Fangirl, puffed Mogi. They heard a bang. Bang, on the door. You can't hide from me, brats. Oh no, she's here, whispered Naruto, looking around the room with a terrified look on his face. He produced 2 shadow clones, and each of the 3 Narutos grabbed an 8-year-old and leapt into the rafters of the high ceiling. SHH, cautioned the 3 Narutos, each one putting a finger on the lips of the academy student he was holding while hanging upside down from the ceiling. Just in time too, as the doors came down with an almighty crash. Where are they? Screamed Sakura, stomping into the room. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at Sakura from behind his desk. Sakura gulped. Said Hiruzen, staring sternly at Sakura. Sorry, Lord Hokage, squeaked Sakura, and she dashed out of the room at a speed that was rather impressive for a genin. Phew, said Naruto. That was close, said Mogi. Hi, Mr. ANBU, said Konohamaru, waving at an ANBU who was hanging upside down from the ceiling in front of him. You could practically feel the ANBU's amusement. The Naruto clone holding Udon chipped in. Can we get down from here before Udon's snot string reaches all the way to the floor? Naruto shrugged and produced another clone. The new clone made the hand seals for a water jutsu and said, "Snot release, snot dragon no jutsu." Yudon's snot drip expanded, turned into an oriental dragon-shaped snot missile, detached itself from his nose, whirled around, and flew out the window. Mogi, Hiruzen, and the ANBU looked faintly repulsed. Yudon and Konohamaru looked at Naruto like he was the second coming of the sage. Everyone ignored the cry of outrage from somewhere in the village. The three Narutos walked down the wall. Sorry about the door, Gramps, said Naruto. Oh, don't worry about it, said Hiruzen, smiling. The Yondaime had the doors made so that they wouldn't be damaged if someone smashed them down. Watch, he performed some hand seals and the doors flew back into their places. Seriously, he invented a jutsu just to fix the office doors. When Tsunade was in the village, she smashed them down 2 or 3 times a week. Oh, Naruto nodded. Yeah, I can imagine that. Back in the alley, Kikaya watched as Hinata headed home, no longer able to stalk the boy she liked. The blonde-haired girl shifted, revealing the form of one of Naruto's clones. The Naruto clone pursed his lips for a second, wondering if being the vice president of his own fan club was a sign of insanity. Then he dispersed in a puff of smoke. 1 week later, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto showed up at the building where the Chunin exams were to be held. Come on, said Naruto. Let's go around the back and use the window. Sakura took a swipe at Naruto's head. Why would we do that, idiot? Naruto ducked the swipe and said, what? Kakashi-sensei does it all the time. He says, real ninja don't use doors. HN, said Sasuke, rather appropriately for once. If we did what Kakashi does all the time, we'd be lost on the road of life. Fine, said Naruto, you win this one. My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, are you not? Will you go on a date with me? Asked the mini-guy clone in green spandex, a bowl haircut and big, fat caterpillar eyebrows. His teeth sparkled as he grinned. Absolutely not. Lee instantly sank into a comical depression. Please, at least tell me why. Sakura blinked at the sudden change in mood. I like Sasuke. Lee's mood changed again. Sasuke, of the Uchiha clan. You are Sasuke Uchiha, the genius and rookie of the year. I challenge you to a match. YOSH. Let us test each other in youthful battle to see which is the better ninja. HM. I accept. Sasuke was itching to test himself against someone strong, and this green-clad genin had just effortlessly stopped his strongest kick. The surrounding teams, who had been trying and failing to get past the 2 Chunin guards' genjutsu, watched interestedly. Naruto, taking in the situation, snickered. Alright, everyone clear a space, announced Naruto. Come one, come all. We are about to witness a match between 2 manly men whose hearts belong to the beautiful Sakura. The winner will get to go on a date with the lady. Are these terms acceptable to all parties? Lee looked surprised, but he grinned. Indeed, Naruto, these terms are most youthful. I accept. HN, said Sasuke, trying to ignore Naruto's antics. I'll take that as a yes. Sakura's brain finally caught up. Cha, Sasuke will beat that freak in 5 seconds. Go Sasuke. Wait, I'm gonna go on a date with Sasuke dear. SQUE. I'll take that as a yes. Sasuke glowered at Naruto and opened his mouth to say something. Unfortunately, he was interrupted. YOSH. Naruto, will you start the match? Lee was in an unusual taijutsu stance, with one arm straight out in front of him, palm up. Alright, warriors, are you ready? Begin. Sasuke growled, but he focused on his opponent, clenched his fists, and charged Lee. Lee blocked Sasuke's punch and kicked him in the jaw with all his strength. It was an instant knockout. Winner, Lee. Deadpan Naruto, like he had seen it coming all along. Which he had. Lee appeared in front of Sakura again and grabbed her hand. Sakura, I have defeated my opponent. Where would you like to go on our date? His huge bushy eyebrows wiggled in her face. Okay. I said no. Sakura raised her fist and pounded Lee on the head, knocking him to the floor. They're both so loud, said a disguised Kotsu, who had been watching the match with everyone else. And they both hit so hard, said a similarly disguised Izumo. It's like a match made in heaven, said Kotsu, sarcastically. Imagine the kids, said Izumo, not so sarcastically. They both imagined a couple of mini-Lees shouting and screaming and running around in green spandex with bowl cuts and bushy eyebrows. In pink. Dialogue. I need brain bleach, exclaimed Kotsu. Sasuke groaned as slowly became conscious. Why did his head hurt so much? And what was that annoying voice? Scratch that. What were those annoying voices? Are you okay, Sasuke dear? Asked Sakura's voice. He's okay, said Naruto's voice, sounding oddly strangled. He's better off than us, said Naruto. At least he missed the sunset of youth. Oh yeah, guy had shown up while Sasuke was knocked out. Don't remind me, Naruto. It was bad enough watching it once. I don't need to suffer flashbacks. Sasuke suddenly noticed that Sakura's voice was oddly close. He opened his eyes. "GH," shouted Sasuke when he realized his head was on Sakura's lap. He shot to his feet and backed away quickly. Naruto snickered. He seemed to be snickering a lot lately. "Look at the time," said Naruto. "We gotta go." Indeed, they only had 5 minutes to get up to the next floor and into the testing room. Meanwhile, deep underground in a secret meeting room. "You summoned us, Danzo," said Koharu. The three Konoha council elders, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, sat around a polished table in very comfy meeting chairs. "Yes," said Danzo. "I am concerned about the loyalty of our Jinchuriki. I have received reliable reports that indicate he has received training from persons unknown." None of the three noticed the small brown ant in a corner of the ceiling. Team 7 entered the exam hall just in time to hear the examiner, Ibiki Morino, yell at the genin to shut up and take their seats. They quickly joined the rest in shuffling into their seats. Naruto listened to the rules and read the questions on his test sheet. Honestly, for a guy who had read the entire Konoha Shinobi library, those questions weren't difficult at all. But the real test was clearly something else. Naruto quickly came to a decision. He filled out 8 of the 9 questions with purposefully incorrect answers, and filled in 1 question on the back of the sheet with the correct answer. Then he placed the sheet face up on his desk so that anyone peeking at his sheet would only see wrong answers, yawned, slumped in his seat, and closed his eyes. He ignored the killing intent sent his way by dozens of genin who were decidedly not impressed by his show of boredom. He ignored the erasers thrown at him by Sasuke and Sakura. He even pretended to sleep through the explanation of the 10th question. Bang! Ibiki's fist came down on Naruto's desk. "Wake up, brat." Naruto yawned and stretched. "Good morning, beautiful," said Naruto, smiling blissfully. Ibiki raised his killing intent. "What up?" said Naruto, blinking and looking around. Everyone was staring at him. "Oh, is the test over?" Ibiki stared at Naruto. Then he snorted and said, "You pass." "What?" shouted several of the other genin who were waiting for the 10th question. "You all pass," said Ibiki. "But you didn't give us the 10th question," said someone. "I don't get it," wondered Naruto. "Mr. Proctor said we passed. Why are you objecting? Do you not want to pass?" I just want to know why, idiot." Ibiki explained that the 10th question was to test whether they had the nerve to put their careers on the line. "But why did you let the idiot pass? He was sleeping through the whole thing." "Are you questioning me?" Ibiki glared. It was even scarier with his bandana off and his scars showing. Naruto grinned. He liked this guy. Most people would have explained, but Ibiki, apparently, really did know the value of information. Plus he was cool. Then something crashed through the window. A banner unfurled and got pinned to the ceiling with 2 kunai, and a purple-haired woman in risque clothing appeared from inside the banner. "Heads up, boys and girls. This is no time to be celebrating. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. You ready for the 2nd test?" "Good, then let's go. Follow me." "Silence. That was awesome, Databeo," shouted Naruto, pumping his fist. Anko grinned. "Glad to know someone appreciates my entrances." Naruto pulled out a white card with a 9 on it and held it up. "What? Only a 9 out of 10. What gives?" asked Anko, pouting. Naruto pointed a finger at Anko. "You need more orange," he declared. Anko made a hand sign and performed a henge. Her trench coat turned the same brilliant orange as Naruto's jumpsuit. "Like this?" she asked, grinning. "That's perfect," said Naruto, switching his 9 card for one that said 10. "Oh Kami, there's 2 of them," groaned Sakura. "The second part of the test has begun," shouted Anko, her trench coat still a blinding orange. 23 teams of genin dashed into the forest, each from a separate gate. Team 7 stopped a little way into the forest. "Alright guys, let's head straight for the tower," said Naruto. "What? Why should we do that, Naruto?" said Sakura. Naruto shrugged and pulled out a heaven and an earth scroll. "What? When did you get that earth scroll?" asked Sakura in shock. "When we received our heaven scroll, of course. Some team out there was given a fake." Naruto grinned like a fox. Sasuke objected to Naruto's proposal. "I still want to test myself against some of the other teams." "Seriously Sasuke, you want to risk the lives of your teammates so you can have fun?" drawled Naruto. It's not like any of them are strong enough to hurt me." Naruto snickered. "That big purple bruise on your chin says otherwise. And too bad, cause I ain't giving you a choice." Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke and Sakura. He grabbed each of them with an arm around the back, and all 3 blurred away in a shunshin. Now the shunshin technique involves wrapping chakra around the outside of your body and using it to propel yourself in a straight line at an extreme speed. Anyone without powerfully enhanced vision, such as a Sharingan, sees no more than a blur. It also tends to give the user tunnel vision, and usually requires hand seals, so it is mostly useless in a fight against mid to upper level opponents. That is, of course, unless you had enhanced vision and practiced until you could do the jutsu without hand seals, like Shisui Uchiha, or Naruto, who channeled chakra into his eyes and optic nerves until he could see very well indeed. Neither Sakura, who had no dojutsu or vision enhancing techniques, nor Sasuke, who had not yet awakened his Sharingan, were prepared for the sudden extreme speed, and they weren't even looking in the right direction to see where they were going. IHH, screamed Sakura all the way to the tower as Naruto rapidly made one Shunshin jump after another. Sasuke managed to stay silent. Barely. Both of them retched and emptied their stomachs when they reached the tower. Meanwhile, Naruto unfurled the scrolls. Haruka appeared. The Nidaime was responsible for creating many of the traditional institutions of Konoha, lectured Haruka, including the Shinobi Academy, the ANBU Corps, the T&I department, and the Chunin exams. Alright class, time for a pop quiz. Naruto. Hi Haruka-sensei. Naruto waved his hand and grinned. Why? Haruka looked around. Then he looked down and saw the unrolled heaven and earth scrolls. You finished the second stage already. Yup. Naruto nodded. Just in time to save your poor students from a pop quiz. You finished in what Haruka looked at the clock, less than a minute. 40 seconds, actually, chirped Naruto. You just didn't notice after we summoned you for about 15 seconds. How on earth did you do that? Demanded Haruka. He knew Naruto was capable of getting away with some pretty crazy stuff due to his pranks, but this should be impossible even for Jonin. Never underestimate the power of the invincible Uchiha, declared Naruto. Haruka looked at Naruto's two teammates, who had just finished emptying their stomachs and were giving death glares to Naruto. Hey, look, said Naruto. He activated his spinny eye thingy. Haruka looked at Sasuke's eyes, which had turned red and had one tomo each. It's called the Sharingan, Naruto. And what, pray tell, did you do to the invincible Uchiha to make him activate his Sharingan and throw up? I dunno, said Naruto, shrugging innocently. We got here and they just started retching for some reason. Pull the other one, said Haruka. He was well used to the innocent face Naruto used after a prank. Naruto snickered. Surprise Shunshin trip. Well, that certainly explains the barfing. Wait, you know the Shunshin. Naruto grinned and used the smoke Shunshin to move 2 meters to one side. Then he Shunshined back. When he reappeared in a second puff of smoke, he was holding a plate. Want some dango? Offered Naruto. Haruka blinked. Sure. Where do you get the dango? Just then, they all heard a distant female voice scream. Who stole my dango? Yo, said Naruto, an hour and a half later. Facing him was a girl with 4 short blonde pigtails and a long rectangular box-shaped object attached to her back. A taller boy wearing purple face paint and wearing a large wrapped package on his back. And a boy who was even shorter than Naruto carrying an enormous sand-colored gourd on his back. This team apparently liked carrying big things on their backs. The Sabakus, am I right? Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. You guys got here fast. Temari Sabaku, the girl said politely. And not as fast as you, apparently. Kankuro Sabaku, said makeup boy. Ayangara Sabaku, said gird boy. Mother wants your blood. Gaara was leaking killing intent and demonic chakra. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. She wants my blood. What for? And how much does she want? Mother wants to drink your blood. And she says. Gaara blinked slowly, dropping the killing intent. A little bit will do. Well, I wouldn't object to letting her have a little bit, as long as she isn't going to use it to, like, break into my security seals or something. And blood's not cheap, so if she wants more than a couple drops I'm going to have to ask for something in exchange. Temari and Kankuro gaped. Gaara's brow scrunched in a confused expression. Does your mother want my blood? No, nothing like that, said Naruto. I want information. This exchange is acceptable, said Gaara after some thought. Wait, said Temari. Gaara shut her up with a glare. Usually you ask what information someone is asking for before you agree to give it away, said Naruto. Very well. What information are you asking for? Well, said Naruto. What's your mother's name? It seems like you have a demon sealed inside you. Is she your mother? And are you leaking demonic chakra on purpose or is your seal faulty? Mother is the demon of the sand. She says her name is Shukaku. Gaara pronounced the name slowly, as if it was the first time he spoke it. I am leaking demonic chakra. Yeah, just a bit. Anyone with the ability to sense chakra could find you in no time. It also tends to scare away animals and make most people slightly uneasy around you. Maybe we can get permission to look at your seal and, if necessary, fix it. Suna is allies with Konoha, you know. If the seal is fixed, will I be able to sleep? Naruto was horrified. You can't sleep. If I sleep, mother takes over. Well, we definitely need to your seal looked at then. If we fix it, you will be able to sleep with no problems. Unfortunately, I don't think Suna would be very happy if a Konoha ninja messed with your seal without permission, so we probably should ask first. I don't see why they would refuse though. I will ask Baki-sensei. Great, said Naruto, smiling. Now, blood. He unsealed a drinking glass. Using a kunai, Naruto cut open his palm without so much as a wince and filled the glass halfway before the blood stopped coming from the wound. Naruto wrapped a bandage around his palm to hide the fact that the wound was closing by itself. Is that enough? Asked Naruto. In answer, a thick tendril of sand reached out of Gaara's gourd and took the glass from Naruto's hand. Moments later, the sand covered the glass completely and crushed it, letting the blood soak into the sand. Did Shukaku find out anything from my blood? Asked Naruto, watching curiously. Gaara stared at Naruto and blinked slowly. 9. He asked. Naruto nodded solemnly. Also, said Gaara, you're type A positive and you have some kind of chakra-based bloodline, though mother cannot tell if it's activated or not. And the Y chromosome says you're definitely male. That's good to know, thanks, said Naruto happily. Temari could no longer contain herself. You're both really weird, you know that right? Of course, said Naruto. Whoa, deja vu. Kenkiro cracked up. Hey, you're wearing cat pajamas and purple makeup. You're weirder than we are. Kenkiro stopped laughing instantly and glared at Naruto. What did you just say? Kenkiro, said Gaara flatly, you're wearing cat pajamas and purple makeup. Anko Mitarashi was beyond pissed. Not only did someone murder 3 grass genin, that someone was Orochimaru, her former sensei. Adding to her anger was the fact that said former sensei had masqueraded as a genin and more or less got the jump on her during her introduction to the second phase of the exam. And worst of all, someone stole her dango. Anko rocketed through the forest of death, searching for Orochimaru's chakra signature. Giant tigers, spiders, and bears ran away or hid as she passed. There, that foul purple chakra. And he's not alone. Orochimaru, screamed Anko. Coo, 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 laughed Orochimaru in a creepy sibilant voice, still wearing the female grass genin's face. Little Anko, look at you, one of the elite, and then he turned around and looked at Anko. You're wearing orange? Where the fuck did you find something so blinding? Just one question before I kill you, ground out Anko, releasing all her chakra and killing intent at once. I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn you down, said Orochimaru, smirking. I still have to find that little Uchiha boy and gift him with my seal. But I'll humor you for a moment. What question do you have for your dear old sensei? Did you steal my dango? If his stolen face were not already bloodless, Orochimaru would have paled. He knew how Anko was when it came to dango. As it was, he did the first thing that came to mind. Kabuto, stall her, ordered Orochimaru. Then he turned tail and ran. Anko flew at Orochimaru. She was forced to finally take notice of his companion as Kabuto intercepted her with glowing chakra scalpels. Anko Mitarashi, said Kabuto in a very stereotypical warrior's introduction. Special Jonin of Konoha, former student of Lord Orochimaru and the only other summoner of the snake contract. You're good, but let's see how you do against someone of the same caliber as Kakashi the copy nin. Comparing himself to Kakashi might have been a bit arrogant, and little did Kabuto know, even Kakashi feared to steal Anko's dango. Grah! Screamed Anko. Fire release, fire dragon, striking shadow snakes, poison mist. She threw scores of senbon needles and kunai. Kunai shadow clone no jutsu. Fire release, fire dragon, wind release, great breakthrough. Kabuto dodged the first fire dragon, disabled the snakes with his chakra scalpels, and ignored the poison mist. He blocked or dodged all of the kunai but was struck with several poison senbon. He used a kawarami to escape the massively multiplied kunai when Anko used the kunai shadow clone technique. And that was when his luck ran out. Anko's second fire dragon was aimed at the ground where Kabuto appeared, and her wind jutsu slammed into the fire dragon from behind, causing a massive explosion of fire that Kabuto was caught in. He tried to dodge, but he went down with his legs charred, and most of his torso, and one of his arms covered in third-degree burns. Anko spared a glance in the direction Orochimaru had run. She knew how fast that bastard could be when he was running away, so there was no chance of catching up with him. So she figured a rat in the hand is worth 2 in a hole. Kabuto's screams rang through the night. It turned out to be very, very handy to have a prisoner who could heal himself when you sliced bits off of him. Team 10 hid in the bushes as a team from Takagakure landed in the clearing where they had stood moments earlier. Shikamaru peered out through a crack at their feet. Perfect. They're all facing away from us. Cage main success, said Shikamaru. Attack plan 1. Go. What? Why can't I move? Ino and Choji were surprised by the sudden change of pace from hiding to attack, but they performed as ordered. Ino knelt from behind the low bushes and used her family's jutsu to take over one of the team. Shikamaru released that one while Ino used his body to knock out the other two. Finally, Choji used his human boulder attack to smash into the one Ino had used an instant after she released her jutsu. It was a classic Ino Shikacho ambush. Perfect, said Choji, searching the Taki team's packs as the other two stood guard. Found some chocolate and granola bars. Ino groaned. Just find their scroll already. Oh, yeah, they've got a heaven scroll. I found that a few minutes ago. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Now that we've got a heaven and an earth scroll, all we need to do is get to the tower. Choji, hide that scroll. Okay, said Choji, and they moved off. Team 10 heard a shrill cry on their way to the tower. Hey, where did everyone go? Shikamaru prepared to direct the team on a detour to avoid the commotion when he heard a loud thumping and a deep, beastly roar. Someone's in trouble, and not from another team, said Shikamaru. Shall we check it out? Ino looked unsure. That growl sounded scary. It could be one of our friends, said Choji. Let's go then, agreed Ino. It turned out to be an enormous, 3-story tall bear chasing a red-headed girl who looked to be about a year younger than the members of Team 10. She had just tripped on a root. Shikamaru ran through the full hand seals of his family's signature jutsu. Kage-main no jutsu, he shouted, attacking with his shadow. The bear froze. Then it growled. Ino, I can't hold it for long. See if you can possess it. Shintenshin no jutsu, shouted Ino. Her body immediately collapsed as she took control of the bear. Shikamaru dropped control of his technique, and Ino turned the bear around, trying to make it lumber off into the woods. Then the bear roared and reared up on its hind legs. Ino gasped. There's something wrong with its mind. I can't possess it properly. Shit, said Shikamaru. This is gonna be such a drag. Alright, I need a good-sized rock. There, got one. As the huge bear turned around and faced the team again, Shikamaru picked up a large rock about the size of his head and shifted it to his left hand, holding it at shoulder height. He made a one-handed seal with his right hand and blurred in a shunshin. WHUMP. Blood sprayed from the side of the bear's head and it was knocked sideways. Shikamaru reappeared in the air 20 meters away from the bear, no longer holding the rock. He fell to the ground and rolled to break his fall. Ino gaped. Damn, Shika, where do you learn to do that? Shunshin, I learned it from a scroll. Good way of getting places without having to walk. This was, in fact, true. Shikamaru had actually learned it from a scroll and taught Naruto and Shino. Did you just kill that bear by throwing a rock at it? Said Ino. Yup, said Shikamaru. He approached the red-headed girl they had just saved. Hey, are you alright? Why yes, said the girl, retrieving her glasses and standing up. Thank you for saving me. It was no trouble, said Shikamaru. Then he realized what he'd said. I mean, it was very troublesome, but we're glad we did it. The girl giggled and blushed. I'm Karin Uzumaki. What's your name? Uzumaki. I'm Shikamaru Nara. Did you know the Uzumaki clan heir is a Konoha ninja? Karin blinked in surprise. Really? Do you think I can meet him? Remember the loud blonde guy wearing orange who slept through the first phase? Naruto Uzumaki. He seemed kind of stupid. Are you sure he's the clan heir? Ino can tell you that Naruto was only pretending to be stupid. Right, Ino? Yeah, I think so. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Shikamaru, how did you do that with the rock? Shunshin isn't meant to do that. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. To perform the shunshin, you wrap chakra around your body and propel yourself in a straight line at high speed. In order to stop yourself again, you have to apply the same force in an opposite direction with your chakra when you reach your destination. Simple physics. All I did was neglect to wrap chakra around the rock when I stopped myself at the end of the shunshin, and the rock kept flying at full speed. Anyway, Karin, what happened to your team? Karin looked nervous. They left me behind. They left you to get eaten by a bear, asked Choji. Well, their plan was for me to act as bait. That's why I was carrying our Earth Scroll in the open. But when the bear came, I think they ran away. Well, said Shikamaru, sorry to say it sounds like your team won't be passing. If they think you've been eaten by a bear, they won't come back for you, which means your best bet is to come with us to the tower. Or, hang on a sec. Shikamaru reached into a pocket and pulled out a card with a seal inscribed on it. He channeled chakra into it and held it to his ear. Naruto, said Shikamaru. It's Shika. Of course you've finished the second phase already. We've discovered a little cousin of yours and rescued her from a bear. Yes, cousin. She says she's in Uzumaki. Got the hair for it too, unlike you. Well, it looks like her team has abandoned her and they probably think she's been eaten, so I'm thinking. Yeah, my location. Anytime now would be good. Shikamaru took the card off his ear and stuck it back in his pocket. Moments later, Naruto appeared. Yo, said Naruto. Hi Shika, Hino, Choji. Whoa, bear. Well, looks like we got enough to feed Choji. And you must be the Uzumaki Shikamaru mentioned. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Karin Uzumaki. Are you really the clan heir? And what happened to all the orange? Naruto chuckled. I don't wear orange when I'm on a serious mission. As for the clan heir thing, well, my mom was Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of Whirlpool. Mom told me about her. Karin's face turned sad. Is your mom? Asked Shikamaru. Karin nodded sadly. She passed away 4 years ago. Those Kusagakure doctors killed her. They drained her chakra until she died. She had the healing chakra bloodline. Asked Naruto. Yes, so do I, said Karin. She showed her arm, which had faint human bite marks in various places. I take it you don't want to go back to Kusa, said Naruto, his face impassive. Karin looked hopeful. Won't they make me a missing nin? Naruto and Shikamaru looked at each other, smirked, and spoke in unison. Not if we fake your death. After sealing the bear in a scroll and modifying the scene to look like the bear had swallowed Karin and walked away, as well as erasing all traces of Team 10's passage, it was time to leave. Welp, I guess my shadow clone will see you guys at the tower in half an hour or so. Word of warning, Sasuke has his Sharingan now, so be careful with the hand seals. What do? Hit him with your full killing intent. Joked Shikamaru. Surprise Shunshin trip. All the way through the forest. Let me guess, you stole Anko's dango and you wanted to make sure you were out of the blast radius. Naruto grinned. You know me too well. Where are you taking Karin? Asked Ino. First rule of keeping secrets. Don't tell people your secrets. Can I have the bear? Asked Choji. Naruto threw him the scroll containing the bear. Make sure you give Shika one of the eye teeth. He killed it, it's tradition. Seriously, Naruto, said Shikamaru. Those teeth are huge. It's not like I can put it on a necklace, then turn it into a hat or something. Will I see Shikamaru again? Asked Karin. Probably, said Naruto. Me and Shika are good friends. Not for a while though. We gotta change your look. Make sure the Kusa people don't catch on that you're alive. Why? Karin blushed, stepped up to Shikamaru, and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, she whispered. Shikamaru froze, eyes wide. He blushed, and his hand went to his cheek where Karin had kissed him. Wow, said Naruto. He grinned. Alright, see you guys later. Ino, remember, this is not gossip. Don't tell anyone, especially not Sakura. Got it. Ino pouted. Ino, fine, I got it Naruto. Alright, Karin, said Naruto once they were alone. Hang tight and close your eyes. I'm gonna take you to meet our aunt. Perhaps it would be best if Koharu and I took care of spreading the rumors, Hamura suggested. Your root ninja are not the most adept at social skills. Indeed, Koharu agreed, not that they aren't excellent ninja, Danzo, but they come across as rather robotic, and we can't risk suspicion if we want this to appear to be a grassroots movement. Danzo's brow furrowed. I suppose that would be best, he said, but I was hoping to avoid requiring you to go on an active mission at your advanced age. Bah, Koharu said. My bones may be old, but I'll be dead before I can't do a simple henge. Very well, Danzo replied, you have 1 month. We'll execute the final phase of the plan on August 2nd at the council meeting for the CH-Nin promotions, and by then, we'll need all of the council members on our side. Koharu and Hamura exited the meeting room and exited the underground hideout. Danzo shook his head. Shunshine, a root ninja, knelt in front of him. Sir, we will add a Jinkriki to the ranks in 1 month. Prepare a holding cell and chakra-resistant restraints. We will need to alter our standard conditioning regime to control the beast sealed in the boy. Take every precaution, we do not want it to escape. Sir, yes, dismissed. The best ramen in the world, according to Tsunade, can be found in the land of vegetables. Surprisingly, most people seem to expect good ramen in the land of noodles, but the truth was that noodles could be transported almost anywhere without losing quality, whereas vegetables couldn't. And, as the name implied, the country Tsunade and Shizune were visiting now grew the best vegetables in the world. That's why the two of them, along with Tauntaun, we're having dinner in a small restaurant in the land of vegetables. I'll have a stir-fry, please, Shizune said. 1 chicken and shrimp ramen, please, Tsunade requested. The waitress took a note and went to the kitchen to relay their orders. Shizune laughed. Ramen, if Naruto could see you right now. Shut up, Tsunade said, scanning the room. He might appear if you talk about him. You know, he always appears when we're eating, drinking, or gambling. Who always appears when you're eating, drinking, or gambling? Auntie Tsunade. Naruto inquired. Did I just hear the word ramen? Tsunade blinked, surprised at her own surprise. How did you find us this time? Naruto. Oh, it's so simple. Smugly grinned Naruto. You were thinking about ramen, which naturally led to thinking about your favorite nephew, and I could feel the love all the way in Konoha, so I came. See, Shizune, speak of the devil, and he will appear. Are you going to introduce your friend, Naruto? Aunt Tsunade, Shizune, this is Karin Uzumaki. Karin, this is Tsunade Senju and Shizune Kato, and that's Tauntaun. Is Tsunade of the Sanin your aunt? Exclaimed Karin. Yeah, and apparently she's your aunt, or cousin, or something. Auntie, don't you have some kind of DNA or chakra test to see how closely we're related? Tsunade received the message. Naruto needed her to confirm that Karin was indeed an Uzumaki. HMPH, she grumbled. Something along those lines, brats. Karin, what's your favorite type of ramen? Shizune and Naruto exchanged smirking glances. Nice to see you're finally embracing your Uzumaki ancestry, Auntie, Naruto said. Don't be like that, Tsunade said. Naruto, I'm not sure if you've ever been here before, but the land of vegetables has the best ramen in the entire world, so I always make an exception when I come here. What are you talking about? Ikaraku's has the best ramen in the world. I've had Ikaraku's, and while it's not bad, the stuff they make here is on another level. Wait, Karin interjected. Isn't the land of vegetables on the other side of the land of water? Yes, exclaimed Naruto. Welcome to the veggie land. But we were only recently in Konoha. Yes, and now we've arrived. But how? It's one of the universe's mysteries. We were there, and now we're here, but no time has passed between. It is not for us to know, nor is it for us to ask, how this has come to pass. All we can do is give thanks and praise the ramen. Naruto said solemnly. You're just being ridiculous now, Karin said. Anyway, Naruto said, turning to face Tsunade and abruptly changing the subject. I was hoping you could keep Karin with you until the end of the CH-NIN exams because she was unwillingly conscripted by Kusagakure, and while Shika and I faked her death, it's best if we keep her away from Grass Ninja for a while. And what do I gain from this, brat? Does she have the Uzumaki healing chakra? Tsunade was the next to gape. Damn, kid. Okay, Karin, you have 1 month to prove to me that you're apprentice material. Now, what's your favorite type of ramen? Anko arrived with a leaf shunshin on the top floor of the Forest of Death's central tower. I have urgent news, Lord Hokage, she said to the village leader, dropping a hog-tied kabuto like a sack of rice. Naruto was summoned to the hideout by his spy clone on the second day of the CH-NIN exams. Report, Naruto said, sitting in a meditative position on his couch once more. We have a number of important and urgent alerts, said the spy clone, who was dressed in black with only his eyes visible. First, Anko Mitarashi, the second phase proctor, reported to the Hokage that she discovered Orochimaru, the traitor Sannin, in the Forest of Death yesterday. She captured Kabuto Yakashi, who appears to be working for Orochimaru. When Orochimaru fled and used Kabuto as a distraction for Anko, she proceeded to do a field interrogation of Kabuto and discovered that Oto under Orochimaru. On a related note, don't get caught stealing Anko's dango again. The Hokage has assigned a CH-NIN to go undercover and get himself hired at the Whirlwind Postal Office. Whirlwind must turn him down with a suitable excuse. Last word. Yesterday, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo had an interesting meeting. Danzo received the report from the drone you saw following you during the Tanzakugai mission with Konoha Team 7. Furthermore, we have information from his spies as well as his plans for you. It's probably best if you just go over the memories again. Naruto closed his eyes, nodded, and the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. It took him 20 minutes to open his eyes and say, Training. Apprentices. Whirlwind. Have you called, boss? Naruto's office was visited by the head training clone. Yo, said the delivery man clone. What's going on? The clone of the head apprentice appeared. New memories and orders, Naruto said, creating a normal shadow clone that dispelled immediately. While the three were processing the memories, Naruto recreated the spy clone and created another clone, this time wearing his orange jumpsuit. Begin Whirlpool Project. Dara was bored. It was the third day of the CH-NIN exams, and he was stuck in a tower. Baki-sensei said he wasn't allowed to kill anyone, so he sat in his team's assigned room, making a miniature sand sculpture of the village of Suna. Then he created a miniature Godzilla and had it smash through the miniature Suna until all that remained was miniature sand dunes. Hello, Gaara. What are you doing? Inquired a cheerful voice from Gaara's room's doorway. Gaara did not respond. Was his activity concealed? Whoa, Naruto exclaimed, is that you, Suna? Gaara nodded as she looked up at Naruto. That's really cool. What about the people? Said Naruto as he watched Gaara finish detailing the Kage tower. Gaara gave Naruto a blank stare before beginning to create motionless people figures standing in the streets and on top of buildings. Can you get them to move? Naruto inquired. Not enough control. Gaara shook his head. Grumbled Naruto. Why don't you let me make the people here? Gaara, intrigued, sucked the people figures back into his gourd, while Naruto formed a cross-shaped hand seal, concentrated, and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu in multiples. The entire miniature village was suddenly populated by miniature Naruto clones in orange jumpsuits, each of whom transformed into a random civilian. Gaara, how does the Kage appear? Gaara transformed into the Kage using the henge, complete with robes and hat, while Naruto created another shadow clone standing on top of the Kage tower that looked exactly like Gaara's henge. Gaara smirked and waved his hand, summoning a Sand Godzilla. Kankuro, do you hear what I'm saying? Temari inquired. Kankuro fell silent, and they could hear screaming and maniacal laughter. That sounds like it's coming from our room, Temari stated. Gaara's in there? Kankuro paused, trying to hide his fear. Let's get started, Temari exclaimed as she dashed down the corridor. The two older Sabaku siblings burst into the room to find Gaara and that strange blonde kid, Uzumaki, sitting cross-legged on the floor around a miniature sand model of Suna, about 2 meters wide. A Sand Godzilla, about the size of a house cat, was rampaging through the city, screaming and running around stupidly with their hands in the air. Temari and Kankuro stood there gaping. The mini Kage raised his hands, shouting incoherently, and Gaara directed a mini blast of sand from around the Kage tower to form into spikes and shoot themselves at Godzilla, who just batted them aside and made as if to roar while Gaara himself produced the sound effects, before charging, smashing through buildings and choking down and turning him into smoke. Godzilla turned to face the crowd as Gaara snickered and wiggled his fingers. Let's make this a little more interesting, Naruto said, pointing out various mini people. You, and you are now ninjas, he commanded, pointing out various mini people. His shadow clones transformed themselves into Suna's CHNIN and Genin uniforms, leaped onto roofs, and began shooting fireballs at the monster. Unfortunately, this only aided in the destruction of the miniature Suna, because when the fireballs collided with Godzilla, they created a miniature explosion that leveled a fifth of the nearby town. Oops, Naruto snickered, too much chakra. Rahhhh, Godzilla roared as he charged at the ninja. Rah, exclaimed the mini ninja as he leapt at Godzilla with swords and kunai. Temari and Kankuro stood there, wide-eyed, but smiling as they watched their little brother have fun with his new friend. Even if it was a rather strange game, Sasuke was not bored. He was actually quite busy, sitting on his bed in Team 7's assigned room and brooding. He was very good at brooding. All he had to do was sit there with a scowl on his face and imagine all the painful ways he wanted to kill his older brother, but couldn't because he wasn't strong enough. Sakura, who was sitting on her bed across from Sasuke's, thought this was sexy for some reason, and she had her hands clasped together and stars in her eyes. Squeal, Sasuke, Sakura squealed. Correction, Sakura thought it was pretty sexy. On a completely unrelated note, Sakura liked movies with sparkly vampires. Orochimaru Sunshine walked into the room and knocked Sakura out with a single punch, knocking her out cold. Cuckoo little Sasuke, crooned Orochimaru, who was as pleased as Sakura to see Sasuke's dark and depressing aura, albeit for different reasons. He wasn't into little boys, after all, and was simply pleased to discover that his target had psychological issues to exploit. I heard you got your team through the second phase of the exam in, what, 40 seconds? Most impressive, indeed. Sasuke thought this stranger had a strange laugh, but he straightened proudly when he heard the man credited him with getting his team through the forest of death. What's the point? And who exactly are you? Sasuke inquired. Cool. It means I've decided to give you a present. Orochimaru is my name. When you want power, you'll come to me. Orochimaru released his killing intent in an instant, causing Sasuke to freeze. The snake-like man made a hand sign, stretched his neck, and bit Sasuke on the junction of his neck and his left shoulder. Orochimaru then gave another creepy laugh and vanished like dust in the wind. Naruto was on his way back to his team's room when he felt it, a massive burst of killing intent, and a truly vile, corrupted chakra source. Shit, cursed Naruto mentally, that's coming from our room. He dashed out the window and ran 2 stories up the wall to his team's room, where he heard a creepy laugh, and the vile chakra presence was suppressed before disappearing completely. Naruto sent a pair of shadow clones to investigate the situation and entered the room through the window, where Sasuke was writhing in pain and Sakura was lying awkwardly on her bed, knocked out. Sasuke, what occurred? Naruto inquired. Naruto checked Sasuke over and immediately noticed the bite marks and curse seal on Sasuke's neck. It matches the curse seals we've seen on some of the Oto ninja after we finally managed to infiltrate. And that corrupted chakra must have been his, Naruto concluded, not saying it out loud in case anyone was nearby. Boss said Naruto's last clone Sakura has been knocked out. Possible concussion, bruising, and no other injuries. Okay, go take her to the infirmary here in the tower, Naruto said, creating another shadow clone and dispatching it to find Kakashi. Kakashi entered Team 7's room as Naruto and 4 shadow clones were preparing an evil sealing method ritual, drawing seals in Naruto's blood all over Sasuke's upper torso. Naruto, you've arrived, Kakashi-sensei. To cut a long story short, Orochimaru, the cursed seal, and Sasuke. Because the seal is currently unstable, I am unable to remove it until it stabilizes. It appears to be remotely linked to Orochimaru's chakra, so even after it stabilizes, I can only remove it once Orochimaru is dead and no longer has any influence over the cursed seal. I'm sealing it with the evil sealing method while it's still weak enough, cutting it off from Sasuke's chakra system and forcibly stabilizing it. This will allow me to completely seal it, whereas if I let it do whatever it's trying to do, it will only be partially sealed. That sounds sound, Kakashi said. Do you need assistance? I'm familiar with the evil sealing method. You do. You can then look over my work. I'm confident I got this right, Naruto said. But 2 heads are better than 1. After a few moments and confirmation from Kakashi, Naruto charged the seal with chakra and said, sealing evil. The script lines he had drawn crawled up Sasuke's body, forming an intricate design around Orochimaru's cursed seal. Phew, Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his brow and sitting down. Now we just have to wait until Sasuke wakes up. Sakura awoke slowly, opening her eyes and taking in her surroundings. Kakashi-sensei, why am I in the hospital? You received a severe blow to the head. It's a good thing Medic Ninja can heal concussions almost instantly, or you'd be out for a few days. Do you recall what occurred? Sakura reflected. Well, I was Sasuke, she sighed. You were distracted and knocked out before you realized anything. Yes, I suppose. Sorry about that, Kakashi-sensei. Oh, Sasuke, how is he? When I was attacked, he was in the room with me. Sasuke is fine, Kakashi said, preferring not to deal with a Sakura hovering over Sasuke's bed, which he had purposefully placed in a different room to avoid just that. Sasuke must have confronted and killed my assailant. Ooh, Sasuke, you're so brave. Kakashi chose to ignore Sakura's contented expression. Sasuke awoke with a low groan. He was hurting all over. He tried to remember what had caused the pain. That man, Orochimaru, had said he was giving Sasuke a gift of power. That was completely unexpected. Wait, no. He was a Uchiha, so receiving gifts of power should be expected. Ah, Sasuke, good to see you're awake, Kakashi said, interrupting his thoughts. Check to see if you can drink this. It should alleviate the pain. Sasuke finally opened his eyes and agreed. Do you recall what occurred? Kakashi inquired. Power Itachi. Sasuke closed his eyes and thought. No, he said. Ah, that's too bad, Kakashi said. We were hoping you could give us some insight into Orochimaru's motivations. We? Sasuke inquired. Yo, Naruto called out from his hiding place. Out of sight of Sasuke, the only thing we know is that Orochimaru appeared, knocked Sakura out, and cursed you. As far as I can tell, the curse seal contains a piece of his soul, and its primary purpose was to give him control over your mind. Isn't it revolting? Fortunately, we were able to seal it and contain it before it completely set in, which means it has no effect on you other than that cute little tattoo on your neck. Sasuke raised his hand and covered the left side of his neck, trying to feel for anything. Don't worry, Naruto said we'll eventually be able to get rid of it entirely. We only need to kill Orochimaru first, and in a day or 2, you'll be back to normal. He's hiding something, thought Naruto. But hey, at least he has all the information now. If he wants to do something stupid, that's his problem. Homura Mitokado was 68 years old, and he was in good shape for an old man, which made sense given that he had once served on the same team as the 3rd Hokage. He was not, however, agile enough to hang upside down from a rope suspended from a skylight, accurately throw a kunai at an alarm system from 12 meters away, cut open 4 steel bolts with a hacksaw in one hand, steal Konoha's largest diamond from its display case, then nimbly flip over and climb the rope hand over hand, all while suppressing his chakra to avoid detection, which was odd given the lack of other appropriate security measures. such as covering his head, because all he wore was a mask that covered the lower half of his face, or searching for hidden security cameras, or wiping the fingerprints off the kunai he threw at the alarm system. When the horrified private collector who owned the diamond reported the crime the next morning, it was only a matter of hours before the ninja police, with the help of an Inuzuka, tracked down the diamond to a box buried under a bush in Hamura's yard. When the cops questioned Hamura, he said, "What were you doing last night between 9:35 and 10 p.m.? "I was at Kusanoki's bar," Hamura said before closing his mouth and refusing to answer any further questions. When the police went to Kusanoki's bar, none of the employees or regulars could confirm Hamura's presence. And when the police asked about any other unusual activity last night, the only thing they heard was a new rumor that the demon brat was planning to betray the village. Fortunately for Hamura, he was far more spry politically than he was physically, so he got off relatively unscathed, though he had to trade in a lot of favors. However, the police, being ninja, looked beneath the surface and concluded that Hamura's under-the-table method of getting his charges dropped was proof of his guilt, and instead of taking him to court, they took him to the court of public opinion. Many boxes of donuts were consumed during the subsequent debates. They may have been ninja, but they were still cops. 4 Konoha teams, 1 Suna team, and 1 Oto team had passed the second phase of the CH-NIN exam. Kabuto's teammates were perplexed by his disappearance, but assumed he had been lost, killed, or eaten. The proctor, Height Gecko, explained the preliminaries to the Hokage, the other proctors, and the genin sensei as the 18 CH-NIN hopefuls lined up in ranks in the central hall of the Forest of Death Tower. "We have purchased a computer that will use a random number generator to select 2 participants to fight each other. The names will be shown on the large screen mounted on the wall behind me. Does anyone want to leave? Does anyone feel unable to continue?" Nobody backed out. "All right, then, let us get started. Participants, please move up to the balconies." Height gave the signal to the hidden computer ninja. Yes, they had real-life computer ninjas. Konoha was proud to boast that they had the world's fastest hunt and peck typists. The first match is between Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba attempted to slander Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke lost the psychological battle because he simply stuck his nose in the air and refused to respond. "Begin," exclaimed the proctor. "Beast human clone," exclaimed Kiba, using the Inuzuka clan jutsu to transform himself and Akamaru into 2 identical copies of a feral Kiba, one crouched on the back of the other. Orochimaru, disguised as the Oto team's genin sensei, stood off to the side, watching intently. A type of Inuzuka. This will be no problem for Sasuke. Still, I'm curious to see how quickly Sasuke finishes the fight. Sasuke then activated his Sharingan. He only had 1 Tomo in each eye. Orochimaru swallowed his spit. Sasuke said, "You can't fool me. With the power of the mighty Sharingan, I can tell who's on top." Orochimaru almost burst out laughing. Seriously, they hadn't switched places, and anyone could tell. Had he been duped about Sasuke's abilities? "Fang over fang," exclaimed Kiba, bringing out the big guns knowing he'd need them against the Rookie of the Year. "Fire style, fantastic fireball jutsu," exclaimed Sasuke. He slammed into Akamaru, knocking him out of his transformation and leaving him singed and in pain. With his Sharingan, he could easily see Kiba's fang over fang attack coming and avoid it. "Nuo, Akamaru, I'll get you for that, you jerk." Sasuke switched with Akamaru using a Kawarami. Kiba collided with his own partner, further injuring Akamaru. It had become official. Sasuke was a monster, and giving up, Proctor, Akamaru needs a medic. And Orochimaru was happy once more. Sasuke was a monster. That was something he could work with. Sasuke Uchiha wins by forfeit. Medics. Height signaled for the next matchup to be made after the medics had taken Akamaru away. Shikamaru Nara vs Dasu Kinuta was displayed on the screen. Shikamaru groaned. "This is going to be extremely difficult." Dasu was a large 14-year-old with bandages covering most of his head except for one eye. He stood hunched over, a bundle of fur attached to his back. He entered the arena without saying anything. "Begin," exclaimed Height once the two were face to face. Dasu and Shikamaru both jumped backwards. Shikamaru tried throwing a kunai at his opponent. Dasu made a clanging sound as he blocked it with his right arm. For a minute, the two exchanged stares. "Are you waiting for me to make the first move?" Dasu posed rhetorically. "Very well, I'll do my best." He charged at Shikamaru, revealing a metal gauntlet with multiple holes on his right arm. Shikamaru's shadow stretched out towards him, causing him to come to a halt and jump back. "I'm not sure what that does," Dasu explained, "but I don't think I want to find out." Shikamaru's shadow came to a halt and retreated halfway across the room. Shikamaru said. Given that you rushed at me before attempting to use your gauntlet, and that you didn't use it after jumping back, your attack has a limited effective range. I'm guessing some kind of sound-based attack. Dasu remained silent. Shikamaru started walking around the room. Dasu began circling Shikamaru in the same direction. Dasu abruptly raised his arm and fired a blast of sound in the direction of Shikamaru. Shikamaru ducked just as the sound blast exited Dasu's gauntlet. He had clearly anticipated the attack. So you understand how sound works, Dasu said. You expected me to use the walls in the corner of the room to amplify my attack, but you knew the amplification would be limited to that area. Shikamaru groaned. This is so frustrating. You can't get close to me, I can't get close to you, and we both have limited range attacks. I have a suggestion. Let's stop fighting and settle this with a game of shogi. Dasu appeared to be thinking about it. Hey, the proctor, cut in. If you do that, I'll disqualify you both because we don't have time to watch a shogi match. Damn Naras, what a drag, Shikamaru said. He drew a kunai and tossed it at Dasu, who deflected it with his gauntlet as before. Dasu returned the favor by throwing a 3 kunai spread at Shikamaru, who ducked. Shikamaru drew 4 kunai and hurled them all at Dasu. One of them had a paper tag on the handle. Dasu, seeing the tag and not wanting to be anywhere near an explosion, fired a sound blast at the kunai spread before it reached him. Splat. Dasu was splattered by a massive blob of grayish goo, which clogged the holes in his gauntlet. Because sound waves do not exert actual force, they cannot prevent a large flying mass from following its natural trajectory. Shikamaru charged forward, employing his shadow imitation jutsu. PFFDH. What is this nonsense? It's sticky grayish goo, Shikamaru deadpanned. Don't worry, it won't melt you, you've got other issues. He quickly backed away, forcing Dasu to imitate him, until the Oto ninja slammed his head into the wall and knocked himself out. Knockout winner, Shikamaru Nara, Hayate declared. And I'm not going to clean that up. Ino confronted Shikamaru with a that was revolting expression on her face when he got up to the balcony where his team was watching. Shikamaru, where did you get that goo? Shikamaru shook his head. Naruto always makes sure his friends have plenty of prank supplies. Where did you get that goo, Naruto? Oh, Naruto explained. It turns out that if you collect hundreds of thousands of boogers and keep them all together, they start breeding. Why, you want one? Naruto pulled out a paper sealing tag and waved it at Ino. Sekira lunged at Naruto, who dodged and grinned. Next game, the match between Temari Sabaku and Hinata Hyuga was shown on the screen. Temari won the match quickly, blasting Hinata with a strong gust of wind and knocking her out against the wall. Hinata was a poor matchup. Without the chitin or any other defensive jutsu, she was unable to defend herself against long-range attacks. She could avoid a fireball, not so much a strong gust of wind that spread itself when it hit the floor. Wow, that was quick, Hayate said dryly. The next game, Naruto Uzumaki vs Naruto Uzumaki appeared on the match board. As the proctor and the rest of the room stared at the screen, an orange-clad Naruto created a shadow clone, jumped into the arena, and yelled, "Wuo huo, let's do this. Begin the match," yelled the shadow clone. "I'm going to beat the crap out of you." "Oh no you won't," yelled Naruto, pointing to his clone. "I'm stronger, faster, and more attractive than you. Better looking. Shrimp, you're delusory." "What are you calling a shrimp, shrimp?" "All right, enough," exclaimed Hayate. "Uzumaki, get back on the balcony, I'll see what's going on, and then we'll redo the match." Naruto and his clone groaned and returned to the balcony. "But I really wanted to fight you." Hayate reappeared a few moments later. "Sorry for the interruption, folks. The computer ninja tells me that when he programmed the random match generator, he forgot to make sure no one was matched up with themselves. But he wants me to remind everyone that even if he sucks as a programmer, he's still the world's fastest hunt and peck typist. Okay, next match. Ino Yamanaka vs Tenten Higurashi. Tenten rolled her eyes as she approached the arena. "Oh, a fangirl. This will be simple." "So what? Just because I adore Sasuke doesn't mean I can't beat him." "Begin." Tenten kicked things off by pelting Ino with kunai and shuriken. Tenten was able to accurately aim ahead of where Ino was moving, and the barrage was simply too much for Ino to handle. Ino collapsed with shuriken in her arms and sides, as well as kunai in one of her shoulders and each of her legs. Tenten charged at her, a tanto around Ino's neck. "Surrender," she said. Ino had given up and promptly passed out. "Next match," exclaimed Hayate after escorting Ino to the hospital and Tenten back to the balcony. Rock Lee vs Sekira Haruno. Naruto immediately burst out laughing. "Oh, Sekira," Lee exclaimed, "I'm not sure I can bring myself to fight someone as beautiful as you." "Shut up, idiot. I only care about Sasuke." But you said you'd go on a date with me. Wait, I never promised you that. Indeed, you did. You said you'd go on a date with the winner of Sasuke and my most youthful fight, and I won. It's true, Naruto exclaimed from the balcony. You did it. Several others who had witnessed the fight before the first part of the exam agreed. I don't care. I'm not going on a date with you, Sakura declared. But breaking a promise is very unyouthful. GH, enough with the youth. Proctor, start the fight. But Sakura, Guy eventually came to the rescue. Lee, my precious student, he exclaimed, wrapping a manly hug around Lee's shoulders. Here is what you must do. You must battle Sakura and prove your youth to her until she falls into your arms. And if she still rejects you, then you must let her go. You must show her the power of youth. You must battle Sakura and prove your youth to her until she falls into your arms. And if she still rejects you, then you must let her go. Guy SENSEI. Thank you, exclaimed Lee as he hugged his teacher. I will do as you say and demonstrate to Sakura the power of youth. You know, if you translate that from youth speak, that's actually some pretty damn good advice, Naruto said, standing next to Kakashi on the balcony. That's Guy for you, Kakashi said. Don't tell him, but there's a reason I don't always dismiss his eternal rival challenges. Enough, said Hayate, interrupting a full-fledged hugging scene with sunset and waves. Let's get this fight started. Guy, get out of here, fighters, are you ready? Guy stepped back, and Lee and Sakura nodded. Begin. YOSH, exclaimed Lee, behold the power of youth. He transformed into a green blur, beat the crap out of Sakura, and caught her in his arms as she passed out. Knockout winner, Rock Lee, Hayate said, bored. The next game, Kankuro Sabaku vs Shino Aburame. This match was over in a flash. Neither fighter spoke up. Shino hurled a cloud of his Kakechu bugs at Kankuro, who quickly lost control of his puppet and slid out of the backpack in which he was hiding. Due to chakra exhaustion, he was forced to concede. Zaku Abumi vs Gaara Sabaku. Gaara was leaking the killing intent and demonic chakra of his Biju. I give up, Zaku said as he entered the arena. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga was the next match. You should give up now, just like Zaku, Neji said as he walked down the balcony steps. You can't win, you're a failure, a last place finisher, and you can't win against a genius like me. No way, exclaimed Naruto, still putting on his I'm stupid and I wear an orange jumpsuit act. I've been practicing for this. I'm going to beat you so badly that you'll see frogs dancing behind your eyelids for the next month. Frogs, never mind. It is your fate to lose. The weak always lose to the strong, and you should not delude yourself into thinking that you can beat a prodigy just because you have done a little training. Proctor, please begin the match, Naruto said, standing across from Neji. Kakashi opened his Sharingan on the balcony. He didn't want to overlook anything. Begin. Neji dashed over to Naruto. Naruto simply stood there, hands at his sides, taking no stance and staring at Neji. Naruto was Neji's final word. You are within my DURK range. Naruto's hands were at his side in an instant. Naruto was pulling his fingers away from the pressure points in Neji's neck, where he had disrupted blood flow to Neji's brain. An instant later, Neji collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Well, that was a letdown, Hayate said. Naruto Uzumaki wins by knockout. I'll never understand, Naruto said as he walked back to the balcony, why the Hyuga paused to say you are within my range of divination before they start their 8 trigrams moves. You are within my range of divination. You are within my range of divination. No matter how fast you say it, it still takes a minimum of about 1.5 seconds to say that. It's a taijutsu move, not. Final match. Hayate announced Choji Akamichi vs Kin Tsuchai. Kin attempted to use her Jinjutsu based on Senbin and bell sounds on Choji. Unfortunately for her, she could only throw one handful of Senbin before Choji used his human bullet tank jutsu, which blocked the Senbin instead of dodging them, leaving her without bells in the proper place for the Jinjutsu. It was only a matter of time before Kin was flattened without a chance to use Jinjutsu, and without a powerful enough technique or weapon to stop the Akamichi's signature jutsu. Well, will the winners please come down to the arena? Hayate asked. The winners were as follows: Sasuke, after defeating Kiba; Shikamaru, after defeating Dasu; Temari, who defeated Hinata; Tenten, who defeated Ino; Lee, who defeated Sakura; Shino, after defeating Kankuro; Gaara, after scaring Zaku into submission; Naruto, after defeating Neji; Choji, who defeated Kin. Alright, to avoid the risk of our computer ninja screwing up again, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Everyone choose a paper which determines your position in the bracket. The bracket was created after the final phase matchups were determined. Quarterfinals: 1. Shino vs Tenten. 2. Shikamaru vs Choji. 3. Temari vs Naruto. 4. Lee vs Sasuke. 5. Gaara vs the winner of the first match. This means that 4 people will advance to the next round. Semifinals: 6. The winner of match 2 will face the winner of match 3. 7. The winner of match 4 will face the winner of match 5. Round 3. 8. The winner of match 6 will face the winner of match 7. The remaining CHNIN contenders had 1 month to prepare for their fights. Naruto remembered one of his father's most useful fighting chapters after the preliminary rounds. Ninja Techniques. Minato Namikaze's Chapter 7. Chakra improves everything. So you've honed your chakra control skills to genin level. Your chakra pool has grown to ridiculous proportions. You know some ninjutsu and possibly some genjutsu, and you can use them extremely well. But you know that being a ninja is more than just spamming jutsu. It's finally time to start using chakra to enhance your body. Most taijutsu experts in our world enjoy exercising and practicing they do not. However, read chakra theory and apply it to their field of expertise. All that effort in practice, it actually accomplishes 3 tasks. First, it makes you stronger when combined with the proper amount of exercise and nutrition. Second, the practice improves the reflexes and skills of your nervous system. Third, and perhaps most importantly, it causes you to instinctively and subconsciously enhance your muscles and senses with chakra. Subconscious is the key word here. What I did, and what I want you to do, is consciously use your chakra control to enhance your body and senses. With careful experimentation, you can achieve a level of chakra-enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes that would take an average taijutsu practitioner years to achieve. It takes more practice to get this intentional chakra enhancement to the point where it becomes a muscle memory, and you can use it subconsciously. However, it is much faster than simply exercising until your body does it automatically. Muscles. The first thing you should work on is your muscles. Begin by internally channeling just enough chakra to your biceps to stick to a tree. Check to see if you're keeping that chakra internal by placing a leaf on your arm and seeing if it sticks. You're leaking chakra if it sticks. You're not wasting anything if it behaves normally and drops off. Now direct the chakra's energy toward muscle strengthening. You don't want to tear the tendons at either end of the muscle if you stretch the chakra too far. Finally, begin weightlifting. To figure out how much chakra you can channel into each muscle, experiment with small, incremental amounts of chakra. After each experiment, you must drain all extra chakra from your muscles, leaving them with only the amount that normally flows through your blood. Clench your muscles a few times to make sure they're not sore or hurting. If there's any pain, you've either used too much chakra and need to back off, or you've failed to properly enhance a part, such as the tendons that connect the muscle to the bone, and you have tearing. Rest those muscles for a few days and let them heal in either case. Both of these scenarios are exactly what happens when someone opens the 8 inner gates without having a body prepared to handle that much chakra. The entire body is overfilled with chakra, resulting in burns and tearing due to a lack of control. That is why we begin with muscles. If you started with your eyes, for example, you could permanently blind yourself. It is much easier to heal or, if necessary, repair a muscle than it is to repair an eye. Or, even worse, your brain. It should be noted that chakra enhancement does not eliminate the need for physical strength. The more chakra you need to lift a boulder above your head, the weaker you are. When it comes to chakra enhancement, physical strength is multiplicative rather than additive. So if, without chakra, you can lift 30 pounds in each hand, a certain amount of chakra will double that strength to 60 pounds. If, without chakra, you can lift 100 pounds, a certain amount of chakra will double it so you can lift 200 pounds. There is a limit to how much chakra you can add to your muscles before your muscle tissue burns, so you must physically strengthen yourself. Fortunately, if you consciously avoid using chakra when you exercise, your rate of physical improvement is faster as well. Sensory organs. Start working on your sensory organs after you've gotten a lot of practice with your muscles. Channel a tiny amount of chakra to your nose's sensory membrane, your tongue's taste buds, and your eardrum and bones. You should do this in a clean, quiet area with no offensive odors or noises, and you should wait a few hours after brushing your teeth. Move on to your eyes after you've mastered taste, hearing, and smell. You'll need to be very careful with your eyes. Try one at a time, and know everything there is to know about ocular anatomy before you begin. The eye is a very complex organ. With chakra manipulation, you can consciously change the size of your pupils, the shape of the lens, even the sensitivity of the retina. You can even use telescopic vision to get your eyes to zoom in. You can even increase your eye's frame rate by enhancing both the retina and the optic nerve, which brings us to the next section. Nerves and brain. For this, you'll need high genin levels of chakra control. You'll be using chakra on tiny, narrow groups of cells, sometimes even single cells, distinguishing them from the surrounding tissue. That is precisely what high-level doctors must do when treating their patients. Only difference is they are doing cellular manipulation with a chakra transformation, while you're not. On the other hand, you're doing it without hand seals, and you'll eventually practice until you can do it while distracted in high-stress situations. Some applications require you to improve the nerves that connect your sensory organs to your brain when you improve your sensory organs. You can learn to do this with a great deal of careful self-reflective meditation as well as a detailed knowledge of anatomy. Finally, the brain. Be careful. Be very, very careful. I have only experimented with enhancing the muscular control and sensory perception areas of the brain. I believe the Yamanaka clan has a bloodline that involves automatically enhancing and altering certain areas of the brain, but I'm not sure which ones or what the alterations are. You don't want to accidentally enhance your nightmares, or kami forbid, mess with your libido. Puberty was difficult enough, and stay away from the pleasure centers. I theorize that enhancing your pleasure centers will cause you to want to add more chakra to those pleasure centers, triggering a horrible feedback loop which will end in burning out the pleasure centers of your brain, which could end up with you feeling miserable for the rest of your life. It's okay to poke around your brain during meditation with extremely small amounts of chakra just to figure out which parts of the brain do what. However, keep it way below the range where major enhancement occurs, and experiment with tiny controlled bursts rather than any type of prolonged enhancement. Interesting point. Your experience manipulating chakra in your brain will make it very easy to detect when someone else's chakra is influencing your nervous system. In other words, you will be able to detect mind and sense affecting genjutsu instantly. It is as simple as cutting off the external chakra flow with your own and removing the foreign chakra from your system to break it. Imitating Dojutsu. This is ridiculously entertaining. I believe that with enough chakra control and manipulation, you can actually imitate the majority of Kekkei Genkai. Example, the Sharingan, which I've actually imitated in experimental conditions. The Sharingan, like most Dojutsu, projects a field of chakra that pervades the environment and sends feedback to the user's eyes, thus allowing it to receive more information than it can get from just light photons, thus allowing the user to see chakra. This ability to see chakra allows users to see the chakra of a genjutsu, and automatically counter it by blocking the foreign chakra from entering their body. In addition, the ability to see chakra allows the Sharingan to see how the chakra of ninjutsu techniques is molded outside the body, which is part of the copying ability of the Sharingan. Another aspect of the Sharingan's copying ability is that it strengthens the optical nerves, vision centers of the brain, and memory centers of the brain, allowing the user to perceive everything in slow motion and easily memorize it. While the projected chakra field lacks the Byakugan's perceptive ability, the Sharingan allows the user to manipulate that chakra field and perform genjutsu. Making eye contact with a target and pushing some of that chakra into the target's brain through their eyes is the simplest way for a Sharingan user to do this. I'm not sure why it's so difficult for a Sharingan to do genjutsu without eye contact, but I suspect it has something to do with the fact that the Sharingan already knows how to send chakra to the brain through the optic nerves. I believe the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan involves actually channeling powerful ninjutsu through the eyes. Either that, or Madara Uchiha, the only known person who is said to have activated it, was deceiving everyone and could truly perform ninjutsu seal-less, and he only did that with his own jutsu creations, and only the S-ranked ones. Yeah, those last two items make it seem unlikely. Anyway, as I previously stated, I was able to imitate the basic Sharingan while sitting still and concentrating intensely. This is one of the secrets to my most famous technique, the Hurashin. While using the Hurashin, I would enhance my retinas, optic nerves, and the vision centers of my brain, increasing just my perception speed. This, combined with the enhancement of most of my muscles, bones, and other organs in order to keep them intact, has the effect of making the rest of the world appear to run in slow motion, allowing me to actually act at the speed of my perception, unlike the average Uchiha who simply uses the Sharingan. The day after the preliminaries, Naruto was walking down the street in the middle of Konoha. He heard a voice as he passed Ikaraku's. "Brother, those are some groovy threads," the voice said. Naruto turned to see who was speaking. Someone threw down a camouflage jutsu. A man sat atop a massive rainbow-colored toad that, when seated, was as tall as Naruto himself. A man with shoulder-length white hair, wearing daisy-patterned bell-bottom jeans, a large tie-dyed t-shirt, and a tan leather vest. He was wearing sunglasses, a peace symbol necklace, a brightly colored necktie as a headband, and a flower painted on each cheek. "Thank you," Naruto replied. "Not everyone appreciates the awesomeness of orange. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and it's a pleasure to meet you." "Fab. A cool head," the man said. "I guess I should introduce myself. I am Jiraiya the Toad Sage, Kami's gift to womankind." The Sandaime Hokage was in his office, doing paperwork and smoking his pipe. "Dear Kami," prayed Hiruzen, "I need a distraction before this damn paperwork drives me nuts. Ask and you shall receive." Hiruzen Sarutobi. The sun broke from behind a cloud. The Hokage's office window slid open with no visible cause, letting a breeze of Konoha's fresh afternoon air. The voice of an angel delivered the following words. "Hey man, can I get a toke?" "Wait, did I say angel? Never mind. It's tobacco, Jiraiya, not cannabis," scolded Hiruzen. "Aw, don't be such a drag, old man," said Jiraiya, shimmering into visibility. "Remind me again. What did the great Toad Sage tell you about drugs?" Stick with the choice stuff." Hiruzen glared at him. "Stay away from bad acid." "I believe," said Hiruzen sardonically. His exact words were, "If you don't go completely straight, Jiraiya boyo, you won't live to see world peace." And Fukasaku made it quite clear that it was a true prophecy. "Didn't he say it was the only time the great honorable geezer remembered your name?" Jiraiya threw his hands in the air. I know. Don't remind me. That was the worst day of my life. I've been clean ever since, I swear." Hiruzen snorted. "Drugs aside, I believe you came here for a purpose." "Yeah man, come to check up on a certain godson. Hang around Ikaraku's ramen at dinner time. Naruto will come to you." "So, dude," said Jiraiya, once introductions had been made, "I hear you're in need of a trainer for the Chunin exam final tournament." Naruto frowned. I was actually planning on training myself." "You sound interested in the position. What's with the blues, man? I thought you'd be stoked." "Well," said Naruto, "I'm not sure if there's really anything an old man like you can teach me." "Old man," spluttered Jiraiya indignantly. "Listen bro, I am a hippie. Hippies never get old, especially a follower of free love like me. And I am no ordinary man. I am a super ninja, one of the Sannin. I assure you, there is plenty I can teach you." Naruto rubbed his chin. "On second thought, you're a sage, right? Teach me senjutsu." "No." Jiraiya turned him down flatly, with a thumbs down to emphasize. "Teach me senjutsu." "No." "Teach me senjutsu." "Dude, no. You ain't ready for senjutsu." "Yes, I am." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am. And I can prove it." Jiraiya raised a skeptical eyebrow. "How you gonna do that?" Naruto grinned. "By beating you in a fight, of course." Jiraiya laughed loudly. "Boyo, you're 100 years too early to beat me. But I'll let you try." 100 years. I knew you were old, but I didn't know you were that old. Training ground 3 should be empty right now. You ready to go, or do you need to warm up your geriatric muscles first? Dude, I'm still a spring chicken, and I am always ready. Jiraiya dismissed his rainbow-colored toad and started walking. "Okay," said Naruto. "So this is a straight-up taijutsu and ninjutsu spar. Basic weapons, but no jinjutsu or stopping to draw fuinjutsu. I need to prove to you that I have the strength, power, and control for senjutsu." Jiraiya was impressed. "Well dang, you actually dig it." "Damn right I do. Senjutsu is one of the few ninja arts you can't even start learning without a teacher, and I've been interested in learning for a while. So just to get this straight, if I win you'll teach me senjutsu, right?" "I'm the one that's gonna pound you, kiddo." "But sure, those are the terms." "One more thing," said Naruto. "You don't use any toads and I won't use Kyuubi's chakra, okay? This is strictly one-on-one." Jiraiya paused, gaping. "Fine, no toads and no Kyuubi. Good. First things first, let me chase off that spy." Naruto created a shadow clone, which vanished in a shunshin. Moments later a root ninja fell bonelessly out of a tree, and the shadow clone reappeared, grabbed the root ninja, and vanished again in a puff of smoke. "Was that a?" started Jiraiya. "One of Danzo's fake ANBU, yes. Not sure if he was following you or me, don't really care." And with that, Naruto stepped about 5 meters away from Jiraiya and faced him for the fight. "Let's see," thought Naruto, "gotta show him something powerful, but also gotta reassure him of my loyalty to Konoha. He seems predisposed to trust me because of who my parents were, which is good, but that would go out the window if he sees me using foreign jutsu styles, unless I can explain where they come from. So the legacy style it is. Good thing that's one of my most powerful." Naruto took a solid stance, his feet parallel and a little over one shoulder width apart, knees bent. He clapped his hands together in a ram seal. Staring Jiraiya in the eye, he concentrated, and 9 solid chakra chains sprouted from his back and spread out around him. Diamond-shaped, bladed points on the end of each chain. So you've got your mother's adamantine sealing chains, remarked Jiraiya, taking his own stance and pulling out a kunai in each hand. Then, not moving, Naruto formed 9 Rasengans, one at the tip of each chain. Jiraiya whistled. Far out. But can you use it, or are you gonna wipe out when you try and fight with it? Well, said Naruto, we'll just have to find out, won't we? Releasing his hand seal, he flicked his wrist and a 3-pronged kunai appeared out of his sleeve in a puff of smoke, and he threw it at Jiraiya. The Toad Sage's eyes widened as he saw the tri-pronged kunai and his instinct screamed. Whoa shit. Luckily for him, he managed a Kawarami before Naruto vanished and reappeared where Jiraiya had been in a hurrition. Chains and Rasengans and all, 2 of the Rasengans slamming into the log Jiraiya had replaced himself with. Naruto whirled and faced Jiraiya where he had hidden in the forest, the 9 chains coming from his back orbiting around him like prehensile tails. Did I forget to tell you I'm a censor? Said Naruto. He threw another Hiraishin kunai at Jiraiya's location and multiplied it with a kunai shadow clone jutsu without a single hand seal. As 100 tri-pronged kunai rained down on Jiraiya's location, he escaped again in a shunshin. Okay, this could get a bit hairy. The next time Naruto threw a Hiraishin kunai in his direction, Jiraiya threw his own kunai to deflect it halfway and charged at Naruto himself. You want to fight close? Fine. Forming a couple of hand seals, he said, Needle Jizo, and formed his hair into a hardened, spiky mane as strong as steel and covering his body. Then he stuck out his hands and formed a pair of Rasengans of his own, and used them to deflect 4 of Naruto's Rasengans and thrust one at his torso. That didn't work. One of Naruto's Hiraishin kunai vanished, and in its place he produced his own glowing Rasengan, clashing it with Jiraiya's. A moment later, both Rasengans exploded and the 2 combatants were thrown back, flipping to land on their feet again. The ground in front of Naruto was scarred where his Rasengan-tipped chains had impacted it during his somewhat uncontrolled somersault, but he managed to keep all 9 of those spiraling balls of chakra intact and going. Naruto grinned and ran at Jiraiya himself, flicking out a few more Hiraishin kunai in every direction, aiming to cover the battlefield with markers so as to give himself more options. So your Rasengan is as strong as mine, said Jiraiya, and you have a rather powerful offensive ninteijutsu style. The question is your defense just as good? Needle Senbon. He crouched and made a few hand signs, and his mane of hair started firing stiff, chakra-reinforced strands of hair at Naruto like thousands of steel needles. Well, I can always just get out of the way, said Naruto, teleporting off to the side. Jiraiya instantly changed the direction of his needle fire. Or I can do this, said Naruto. He glowed and released an aura of medium blue chakra, about 1/3 of a meter thick around his body and rising higher above his head like a flame. The hair needles simply slowed to a halt or bounced off his aura. Uh-oh, said Jiraiya. Naruto produced a Rasengan in each hand and charged at Jiraiya right through the needle storm. Daten, Yomi Numa. A large mud pit appeared in front of Jiraiya and under Naruto, threatening to swallow up the orange-suited genin. Naruto overpowered the chakra Jiraiya had put in the jutsu by pushing chakra from his own water-walking technique deep into the mud, and just kept running. Jiraiya, being the S-ranked ninja that he was more than fast enough to get out of the way with another Kawarami. The next thing he tried was a Katen, Karyuan-dan. Naruto brought one of his Rasengan-tipped chains forward, and, extending it, dispelling the fire dragon. Running into the blast of orange plasma, which wasn't intense enough to hurt him with his chakra aura. He used it to hide his actions and threw another Hiraishin kunai at Jiraiya with a kunai shadow clone jutsu to multiply it. Oh, come on. How did this kid get so powerful? Said Jiraiya, using another Kawarami to get out of the way, and finding a place that was free of tri-pronged kunai. He started a sequence of seals, then stopped. Crap, no summoning toads, right. Well, there's more than one way to do it. Shadow clone no jutsu. Then, with his shadow clone, he produced a massive wide-range combination oil and fire technique, sending it at Naruto at high speed. Naruto simply vanished in a teleport. So you want to play with clones, do you? Came Naruto's voice from the forest. Jiraiya wasn't the greatest censor, but he was easily good enough to feel the massive burst of chakra that followed. Then let's play with clones, chorused 50 voices. Then 50 Hiraishin kunai came flying out of the forest, and 50 Narutos flashed into the clearing, all of them with 9 chains coming from their backs and Rasengans on the ends of them. Jiraiya had managed to deflect the teleport markers that were flying in his direction, but now he was surrounded by clones, 6 of whom were charging at him. That's unreal, shouted Jiraiya, using another Kawarami to get away. Okay, new rule, no clones, no clones. Awa, chorused the 50 Narutos in the clearing. But I like clones, and you started it. You don't need much control for shadow clones anyway. argued Jiraiya. Fine. The 50 shadow clones vanished in a cloud of white smoke that covered the field. Jiraiya barely managed to turn and get a Rasengan up to defend himself against Naruto as he leaped at Jiraiya from behind. He had to use his hair to shield against 5 Rasengans on chains, and quickly disengaged before they could grind through his defense. Finally coming up with a way to counter Naruto's many vectors of attack at close range, Jiraiya charged at Naruto again. Concentrating, he split his mane of hair into 3 and wrapped one around himself as a defense, swinging his head to assist the motion. Because his hair wasn't properly prehensile like Naruto's chains, he used the other 2 tails of hair to swipe at Naruto's chains, below the Rasengans on their tips, and managed to capture 7 of them. Naruto produced a Rasengan in each hand and swiped his other 2 chains at Jiraiya, who was forced to use his 3rd lock of hair to grab the chains out of the way as he clashed his own pair of spiraling chakra balls against the ones in Naruto's hands, both combatants keeping them intact this time. The Rasengans on the chains were still damaging his hair, but slowly due to lack of leverage, Naruto could bend his chains any way he chose, but they were primarily strong in stabbing or pulling. When Jiraiya tried to kick him, Naruto blocked with his own leg, his chakra-enhanced strength able to keep up with Jiraiya. Looks like we have a stalemate, grinned Jiraiya. The question is, who will last longer? You're burning chakra much faster than I am. FWOOM. A stalemate, have we? Jiraiya was suddenly struck on the stomach by a Rasengan on the end of a chain that hadn't been there before, exploding and sending him flying backwards. Before he landed, Naruto was on him, wrapping him in dozens of chains and threatening him with 4 Rasengans. Surrender, asked Naruto. Jiraiya flexed his muscles. He couldn't move, and his chakra was suppressed by the adamantine sealing chains. I give, he admitted. How do you do that? Releasing Jiraiya, Naruto explained. You assumed that I could only produce 9 chains. Maybe you thought Kyuubi was helping me control them and they corresponded to his tails or something. The fact is, I can make more. I can produce them from other parts of my body besides my back, and I don't need a hand seal to do it. So I made 2 more from my chest, used one to tag you with a Hiraishin seal on the leg, and used the other to hit you with a Rasengan. That is one seriously bad fighting style you got there. I didn't know you could use the chains to cast ninjutsu. Your mother certainly didn't. Yep, if they can be used to create seals, they can create detailed chakra patterns. So ninjutsu. Do you need to visit the hospital? No, I think I'm fine. Jiraiya checked his stomach. His tie-dyed shirt had a big tattered hole in it, and he had a big, spiral-shaped bruise forming, but nothing dangerous. You made that last Rasengan destabilize on purpose, right? Yup, didn't want it to grind into your body too much. So, now you're gonna teach me senjutsu, right? Naruto was suddenly excited. Jiraiya groaned. Unfortunately, I can't teach you senjutsu. What? But you promised if I beat you, objected Naruto indignantly. I didn't think you could actually beat me. And it's a matter of can't, as in, I am unable to. I was never able to master senjutsu completely myself. I need the help of Ma and Pa to go into sage mode. Naruto's face fell. Sheesh, what a cop-out. Hey, senjutsu is some seriously gnarly stuff. Anyway, I never said you wouldn't be learning senjutsu, just that I can't teach you myself. Really? Naruto grinned again. Yup, all you have to do is sign the Toad summoning contract and convince them to teach you. The Toads, huh? Can I talk to them before I sign the contract? Sure, let me summon Pa. As Naruto watched, Jiraiya made 5 hand seals and slammed his right hand on the ground. A black Fuinjutsu script appeared, and with a puff of smoke, an old toad appeared. He had a tuft of white hair atop his head, 2 very bushy white eyebrows, and a goatee. And he sat around half a meter tall, wearing a simple tan cloak around his body. Jiraiya boyo, what did you summon me for? Ma was making that delicious caterpillar stew of hers. Jiraiya grimaced, and dismissed the image that brought up. Pa, this is Naruto, he's a cool head and a badass. Naruto, this is Fukasaku, he and his old lady are the 2 elder sages of the Toads. I'd like Naruto to sign the Toad contract, but he wants to talk to you first. HRM, so he's the one you've been talking about. Fukasaku inspected Naruto, then he turned to Jiraiya. Is he the one who did that to you? He pointed at Jiraiya's stomach. No, training accident. Gotta go visit the hospital, bye. Jiraiya vanished in a shunshin as Naruto snickered and Fukasaku laughed. You're strong, boy. And that was definitely your chakra in that bruise of his. Is that the sensory ability of senjutsu you're using? Asked Naruto. Yes, now you had questions about the Toad contract. Yeah, could we go to a more private location for this? I'm pretty sure we've got at least one eavesdropper, and while I trust Gramps, there are always at least 4 other people listening, and when he uses the crystal ball of his, well, I'd offer to reverse summon you to Mount Mayaboku, but you haven't signed the Toad contract yet. Naruto thought for a bit. He threw 4 ceiling tags down in a square around them and activated an invisible privacy barrier. Okay, one question, and this is the one that will decide whether I sign. Would you allow me to sign another summoning contract with someone else in addition to the Toads? Fukasaku raised one bushy eyebrow. Depends on who it is. Naruto leaned in and whispered in Fukasaku's ear, covering his mouth with both hands. I want to give Kyuubi and the other Biju a summoning realm where they can no longer be used as weapons by humans. Kyuubi agreed to it if I can manage to set it up. The old toad gaped. Then he thought for a moment and said, "That's a very ambitious goal, Naruto boyo. And what about the others? How do you intend to pull this off?" "With their agreement, of course, and any way I can do it without starting a war. There's no big rush." Fukasaku slammed his palm on the ground, summoning an big orange toad with blue markings. Gamma, the contract scroll. The toad, apparently named Gamma, opened his mouth and presented a big scroll, wrapped in his tongue. Fukasaku took the scroll with both hands and unrolled it. Meanwhile, Naruto collected his ceiling tags again and took down his privacy barrier, seeing that the telling of secrets was over. "I think it's safe to say," said Fukasaku, "that we want you to sign our contract, and that will help you with your goal. Just try not to get influenced by a flamboyant toad by the name of Gamariki, will you? We don't need another hippie." "Right on," agreed Naruto. Fukasaku bonked him on the head with a staff that he was suddenly holding. "No hippie slang. Don't even joke about it." "Oh, alright. Where do I sign?" Wait. Pa, I wanted to be the one to teach him how to summon." Jiraiya was back. He sported a large red mark on his cheek that looked suspiciously like a handprint, and he had a new tie-dyed shirt on. "Jiraiya," Fukasaku addressed him. "What did you do? Flirt with the wrong nurse again?" "Nonsense. There is no such thing as flirting with the wrong person. Love is free, man." Naruto unrolled the scroll and started studying both sides of it, noting the fuinjutsu along the borders and concluding that it was 2 scrolls glued together with seals written on the glued side of both of them. "Oi, Naruto, no peeling apart the contract," warned Jiraiya preemptively. "Just like his father, isn't he?" remarked Fukasaku. "Don't worry," said Naruto. "I promise I won't damage it." He grabbed the scroll and made a one-handed seal, forming a shadow clone with a copy of the scroll. The clone immediately began peeling his copy of the scroll apart. Jiraiya and Fukasaku gaped. "You can do that," said Jiraiya, stunned. Fukasaku facepalmed. "I can't believe no one ever thought of that. We lost the formula for that scroll hundreds of years ago, and we never wanted to risk damaging that thing in order to find out, so it stayed lost." "I'll make you a copy when I've deconstructed the formula," said Naruto cheerily. "Now, what do I do? Sign my name in blood with a finger and then put my handprint below it." "Looks like that's what the other summoners did." "Yup," confirmed Jiraiya. Naruto did so, using a tiny wind blade from one finger to cut his palm, letting the blood pool, then using that to sign and handprint. "Alright, a bit of blood for the authentication seal, and the hand seals for summoning our boar dog bird monkey ram. Right. How much chakra do I use?" "As much as you can," said Jiraiya confidently. "As much as I can. Are you sure about that?" asked Naruto. "Kid, summoning takes a lot of chakra. As much as you can." "Hang on a moment," interrupted Fukasaku, having sensed Naruto's reserves far better than Jiraiya could. He rolled up the original contract scroll and returned it to Gamma, who took it back home. "Okay, now you can start." "Okay." Naruto immediately started glowing a dark blue, pulling up almost his entire reserves of highly dense chakra. Then he released one of the chakra storage scrolls hidden in the back of his shirt, and added it to his chakra coils as he made the 5 hand seals. Ignoring Jiraiya, who was now gaping and protesting that it was too much chakra, he slammed his hand on the ground and cried, "Summoning jutsu," expelling all of that chakra into the technique. Thick lines of script spread out from under his palm, forming a seal pattern that stretched across the entire clearing of Training Ground 3. There was a puff of smoke, and a toad appeared. "Great Honorable Geezer, Great Geezer Sage," exclaimed Fukasaku and Jiraiya in surprise. There, sitting in the clearing with Naruto on his back, was a huge, very old toad with a lot of wrinkles. He was a dusky reddish-brown in color, his limbs looking somewhat atrophied from age, and he wore a red beaded necklace with a large jewel in the front with the kanji for oil on it. And he wore a large black professor's hat on his head. "It's been a while since anybody summoned me. Get down in front of me so I can see you, boy." Naruto obediently leapt lightly down from the ancient toad's back and walked around to his front. My name is Naruto, he introduced himself. What's your name? The wrinkled old toad opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. HRM ha ha ha. The child of prophecy asks my name. It's been years since anybody asked my name. Jiraiya whispered to Fukasaku, the old geezer has a name. In response, Fukasaku whacked him on the head with his staff, knocking Jiraiya over. My name is Gamamaru. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. It's nice to meet you too, Gamamaru, said Naruto politely. He clapped his hands together. Will you teach me senjutsu? HRM. The last humans I taught senjutsu to were those two brothers Hagoromo and Hemura. Yes, I will teach you senjutsu. Jiraiya whispered in Fukasaku's ear again. The old geezer can still use senjutsu at his age. And why is he sounding so much less senile than usual? Of course he can, Jiraiya, he's a sage. He knows more about senjutsu than Ma, and I combined. Gamamaru laughed again and addressed Jiraiya. Yes, pervert without equal, I can use senjutsu. In fact, I haven't stopped using senjutsu in more than a century. I do believe that if I stopped now, I would fall over and die of old age. Ha 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 ha. He stretched his limbs. It's been a while since I had this much energy. I must thank you for summoning me, Naruto. Is that how it works? You guys get energy from your summoner's chakra. That is indeed the exchange on which the contract is based, said Gamamaru. You get to summon us for assistance, and we get some chakra, which eventually turns into natural energy for Mount Mayaboku. Speaking of which, we should go there now. You are coming with us, correct, Naruto? I predict that if we do not return within 1 minute, Shima will be most unhappy, especially when she realizes that both Fukasaku and I are gone. Is that a prophecy, great honorable geezer? Asked Jiraiya. Of course it is. I sensed that her caterpillar stew was nearly done before I was summoned. Knowing Shima's character and her current mood, I made a prediction. It will almost certainly come true, therefore it is indistinguishable from any other prophecy. Jiraiya nodded, pretending he understood. Fukasaku stumbled and fell flat on his face. That's how prophecies work. Naruto made 4 shadow clones, which all immediately vanished. Okay, I'm ready to go. How do we do this? You just need to be touching me, said Gamamaru, reaching out a hand. Naruto grasped one of the ancient toad's fingers, and they disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Come on, Jiraiya. Shima's cooking her caterpillar stew with those rare fire ants today. Fukasaku licked his lips in anticipation. Jiraiya groaned. Hiruzen, contrary to Naruto's guess, had stopped watching his crystal ball as soon as he had finished gaping at the conclusion to Naruto's fight with Jiraiya. He did actually have a lot of paperwork to do. Plus, there was a Chunin waiting outside his door to report back on a mission. He pressed a button under his desk, signaling to his secretary that the next person could be sent in. Lord Hokage, said the Chunin. He was a civilian-born Chunin with a relatively unknown face, who specialized in disguise and often took lower-ranked infiltration missions. How goes the mission? I'm afraid there's very little progress so far, sir. The clerk at the Whirlwind office said they are not looking for employees at the current time. When I asked him for an employment application form anyway, he said the company seeks out potential prospects, rather than accepting applicants, so they don't even have an application form. You investigated in other directions, I take it. Yes, I shadowed several of the employees' home and identified them from the residency records. There's nothing suspicious about any of them. Some of them are long-time Konoha residents. Some of them are civilians from outside the village. Did you find out anything about who owns the business? Nothing. I even asked the clerk directly. He said Whirlwind Postal is owned by Whirlwind Incorporated, and he didn't know anything further. He gave the name of his superior, but I was unable to track her down. On vacation, apparently. Alright, keep an eye out and find out when that superior returns from her vacation. This is a low-priority investigation. Very likely there is nothing to be suspicious about. Yet there is something that strikes me as off about that company. I couldn't tell you why. Yes, sir. Hey Shikamaru. A Naruto clone approached Shikamaru in their underground training hall where the other genin was practicing a water jutsu at the edge of a pool of water they had created. Naruto. The clone shook his head. Boss sent me to tell you he's in a summoning land with Jiraiya and the toads, and he's not sure when he'll be back or if we can communicate. He could be out for up to a full month. I already told Shino, he's practicing clan techniques with his father. Okay, thanks for the message. Hey, how's your cousin Karin doing? Is she still with Tsunade? Shikamaru tended to just treat shadow clones as the creator, considering that they had the same personality and knowledge and their memories went back to the creator when dispelled anyway. Yup, she's doing well. Auntie Tsunade is pretty sure she can use her bloodline as a jutsu instead of through a bite, and make it much more efficient too. Why, is she more than just your fangirl? She's the Naruto clone. This from the guy who now has Ino and Sakura stalking him in addition to Hinata. What? How did you learn that? Ino told me in Choji, of course. The Naruto clone groaned. Okay, I give. No more teasing you about Karin. Shikamaru nodded. I just want to be a mediocre ninja, marry an average-looking woman, good-looking but not too pretty, pop out 2.5 kids. Naruto clone rolled his eyes, having heard this before. And a white picket fence and a few deer. Speaking of average and mediocre, do you think you can get your clansmen to stop propositioning my female clones in the Whirlwind office? HMPH, not a chance. Didn't you specifically transform them to be average looking? Now help me with this water dragon jutsu. I'm still wasting too much chakra. Having seen how Hamura was framed when he went undercover at a bar to spread rumors, Koharu decided to make sure she had an ironclad alibi at all times, giving friendly greetings to more people in the street than she usually did, and making sure she didn't make any private meetings with only one person, and deciding to do her part by simply passing on a rumor in an unsubtle manner. She visited a gossipy old woman and her husband, both of them partners in a small trading business, and chatted for a few minutes. I've heard a rumor, said Koharu, that the brat, you know, him, is being influenced by that thing inside more than usual lately. It's been said that he's becoming stronger and he's been caught knowing techniques that no one taught him. The merchant woman in front of her gasped. Really? The demon is gaining control. I always figured its influence was minimal since, you know, he hasn't killed anyone. Still best to stay away from him, but I thought it was safe. Koharu nodded grimly. I can't tell you where I heard it, but believe me, the information is trustworthy. And please, don't tell anyone that I told you. It wasn't supposed to reach my ears in the first place. The implication of confidentiality clinched it for the traitor and her husband, who nodded along in alarm. A small beetle, hidden in the folds of Koharu's robes, vanished in a tiny puff of smoke. Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, had inherited a small flower shop from his parents, and he ran it whenever he had time off from his ninja duties. He enjoyed working with the plants, but there weren't always enough customers to keep him from getting bored. Some days, Inoichi wondered if he should sell the place. Ding, ding. The bell on the door chimed as a customer walked in. Welcome to Yamanaka Flower Shop, said Inoichi. How may I help you today, Lady Koharu? I'd like a bouquet of red roses, please. Certainly, said Inoichi. Would you like a small arrangement, a dozen roses, or a medium arrangement, 20 roses? The wrinkled old lady thought for a second. A small arrangement. All right, just give me a minute. Inoichi wrapped the roses in paper and tied them with a ribbon. His customer paid, thanked the man and turned to leave. Then she stopped in the doorway to stare. Inoichi, being a Yamanaka, sensed gossip. He subtly changed his position so he could see out one of the wide windows on the front of the shop. Walking down the street, wearing his habitual scowl, with his nose turned up in the air, was Sasuke Uchiha. Inoichi shook his head. That boy had a serious ego problem. Then his sharp ninja hearing picked up his customer's voice. Damn menopause, muttered the gray-haired old lady. Inoichi blinked and subtly peered at his customer to see if that meant what he thought it did. Sure enough, she was staring at Sasuke. Wow, thought Inoichi, rumor confirmed. Some days, Inoichi really loved his flower shop. No one noticed the old lady duck into an alley and morph into the familiar shape of Naruto Uzumaki before snickering and simply vanishing, leaving no sign that he had ever been there. Hey, said Naruto, taking another bite. I had no idea bugs could taste this good. What did you put in this, Granny Shima? Jiraiya gaped at him, flabbergasted. His own bowl of caterpillar stew was completely untouched. See, Jiraiya, the boy has manners. Now eat your food, you're too skinny as always, scolded Shima. Then she turned to Naruto and rattled off a list of ingredients that included a number of insect species as well as regular kitchen spices. Fire ants. I'll have to remember that. I'm pretty sure I know where a couple of nests are. Would you mind if I added a bit of salt? I'm guessing my human body has slightly different tastes than you toads. Salt? Shima shuddered. I've heard that you humans cook with salt. It makes our tongues shrivel up. I'm afraid I don't have any. Don't worry, I'll keep it away from your bowl. And a seal master is never without his food supplies. Naruto unsealed a salt shaker from a scroll and added a few shakes of salt into his stew before stirring and tasting it. He offered it to Jiraiya. Want some? It adds to the savory taste. Jiraiya sent a pleading look at Naruto with his eyes. If I add salt, then I'll have to taste it. I don't want to taste it. It only made Naruto smirk. Grasping around for a way to change the subject, he he fell upon the wording of Naruto's compliment of Shima's stew. When have you tasted bugs before, anyway? He asked sarcastically. Naruto rolled his eyes and put down the salt shaker. When I was 5, the landlord decided I hadn't paid enough rent, so he searched my apartment and took all my money. For the next week I was starving, so I hunted down all the spiders in the apartment and ate them. Everyone in the room froze in horror. Jiraiya took the salt, added some to his stew, and ate, reminded horribly of his failure as a godfather. Shima shuddered for a different reason. Nasty things, spiders, all dry and stringy. Poor boy, you shouldn't have to eat those things. And they compete with us for the flies, added Fukasaku with a frown. Thank goodness we chased all the spiders out of Mount Mayaboku centuries ago. An hour later, once they were done eating and met up with Gamamaru again, Naruto asked, "What did you mean by calling me a chosen one, Gamamaru-sensei?" Jiraiya struck a pose and interrupted. "It means that you, my fab young friend, have been chosen by prophecy to bring peace to the elemental nations through flower power." Naruto raised a skeptical eyebrow. "A prophecy, huh? Does this prophecy have any conditions to it that refer to my choices, like that prediction you made earlier about Shima getting upset if Fukasaku didn't get back before her stew was finished?" "Why would that matter?" asked Jiraiya. "It's a prophecy about the future. Don't you want to know?" Naruto just looked at Gamamaru. Gamamaru answered, "No, it's just a future prophecy, not a piece of advice." "Then I'm going to ignore it. If it's a true prophecy, then it will come true one way or another. I'm certainly not going to pursue flower power in order to make it happen." "What? But I was hoping I could convince you to be a hippie like me." Jiraiya drooped, crestfallen. Gamamaru laughed in his raspy way. "Wise choice, Naruto. A prophecy is just a prediction, nothing more, nothing less. You don't need to listen to it if you don't want to." "Kakashi," said Sasuke. "Teach me." Kakashi looked up from his Ika book, which, once again, he was reading in the middle of the street. He sighed. He had been hoping none of his students would approach him for training, but if it happened he would have preferred it to be Naruto. The blonde boy was just so much easier to get along with. Oh, well, he was obligated, as a Jonin sensei, to teach one of his students for the month leading up to the Chunin exam finals if he was asked, so he couldn't really turn Sasuke down. "Fine, meet me at training ground 16 in half an hour with a week's worth of wilderness supplies." Sasuke turned and walked off. Kakashi sighed again. It was going to be a long month. Maybe he could take out his displeasure by showing Sasuke just how useless his new Earth Release armor technique was against lightning jutsu. "The first thing you must learn is how to stay completely still and become one with nature," said Gamamaru. "This will allow natural energy to enter your body. Then you must mix that natural energy with your own chakra and balance it correctly. If you have too much chakra in the mix, you will not go into sage mode. If you have too much natural energy, you will turn into a stone statue of a toad." Naruto listened carefully as Jiraiya and Fukasaku looked on. "Okay, I get that meditating is needed to become one with nature, but why does one need to stay completely still? Not all of nature is completely still. The wind blows, rivers flow, waves move. Even the earth itself moves at times due to natural processes." "That's just the way the technique works," said Jiraiya. Gamamaru laughed. "That's not just the way the technique works," he stated. "It's a good question. You need to stay still and harmonize with the ground below you because that is the toad style of senjutsu. If you were learning a bird clan style of senjutsu, you would be in motion, harmonizing with the air. If you were learning a fish clan style of senjutsu, you would be in the water, harmonizing with its flow. All of these are correct ways of learning senjutsu. However, because you are learning here on Mount Mayaboku, the nature energy is better suited to the toad style." "Do the different styles of senjutsu have different effects?" asked Naruto. "Not greatly. The toad style lends itself slightly better to strength, being based on the earth, and the air and water styles, speed and flexibility, respectively. But despite the slight relationship to the element you harmonize with, nature energy is still basically the same in all of nature." "That makes sense. Is it possible to learn more than one style of senjutsu?" "Yes, of course it is. I myself can use the fish style of senjutsu in addition to the toad style. I'm just a lot better at gathering natural energy in the toad style." "Okay, would turning into a toad statue be because I'm learning here at Mount Mayaboku? I assume you would turn into something else if you were learning in another clan's domain." "Correct. If you take in too much natural energy when learning a water style, you will turn into water and flow away. If you learn in one of the other Earth-based clans' lands, it is a statue that takes the form of one of their species. Except the snakes, their method of learning senjutsu is somewhat unnatural, and if you fail, you will simply get eaten by the white snake sage. Naruto nodded. Note to self, be wary of the white snake sage. Is there a way to reverse getting turned into a statue? No, said Gamamaru. If you turn into stone, it is because you have become so completely one with nature that the natural energy flows through you like it does through the earth, completely washing away your own chakra. What if you had to reserve your own chakra standing by and injected it into your chakra system? Like a storage seal or even a shadow clone? It could work, said Gamamaru. It would require that it be done before the natural energy washes away your chakra entirely, and you would need a great deal of chakra. But that will not be necessary because you will have Fukasaku or I to monitor you and knock the natural energy out of you if you make a mistake. Got it. Is it possible to gather natural energy through Fuinjutsu and inject it into your chakra system in the correct proportion without staying still? Queried Naruto. Most likely, but I would ask that you do not try, said Gamamaru sternly. By removing the necessity of harmonizing with nature, you would lose the ability to connect with it. You would no longer be a sage, just a ninja taking energy that does not belong to you. It is allowed to use natural energy to power a seal that itself becomes part of nature, but to empower yourself in such a way is unnatural and could disturb the balance. Understood. I won't try. Next question. Since chakra is made by mixing your spiritual and physical energy, or yin and yang, why don't you try to add natural energy into the mix when you're creating chakra in the first place? Gamamaru laughed again at Naruto's question. That's exactly what my old student Hagoromo asked. It turns out that the resulting energy is basically the same. But if you are able to separately control the yin and yang energy that you put into the mix, you gain far greater control over it, and several additional abilities. Most beings, myself included, are unable to separately control their spiritual and physical energy like that. But he was able to do so. He called it six-path sage mode. At this point, Jiraiya's head was spinning and he was barely following the conversation. Damn it, his godson was smarter than he was, just like Minato. But this, he caught. Wait, 6 paths. This Hagoromo was the sage of 6 paths, exclaimed Jiraiya. Yes, that is what people started calling him in his later years, confirmed Gamamaru. Way out. You taught the sage of 6 paths, said Jiraiya. That is pretty awesome, agreed Naruto. Maybe you can tell us more about him sometime. The stories in our history are pretty sparse and untrustworthy. But for now, how do I get started? Meditate and stay as still as possible. And can I speed this up with shadow clones? Eager, aren't you? Said Fukasaku, breaking into the conversation for the first time. Jiraiya, why don't you give it another try? It's been a few years since you tried to finish learning senjutsu properly. Jiraiya groaned. Yeah, can't let the brat get too far ahead of me. I just have trouble holding on to the senjutsu chakra for longer than a few seconds. Bonk. Fukasaku whacked Jiraiya on the head. The only reason you can't hold your concentration on senjutsu chakra is because you keep thinking of sex. No, it's because you won't let me burn incense while practicing. Bonk. That's because you were using it to hide the smell of cannabis. Drugs do not help you get in touch with nature. Auntie Tsunade. Karin, Shizyun, Tonton, how's it going? Naruto knocked on the door of the hotel suite and entered when Shizyun answered the door. Hi Naruto, greeted Shizyun. It's going well, said Karin, holding up a wiggling fish and grinning. Frustrating, said Tsunade. We've been working on the mystical palm jutsu for 2 days now. Karin here has figured out how to use the Uzumaki bloodline to heal things, but it keeps getting in the way of her learning the jutsu. What's the difference between the bloodline and the mystical palm? Asked Naruto. Tsunade sighed. Karin, why don't you explain? Sometimes explaining it yourself helps you understand it. The mystical palm is about converting your chakra into medical chakra, channeling it into the patient's injuries, and simultaneously using the technique to sense out what's wrong and to correct the injury, put tissues back together, encourage cell growth, or whatever is necessary to fix it, explained Karin, almost by rote. My bloodline, on the other hand, sends my special chakra into the patient's chakra system, somehow making them heal themselves without requiring me to know anything about their body. So, let me guess, said Naruto. Auntie Tsunade is hoping that if you learn how the body works, you can make your bloodline more efficient by channeling that special chakra directly into the patient's wounds without wasting energy by filling their entire chakra system. Yes, confirmed Shizyun, making Karin pout. The problem is she just keeps healing the fish without sensing what's wrong. If the bloodline works by sending that special chakra into the patient's chakra network, why not just use a chakra suppression seal on the fish's chakra network so Karin can practice the mystical palm technique properly? Proposed Naruto. Everyone gaped at him. Why didn't I think of that? Said Tsunade. Naruto, can you make me a few fish-sized chakra network suppression seals? Sure. Naruto made a group of 10 shadow clones and handed them some sealing supplies. Any news on your end? Asked Shizune. I know the second part of the Chunin exams must have finished by now. Well, I'm actually a clone, and that's what I came here to tell you. Jiraiya offered to train the boss for a month. Your deadbeat godfather finally made contact. Tsunade sneered. Yeah, the Naruto clone snickered, talking in first person because Tsunade addressed him as Naruto. He did have the same memories after all. I asked him to teach me senjutsu. He said no. Then I made a deal with him that if I could beat him in a spar, he would teach me. Guess what happened? Tsunade laughed. I hope you got the old hippie good. She and Shizune were some of the very few people who had an idea of how strong Naruto really was. Sure did. Straightforward ninjutsu match too. Then he said he couldn't teach me senjutsu because he hadn't mastered it himself, so he introduced me to the toads. Boss is training on Mount Mayaboku now. Tsunade sighed. The toads, huh? Unfortunately, the slugs don't have a sage. I would have liked to have you sign with the slugs, but I guess they aren't really your style, are they? Excuse me, said Karin, are you talking about Jiraiya of the Sannin? You actually beat him. Naruto clone grinned. That's right. He produced a chakra chain from his palm. Then he produced a Rasengan on the tip of it. There were a lot of these involved. Karin gasped. She was a powerful natural chakra sensor, and she could feel the intensity of the chakra in the technique. A lot of those, she exclaimed in disbelief. See, said another of Naruto's clones. That's how you walk on water. Got it. Meow, confirmed his two students. Konohamaru and Tora stepped into the shallow water of the pond hidden in the forested training ground they were using. With a shiver of disgust on the cat's part, channeled chakra to the bottom of one foot, and started trying to step onto the surface. Emro, complained Tora. Sorry Tora, learning to deal with waves is part of learning. The ripples Konohamaru is making are nothing compared to the difficulty of walking on flowing water. So, said a voice coming from the forest, this is how Tora has been getting harder to capture. Grandpa, shouted Konohamaru. Oh no, he found out about our secret training. MREOOW. Tora dashed away and hid behind a tree. He recognized this old man. He was the one who kept sending ninjas to recapture him. Hi Gramps, said the Naruto clone. What's up? Oh, you know, just figuring out why my genin teams have started utterly failing a certain D-ranked mission for a while now. Hiruzen walked out of the forest in his white Hokage robes like he hadn't just been jumping through the trees at high speed. Ahahihi. Naruto clone rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Hiruzen laughed. Might as well give the cat a sporting chance. And Konohamaru, you've already graduated from tree climbing. Yup, said Konohamaru proudly. I'll be strong enough to beat you soon. He's not strong enough to walk up the trees on his feet, explained Naruto, but his chakra control is good enough to climb up on all fours or hang upside down from his feet. Since water walking doesn't require physical strength, I figured there's no reason to let your chakra control wait until your physical strength catches up. It should work because Konohamaru's got a lot more chakra than the average. Mogi and Udon tired out from tree climbing and went home half an hour ago. Good idea. So Naruto, I saw your match with Jiraiya. Naruto clone smirked. Figured you'd be watching with that crystal ball of yours. Indeed, I must congratulate you. You're rather overpowered for a genin, aren't you? Little bit, maybe, grinned Naruto clone. I'd better quadruple my bet on the Chunin exam finals. Also, you're a clone, right? The original is with Jiraiya. Yup. Did you want to speak to the boss? Actually, I wanted to send a message to Jiraiya. Bored, Konohamaru stepped back into the water and started training again. Tora followed him, finally deciding that the old man in the white robes wasn't going to capture him. Naruto would spend the entire month until the Chunin exam finals on Mount Mayaboku, learning senjutsu from Gamamaru and Fukasaku. He found out that he could actually use Hiraishin to teleport to and from Konoha, but he only sent shadow clones back and forth. They ate bugs every day, much to the disgust of Jiraiya, who was very grateful to receive a note from the Hokage, brought by Naruto's clone via Hiraishin, summoning him away to use his spy network and prepare to counter Orochimaru's plans. Naruto learned that the amount of natural energy you could absorb to produce senjutsu chakra was directly related to your own chakra reserves. Jiraiya put Naruto's vast reserves of chakra down to his status as a Jinchuriki, but Naruto knew better. He was very grateful for his father's advice for increasing chakra capacity. "Auntie, I did it," shouted Naruto, appearing along the road Tsunade, Shizune, Karin, and Tonton were currently walking on. "Naruto?" asked Tsunade, stopping her stride. "What did you do?" "I learned the mystical palm jutsu." "You finally trained your chakra control fine enough to do it." "Nope," grinned Naruto. "I learned senjutsu, and when I'm in sage mode I get a big increase in chakra control, which is enough to use medical techniques." "Show me," requested Tsunade. Naruto produced a single shadow clone, handed it a scroll, and sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. After 20 seconds, orange eye shadows appeared around his eyes and he opened his eyelids, showing yellow eyes with bar pupils like a toad. "Whoa, it's like you almost disappeared," said Karin, who had been trying to feel what Naruto was doing with her sensory abilities. "Is that your sage mode?" asked Shizune. "Yup, this is sage mode," said Naruto. "Ready." The clone unsealed a limp fish from the scroll and held it out in front of Naruto. Naruto quickly made the hand seals for the mystical palm jutsu, and when his hands started glowing green, held them over the fish. A few seconds later it began to wiggle. Tsunade quickly activated her own mystical palm and touched the fish to examine what Naruto was doing. "Decent for a beginner," she said. "A bit crude. You're using too much chakra and I wouldn't let you anywhere near a human with that technique until you're a lot better. But it looks like I now have 2 new students." "Yes," exclaimed Naruto, jumping up and pumping a fist in the air. "Wait, Karin too." "Sorry, I haven't caught up with you in a month." Tsunade nodded. Her chakra control is nearly perfect and she has a mind for medical knowledge as well as the interest. "I'll teach her." "Congratulations, Karin." "And thanks, Auntie." "Thanks, Naruto," said Karin. Auntie, you don't mind if I accelerate my training with shadow clones, do you? I've already used them to read all the medical books I can get my hands on." "No, that's fine," said Tsunade, rolling her eyes. "I know you're crazy about shadow clones, and you can't travel with us constantly anyway, so you'll need them to keep up with Karin." "Shadow clones? What do you mean by accelerating your training?" asked Karin. Naruto, still in sage mode, looked at Karin for a moment. "You'll need to build your chakra capacity at least 5 times over before it's safe for you to make a shadow clone. They're solid clones that transfer their knowledge and experience back to you when they dispel, so they're extremely useful for learning pretty much anything." He looked at Shizune for a moment. "You and Shizune have chakra heavily tilted towards the inside, so you would both benefit from doing a lot more physical exercise. That will increase your chakra regeneration rate pretty quickly, and your reserves along with it. Just remember to keep doing those control exercises or your control will start to degrade as your capacity grows." "Inside, as in spiritual chakra?" asked Karin. "Yup. Well, spiritual energy, not chakra, also known as mental energy. You know, when mixed with physical energy it produces chakra. You and Shizune have obviously using your minds a lot, so you have lots of yin energy. All you need to do is increase your yang energy, or physical energy, and you'll have a lot more chakra in general. You can actually tell that with your sensory ability." "Nope, that's sage mode again." Karin thought for a moment, then asked worriedly, "Yin and yang also have another meaning besides spiritual and physical, female, and male. If I increase my yang chakra, it's not going to turn me into a tomboy, is it?" Shizune and Tsunade burst into laughter. Naruto just declared, better a tomboy than a fangirl. Even if it was hilarious to see the way Shikamaru reacted when you kissed him. Karin turned red and punched him in the face. It didn't do anything except make her knuckles hurt, considering that Naruto was still in sage mode. "That's the spirit," said Naruto. "We'll make you into a tomboy yet." "Alright," said Naruto, sitting on his couch in his hideout. "It's been a full month since I was able to do this, and tomorrow's the day of the Chunin exam finals, so we need to do this now." Report. The Whirlwind Postal Head clone went first. "We've successfully opened a Whirlwind office in Wave. Profits are low there, as the citizens are cautious of shipping companies, but we're getting good PR because we don't try to influence anything outside of our office location. The office in the Land of Vegetables is making a killing, because we've managed to secure an exclusive contract for delivering vegetables grown on the daimyo's lands to all foreign customers for the next 8 years. Overall profits are up again as usual, we're richer than Gato ever was and there's no sign of stopping. The Hokage's Chunin investigator tried to get hired at the Konoha office, and we turned him down as expected, but he continued to look into us. All of our employees in Konoha have deep cover personalities and histories, which he did look into and found nothing. But sooner or later Gramps is going to forget about covert investigations, come into the office in person, and straight out ask about the owners. We need to figure out what our next steps will be for that. Finally, I'm going to recommend that we actually start hiring real people to man the offices where we receive packages to send out. Your month-long hiatus strained the clone network, even though you sent clones with chakra storage seals halfway through. And the more whirlwind offices we add, the more chakra we will require. Okay, got it, said Naruto, closing his eyes and taking in the summary for a few moments, so as to more easily understand the influx of memories he was about to receive. Dispel. After a few minutes of much-needed meditation to process a month's worth of clone memories, Naruto recreated the whirlwind clone and applied the durability seal that allowed him to function without getting popped at the first injury. Then Naruto handed over a stack of chakra storage seals, and the man dressed in the delivery uniform left, his orders already in his head. Next, the apprentice clone stepped forward and reported. The apprentices, students of various trades and arts, each had their own personalities and appearances, some of them rather colorful. But the head was a girl named Yui. She created all the other apprentice clones, and their memories returned only to her due to a bit of fuinjutsu Naruto had created, and from her to Naruto only when she dispelled. He didn't immediately respawn her, because he wanted to wait for the information from the last two reports first. Then the spy clone reported. Everything is happening around the Chunin exam finals, said the figure covered from head to toe in black. Orochimaru and Oda will attack with the aid of sand. Danzo will make his move after the finals are over, and Project Whirlpool is prepared to execute as ordered tomorrow, when all eyes are on the tournament. To go into a bit more detail, Kabuto Yakashi was broken out of the T&I department cells a week after his capture by a disguised intruder who was most likely Orochimaru himself. The Kage was killed by Orochimaru and Kabuto 4 days ago, and Orochimaru has disguised himself as the Kage and will attend the Chunin exam tournament in his place. Hamura and Koharu have been slowly spreading their rumor campaign among people directly connected to the civilian council, and Danzo has completed the preparations he was planning. As planned, we are taking subtle revenge on Hamura and Koharu, but doing nothing to actually counter their actions. And what's the progress on the Kiri Civil War? Asked Naruto. They're kind of moving in circles, said the spy clone, avoiding Igura's troops, occasionally attacking an outpost. But they don't seem to have the power to actually take him out right now. Zabuza and his apprentice did join up with them 2 weeks ago. Naruto nodded. Dispel. The spy clone did so, and after meditating for 20 minutes, Naruto recreated the spy clone and the apprentice clone, and created a training clone, as his group of training clones had slowly run out completely over the last month while he was at Mount Mayaboku. Alright, fastest thing first. Training. Keep working on reducing the time it takes to enter Sage mode and increasing the time we can keep it running. Practice the frog kata and find out if we can mix it with any other styles. And we won't wait for Auntie Tsunade to teach us medical techniques. We'll learn them from scrolls and go to her when we need help or run out of techniques that are written on scrolls. Now for the invasion. Gramps is making preparations to defend Konoha, but we need to protect the people precious to us. Here's what we're going to do. Naruto and his clones discussed plans for the next hour before the clones left to make preparations, and Naruto left for the comfortable bedroom beside his office and fell asleep for the night. The crowd waited in anticipation for the tournament participants and the proctor to arrive. "YOSH," shouted Guy. "Kakashi, my eternal rival. What brings you here on time today?" "Oh, got tired of dealing with the brooding Emo for a month, sent him home yesterday and told him to rest up." Kakashi was, of course, reading his Ika Ika book, but was apparently watching the arena at the same time. "A brooding Emo," said Asuma. "That's ironic, considering you used to be one. Still are, by some standards. Please, I've never been anywhere near as bad as Sasuke. He's got a superiority complex and an inferiority complex, for Kami's sake. Both of them incredibly strong. And he doesn't even take up a useful habit to distract him, like training or Ika Ika. He just broods." "Ika Ika is not a useful habit," said Kurenai, glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi ignored Kurenai's objection and looked down at the arena. The crowd cheered as the participants walked the tournament arena along with the Jonin who was proctoring the finals, Genma Shiranui. Except Naruto. Where was Naruto? Then, as they reached the center of the arena, small fireworks started to go off near the group. Everyone turned to look at the sound of crackling and the sight of brightly colored sparks flying in broad daylight, the gunpowder explosions producing a small cloud of smoke. Then the fireworks stopped, and out of the smoke appeared Naruto in all his glory, wearing his orange jumpsuit. "Naruto Uzumaki has arrived." he announced, one finger pointing in the air. So, how do you guys like my new Shunshin? It's stupid, just like everything else you do, dead last, said Sasuke. Hey, I bet you can't even do a Shunshin, objected Naruto, pretending to be offended. HN, said Sasuke. He turned up his nose, not wanting to admit that it was true. Lee disagreed with Sasuke. It is a most youthful Shunshin, Naruto, he said, giving Naruto 2 thumbs up. Up in the audience, Kakashi said, trust Naruto to do something completely unique. Yosh, I must agree with Lee, bellowed Guy. It is a most youthful Shunshin. I shall have to ask Naruto if I can adopt it myself. He thought for a moment, his hand on his chin, then added, perhaps with green fireworks to represent the color of youth. Kakashi sighed. After a short speech by the Hokage and a standard dog and pony show, the competitors moved to a special box where they would watch the tournament whenever they weren't actually fighting. The first match will be between Tenten Higurashi and Shino Aburame, announced Genma. Tenten was prepared. Her specialties were weapons and Fuinjutsu. Well, Naruto would have called her an amateur, one-dimensional Fuinjutsu user, considering that the only thing she did with it was create sealing scrolls. But she did manage to seal a few things besides weapons in her scrolls, some of which required fairly advanced uses of Fuinjutsu. She was also a very decent Taijutsu fighter, an inescapable result of having Guy as her sensei. And she had a plan for Shino, whom she knew for a fact had spent the entire month at the Aburame compound learning Aburame clan insect techniques. Tenten had, after all, managed to manipulate her teammate Neji into spying on Shino for her. Neji was still humiliated after losing so quickly in the preliminaries to the dead last of the class below him, so manipulating him wasn't that hard. Unfortunately for Tenten, she was up against Shino Aburame, who had secretly trained with Naruto for the last 4 years. Shino being Shino, there was no pre-match banter. Tenten started the match by jumping away from Shino and throwing a handful of 4 kunai at him to test the waters. All 4, of course, were on target, flying at different parts of Shino's body. Shino caught all 4 kunai and threw them back. Shit. Only Guy Sensei would have been able to catch all 4 so easily. This guy is dangerous. Easily dodging the return kunai, Tenten decided to take it up 3 notches rather than just 1. She pulled out 2 scrolls that she had been practicing with a great deal over the last month, placed them beside herself, and quickly did 5 hand signs. Rising twin dragons, shouted Tenten, leaping high into the air. Her scrolls unrolled, spiraling around her, and she unsealed hundreds and hundreds of weapons of every kind, throwing them at Shino rapid fire. Every 4th weapon had a lit exploding tag connected to it. Shino made 3 hand seals and silently erected a basic earth wall. As the exploding tags first damaged, then destroyed his wall, he threw down a smoke bomb and disappeared, ending her technique once she was out of weapons. Tenten examined the mostly destroyed wall from afar. Deciding that he was hiding behind the wall, Tenten ran in a wide arc around it, looking for Shino and hoping to re-engage at range. Suddenly the ground burst open in front of her and Shino attacked at close range with a kunai. Tenten reflexively blocked with her own kunai. Shino released a massive cloud of Kakechu which immediately swarmed Tenten. And that was the end of the fight. The crowd cheered as Genma announced Shino as the winner. The proctor, Genma, called for the next match. Choji Akimichi vs Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru groaned. He looked at Choji, then he looked at Naruto. I forfeit, said Shikamaru. What? That was Ino, storming over to the competitor's box to give Shikamaru a piece of her mind. Shikamaru, are you sure? Asked Choji. Yeah, I don't want to fight you, that would be a drag. Naruto will give you a chance to show your skills when you fight him. Ino is going to be troublesome, but if I fight, there's a risk that they'll make me a chunin, which would be beyond troublesome. Naruto laughed. That was so like Shikamaru. Temari took offense. How do you know I'm not going to beat Naruto? She demanded. Shikamaru groaned and rubbed his temples. Troublesome blonde. Temari scowled at him. Genma announced, winner by forfeit, Choji Akimichi. Then Ino arrived. Shikamaru, you lazy bastard. She shouted. How dare you forfeit? She pounded him on the head with a hammer fist, smashing him onto the ground. Shikamaru groaned again. Even more troublesome blonde. Next fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari Sabaku. Temari jumped on her fan and glided down to the arena, then placed her fan on her back. Naruto used his fireworks Shunshin to get down to the arena. Uchiha was right. Your Shunshin is stupid, taunted Temari. Hey, my Shunshin is awesome. I bet no one else has ever seen a fireworks shunshin before. Right, because it's oh so stealthy. Sarcasm dripped from Temeri's voice. It's not supposed to be stealthy. It's supposed to be awesome, said Naruto. Well, it's not. Really? Do you think I should change it? Maybe one big firework instead of a bunch of little ones, or maybe I should add some firecrackers to make it louder. Temeri's eyebrow twitched. Proctor, start the match so I can beat some sense into this idiot. Uzumaki, are you ready? Asked Genma. I'm always ready, said Naruto, grinning. Then begin. So you're a wind user, right? Asked Naruto, making no move to actually start the fight. What with the fan and being from wind country and everything. And your element is fire, isn't it? I saw your clones using all those fireballs last month. Naruto smirked, remembering the time he and Gaara had played Godzilla with a sand version of the village hidden in the sand. And he had created shadow clones to defend. And fire trumps wind. Temeri jumped back to create some distance. Then she ran through 4 hand seals and shouted, Suiden no Jutsu. Water welled up from beneath the floor of the arena as Temeri drew on the groundwater. It instantly formed into large globs of water, which hovered in the air and shot at Naruto. Since you're a fire user, I spent the last month working on my secondary affinity of water, said Temeri. Cool, said Naruto. He dodged this way and that to avoid the water bullets. No pun intended. It doesn't seem to be doing much good, though. He was dodging without much difficulty. Temeri grabbed her fan and swung it, adding a blast of air behind the bullets and speeding them up. In an impressive display of control, she kept her water bullets going. Her fan automatically converted chakra to wind-natured chakra, so it didn't require her to do 2 elemental transformations at once. She couldn't produce cutting wind this way, but it was still a one-person combination ninjutsu. Yikes, what do I do? What do I do? Naruto frantically dodged and backpedaled. Oh wait, I have the perfect jutsu for this. Reaching into his kunai pouch, he pulled out a large firework and used it to obscure his shunshin. The firework exploding with a loud bang and shooting fizzling sparklers all over the place. Temeri frowned and stopped her water bullet technique. She swiped her fan powerfully, blowing away the cloud of smoke. Naruto was gone. Maybe it's stealthy after all, said Naruto from behind her, making Temeri whirl around. He had come out of his shunshin without setting off another firework, simply appearing in a silent puff of smoke, and now he was finishing a set of hand seals. Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball, about 4 meters in diameter, flew at Temeri, forcing her to dodge quickly. See Sasuke, I can use fireballs too. Huh? Shouted Naruto, ignoring his fight and pointing at Sasuke in the competitor's box. Sasuke glared back and growled. That was his signature technique. Farther up in the stands, Sakura, who was of course watching Sasuke rather than the actual fight, screamed, Naruto, how dare you steal Sasuke's technique? Her voice was heard loudly all over the arena. Orochimaru chuckled under the Kage-level's hat, wondering whether he should try to suborn Sakura for the Sound Village, since she was so talented at making noise. It wouldn't be too hard once he had the Uchiha. Temeri tried to take advantage of Naruto's distraction by swiping her fan and sending a strong blast of cutting wind at him. It was the only ninjutsu attack she had that she could fire off so quickly. Naruto just stood there, ignoring the wind. Not even his hair was ruffled. Sorry, I'm just a basic academy clone, said Naruto. The real me used a Kawarami right after shooting off that fireball, and left me here. I'm using a voice-throwing technique to make it seem like the clone is talking. The clone was actually moving its mouth and gesturing as Naruto spoke, which showed good control of the basic academy clone technique. Temeri had to look at its feet and confirm the absence of a shadow before she was sure that it was really a clone. She spun in a circle, using all her senses to scan for Naruto. Unfortunately, Temeri did not have any natural talent for sensing chakra, and being a genin, she hadn't trained in it yet. Wondering where I am, are you? Said Naruto rhetorically. Temeri ignored him. Can't be underground, or he wouldn't be able to throw his voice. Not in sight. Just in case, I'd better. Nope, not using Jinjutsu, said Naruto. He must be in the trees, decided Temeri. She suddenly took a running leap into the air and used her fan to glide toward the trees. Still in midair, she swung her fan with all 3 sections open, producing a massive blast of wind filled with cutting blades, slicing off branches and leaves and cutting down several trees entirely. Kamitachi no Jutsu. Nope, not in the trees, called Naruto, cupping his hands around his mouth as if to make his voice carry further. I'm getting tired of your commentary, shouted Temeri. She landed on the ground, pulled out a kunai and threw it at the clone. The clone dodged. You're getting rid of me that easily. He blew a raspberry. Temeri stomped over to the clone. Up in the audience stands, Kakashi quietly remarked, Big mistake, Suna Nin. The clone grinned stupidly. She swung her closed fan at it. Naruto caught the fan. Suddenly she realized that the clone had a shadow again. Naruto had switched back with the clone while she was looking away. Gotcha, shouted Naruto, wrenching Temari's fan away from her with both hands. He kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying back 5 meters. As Temari rose to her feet, coughing to get her breath back, Naruto opened the fan and examined it. Nice fan, he said. Looks a bit worn. Is this an heirloom? Temari was pissed. She stomped toward Naruto and growled, "Give me back my fan." She assumed, of course, that he couldn't wield it. Another big mistake. Naruto swung the open fan and channeled wind-natured chakra into it, producing a simple, powerful blast of wind that blew Temari off her feet and sent her flying. Much like a futon, Daidappa. He whistled. Very efficient. This was obviously made by a master. Then he closed the fan and quickly sealed it into a scroll, tucking it into the pouch on his leg. It looked like the final part of the fight had finally begun. From the dust cloud that Temari had produced when she smashed into the ground came a blast of killing intent. It was rather intense for a genin or even a chunin. Temari had spent a lot of time around her brother Gaara, who was constantly leaking demonic chakra and killing intent, so she was quite familiar with it and had managed to develop her own. Whoa, scary, taunted Naruto. What you gonna do now? Got any more elemental jutsu? Temari charged and attacked him with taijutsu. She was taller and older than Naruto, so it would be a logical deduction that she had a good chance against him. Or it would have been, had she been calm enough to think about it. In any case, that was her third and final big mistake. Naruto was stronger, faster, and more skilled. He utterly defeated her using basic Konoha Academy taijutsu. He moved faster and hit harder than any academy student could, of course, but he didn't use any special moves. He soon knocked out Temari with a concussion-inducing punch to the temple. There was scattered applause from the crowd as Genma announced Naruto as the winner, but for the most part the civilians just sat in sullen silence. Naruto pulled out the scroll containing Temari's fan and laid it by her side as the medics approached. That's her fan. Give it to her when she wakes up, will you? Then he walked back to the competitor's box. Up in the audience, Kakashi pulled his headband over his Sharingan again. Waste of chakra. Pulling out my Sharingan, he grumbled. Why did you use your Sharingan anyway? Asked Asuma. Surely you didn't expect Sabaku to move fast enough for you to need it. It wasn't Sabaku I was watching, it was Naruto. Naruto, said Asuma disbelievingly. I mean, it's impressive that he won, but he was the dead last of his academy class. That was apparently a deception. You didn't see him take out an ranked missing nin in the blink of an eye, stated Kakashi. Shino did say Naruto was hiding his strength, but an ranked missing nin, really? Who was it? Asked Kurenai. Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the bloody mist, one of their 7 swordsmen. No way, you're joking, said Asuma. Apparently you had to see it to believe it. Do not underestimate Naruto Uzumaki. He is even more hip and cool than Kakashi. That was Guy's contribution to the conversation. Well, I wouldn't say that, said Kakashi, pulling out his Ika again. In any case, watch Naruto closely in his next matches. He didn't use anything more than basics in this fight. But if he gets serious, you could blink and miss everything. When Naruto returned to the competitor's box, he received congratulations from Choji and Lee, as well as Tenten, who had returned to the box after waking up thanks to a chakra infusion from the medics and a soldier pill. Shino and Shikamaru took it as a matter of course, the former giving Naruto a nod and the latter just twisting one side of his mouth up in a lazy smirk. Sasuke turned his nose up and ignored Naruto. Gaara glared at him. Was that concern for his sister? Or was he just glaring at everybody? Did it have something to do with the coming invasion? In any case, Naruto just raised an eyebrow at him and took a seat, not engaging since Gaara obviously wasn't in the mood for chatting. For some reason, glaring was all he had done today, even when Naruto greeted him before the first match. The next match is Rock Lee vs Sasuke Uchiha, announced Genma. As Lee ran down to the arena enthusiastically and Sasuke strolled down the stairs coolly, Naruto said, Sasuke's going to get crushed again. Are you sure? Asked Shikamaru. I heard that he unlocked his Sharingan last month. And now Sasuke knows not to underestimate Lee. Yup, I'm sure. Lee is going to make things interesting, but Sasuke doesn't stand a chance. Don't think that this fight is going to go the same way as our last, said Sasuke arrogantly. I've unlocked my Sharingan now, and there is no way you can ever beat an Uchiha with a Sharingan. To emphasize, he activated his bloodline limit, his red eyes showing 2 Tomo in each eye. Kakashi had pushed him over the last month, showing him how to enhance his muscles with chakra, then sparring with him at high speed to push the limits of his perception. YOSH, shouted Lee, bouncing up and down. Guy-sensei taught me how to fight against the Sharingan. Let's have a good match. You're as big of an idiot as Naruto. The Sharingan is invincible. Only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha. Are you both ready? Asked Genma, not wanting this to go on further. Ready, Proctor. Then begin. Lee immediately fixed his eyes on Sasuke's feet and charged at him. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and swiped at Lee. Lee dodged it and attempted a leg sweep. Sasuke jumped over that and threw his kunai at Lee, who twisted out of the way, his ears attuned to the sound of flying kunai thanks to his teammate Tenten. Both of them ignored the SQUE. Go Sasuke, from Sekura up in the stands. Lee had apparently taken Guy's advice concerning his crush, and ignoring his fangirls was old hat for Sasuke. Their taijutsu match went on for about 5 minutes, during which neither genin obtained the advantage. There was a lot of dodging, a few hits, but nothing consequential, and very little blocking. Finally, Sasuke used a kawarami with a rock and made some distance, having decided that he couldn't beat Lee in taijutsu. In another world, Sasuke might have had a somewhat unhealthy rivalry with Naruto, both of them driving the other to make progress, and Sasuke might have forced Lee to drop his weights. However, Naruto saw no reason to reveal his true strength to Sasuke, much less see Sasuke as an equal and therefore a potential rival. Thus, Sasuke retained his delusions and was simply weaker than he could have been. Now Sasuke decided to bring out some ninjutsu. Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu. By this point, Temari had regained consciousness thanks to a medic healing her concussion and returned to the competitor's box. After glaring at Naruto, then thanking him for returning her fan, she sat down and watched the match. Now Temari looked at Sasuke's fireball critically and said, Naruto's was bigger. Ouch, Sasuke is not going to be happy to hear that, said Choji, munching his chips. The great fireball jutsu is a point of pride for an Uchiha. Yup, agreed Naruto. And what's even crazier is that Sasuke thinks the jutsu belongs to him because he's an Uchiha, so he's mad that I can even use it. Really, he thinks that, said Temari. I thought that was just his fangirl screaming. Oh yeah, he's that arrogant, confirmed Naruto. And that fangirl, she's our teammate. Lee dodged the fireball and took off at high speed in the direction it was launched from, still keeping his eyes near the ground and watching for threats with his peripheral visions in order to avoid catching Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke decided to deal with this threat by launching a Katen Hosenka no Jutsu, a volley of small fireballs that could be aimed individually and were launched in quick succession. An advanced user could actually alter the direction of the flames after they were launched. But Sasuke was not yet at that level. Lee dodged them all and continued closing with Sasuke, who did another kawarami to get away, this time replacing himself with a chunk of tree from the grove Temari had damaged earlier with her wind jutsu. Sasuke decided to try wire techniques to limit Lee's mobility. He hastily threw a number of kunai with wires attached between several trees, counting on his Sharingan to be able to see the wires himself, then fired another Hosenka no Jutsu at Lee and waited for him to approach. Sure enough, Lee soon came charging at Sasuke again, and they resumed their fight, bounding between tree trunks and branches. Sasuke managed to trap Lee in a few wires, tying his legs together and tripping him on the ground. He fired a Katen Ryuka no Jutsu at Lee where he lay trapped, shooting flames from his mouth at Lee like a mythical dragon's fire. YOSH, shouted Lee, seeing his danger. I shall prevail with the power of youth. He strained his muscles and jerked from side to side. Kunai popped out of trees. Sasuke was yanked off balance by the wires he was holding in his hand, and 3 of the wires snapped. Lee rolled out of the way of the flames and quickly untangled himself from the rest of the wires. That was a good trap, he said, but it will not work again. He grabbed a thick, fallen tree trunk and swung it at the tree Sasuke was standing in. Sasuke's tree broke and started falling. He leaped to another tree to avoid it when it fell. Lee whirled his tree trunk and swung it towards Sasuke. What followed was a chase through the grove as Lee rampaged through it, knocking down trees with his massive makeshift weapon, while Sasuke fled and tried to come up with a way to counter this new threat. Finally breaking out of the trees, Sasuke used a kawarami with a rock on the other side of the arena to escape. Lee followed him out of the tree line, his tree trunk weapon having slowly lost bits and pieces and finally splintered in half. As Lee carefully scanned the arena, trying not to catch Sasuke's Sharingan eyes, Sasuke decided to try something else. He made 9 hand seals and gathered lightning chakra in his right hand. The jutsu made a chirping sound as it sparked off his hand, and he gripped his right arm above the elbow with his left hand. Up in the stands, Kakashi groaned. Kakashi, how could you teach him that technique? Accused Guy. I didn't, said Kakashi. The brat stole it off me when I was making a point. He can't even use it properly. It leaves burns on his arm and he can't use it more than once a day due to the chakra requirements. I ordered him not to use it except to protect his friends and village, but as you can see, he's a selfish little shit. I see. Well, I suppose Lee is just going to have to stop holding back, said Guy. As Sasuke began charging towards Lee, the chirping bird sound of his Chidori alerted Lee to his location, and Lee immediately saw him moving over twice as fast as he had before. The spandex-clad boy grinned so widely that the sunlight glinted off his teeth. Then he dropped his weights. Then he disappeared in a burst of speed. He's even faster than Kakashi, thought Sasuke, tracking Lee with his Sharingan in alarm. Sasuke was completely unable to do anything as Lee approached at full throttle and roundhouse kicked him across the gut. Ignoring the Chidori because Sasuke was practically moving in slow motion compared to Lee's speed. Coughing up a few drops of blood, Sasuke flew toward the arena wall, his Chidori dissipating in mid-flight. Then Lee's weights hit the ground, creating a 2-meter-wide crater and sinking deep into the packed dirt floor. Sasuke crashed into the concrete arena wall, cracking it, and immediately fell to the ground. When Genma checked on him, he was unconscious. Winner by knockout, Rock Lee. There were gasps throughout the crowd. They couldn't believe the vaunted last Uchiha had lost to a no-name ninja like Rock Lee. The medics carried Sasuke off with broken ribs, internal bleeding, and a concussion. He wouldn't be getting out of the hospital for hours. When Lee had finished his victory lap, dug his weights out of the dirt, and returned to the competitor's box, Genma announced the next match. Shino Aburame vs Gaara Sabaku. Gaara shunshined down to the arena in a swirl of sand. Shino decided to shunshin also, vanishing in a puff of smoke and reappearing 15 meters away from Gaara in the middle of the arena. When Genma started the match, Shino immediately jumped backwards, running through hand seals. He knew something about Gaara's fighting style thanks to seeing him crush another team in the Forest of Death during the second exam. But he needed to probe more. Mother will have your blood, said Gaara bloodthirstily. He reached out his hand and his sand surged forward at Shino from his gourd. Shino silently cast a Daten, Doryuso no Jutsu. Spikes formed out of the earth at an angle and attempted to skewer Gaara. A partial sphere of sand flowed around Gaara from his gourd and partially from the attack that was already reaching towards Shino. This had the effect of slowing the sand attack, but it blocked the rock spears solidly, causing their tips to shatter. Shino used a shunshin to move halfway across the arena. Gaara immediately started walking toward him. You cannot escape, he said. I will prove my existence by killing you. Prove his existence by killing, repeated Naruto, frowning. Temari, where the hell did your brother get such weird ideas? Temari kept her expression neutral. That's none of your concern, she said. Since his stone spears didn't work, Shino decided to try a different angle entirely. He ran through 5 hand seals and cast a Jinjutsu. Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death. It was supposed to make Gaara stop moving. It didn't do anything. Gaara didn't even react to the casting of the Jinjutsu, and Shino could feel the technique fall apart almost instantly. Apparently the demon sealed inside him was constantly messing with his chakra. Well, back to ninjutsu. As Gaara approached, Shino performed a Katen, Karyuan, shooting a single large, intense dragon-shaped fire attack directly at Gaara. Shino could manipulate its direction if he so chose, but Gaara didn't even try to dodge. This time, a dome of sand enclosed Gaara entirely. Its surface turned partially to blackened glass as the fire dragon attack melted it. But when the attack was over, the glass shattered and Gaara continued on, sand surging around him. Shino shunshined away again, near Genma. Proctor, I forfeit, he said. None of my techniques are powerful to get through Gaara's defenses. Jinjutsu does not work against him, and I do not wish to go underground where Gaara might crush me with his control of sand. My Kakechu cannot absorb his chakra, and I cannot fight him with Taijutsu because at close range his sand is even more deadly. It would be illogical to continue. Genma nodded. Winner by forfeit, Gaara Sabaku. Gaara kept coming, bloodlust apparent on his face. Would both competitors please return to the competitor's box? This match is over. Shino vanished in a shunshin, seeing that there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Gaara got the message when his prey disappeared. Nice try, Shino. I think they'll make you a chunin, said Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. When Gaara returned, he glared at Shino and muttered to himself. Okay, what's up with you, Gaara? Asked Naruto, trying to prove your existence by killing. Is Shukaku giving you problems? Gaara gripped his head, almost as if in pain. Then he looked up. I look forward to our match, Uzumaki, he said, his voice dripping with killing intent. Naruto blinked. Okay, me too. He grinned and gave Gaara a thumbs up. Most of the other genin in the competitor's box with them wondered how Naruto was able to shrug off that much bloodlust so casually. Gaara was scary. Next match, Choji Akimichi vs Naruto Uzumaki. Choji and Naruto weren't exactly close friends, but they had Shikamaru as a mutual friend, so they were on good terms. So Naruto didn't want to antagonize Choji like he had Temari. Unfortunately, Choji needed some motivation. He grinned at the other participants and shunshined down to the arena, this time releasing a handful of firecrackers along with a cloud of smoke at each end of his shunshin. Hey Naruto, you ready for this? Asked Choji as he reached the center of the arena. Yup. You gonna put away your chips before the fight? Or do you use them as weapons? I know there are some jutsu for using food as weapons. That's horrible. Why would you waste food like that? Naruto shrugged. I dunno. Some people just don't appreciate the value of food. On the other hand, you don't necessarily have to waste the food. What if you use it as a medium for genjutsu? Then you can still eat it afterwards. Use it as a medium for genjutsu. Naruto grinned. Imagine this, you're forced to fight an enemy shinobi, but you're hungry and you don't want to fight him. So you pull out a bag of peanuts and you toss them one by one in the air, catching them in your mouth. The enemy ninja is almost guaranteed to at least take a quick look at your peanuts. That's when you channel your chakra through your peanuts and sneakily cast a genjutsu on him. You finish your food while he's distracted by your genjutsu, and then you pound him. Choji was practically mesmerized by this idea. In fact, half the ninja in the audience were wondering if it was feasible, including the proctor Genma. Hey Asuma-sensei, shouted Choji, turning to look up at the stands, can you teach me some genjutsu? Asuma called back, we'll talk about it after you win your match. Then he turned to Kurenai and whispered, is that actually possible? Kurenai smiled. Definitely possible. It will not be easy, though. Help? Kurenai chuckled. Asuma wasn't that great at genjutsu. Sure, he could detect and dispel it quite well, but he only knew a couple of C-ranked illusions. Start thinking about how you're going to pay for it. Kakashi overheard this and started giggling pervertedly, prompting Kurenai to blast him with her killing intent. Down in the arena, Choji's eyes practically lit on fire. He appended his bag of chips over his mouth and quickly chomped down the remainder. Then he tucked the bag in his pocket and pounded his fists together. Start the match. Naruto grinned. He hadn't even needed to prompt Choji to finish the fight first. Asuma had done that for him. Unfortunately, their match was still somewhat boring. Choji used his human bullet tank move, turning into a big rolling ball of destruction, and revealed that he had learned to do a partial expansion version of the Akimichi clan's body expansion technique, expanding only his arm and using the speed of the expansion to strike faster as well as harder. Naruto easily dodged most of Choji's moves. At one point, he raised his arms and blocked, allowing himself to be sent flying by a horizontal swipe by Choji's massive arm, just to show how strong Choji really was. Due to chakra enhancement, Naruto wasn't hurt, though, and landed on his feet. Eventually, he created some space with a Kawarami and decided to start using Earth Jutsu. He fired some basic rock projectiles, which Choji managed to evade, put up a few basic earth walls to defend himself, which Choji smashed through with his human bullet tank, and eventually caught Choji in a pit trap behind a wall, and released knockout gas into the pit with a Fuinjutsu tag. Choji didn't manage to get out of the pit before he breathed in the gas and passed out. Apparently, he still required hand seals for Kawarami, so that was the end of the fight. The next match was Lee vs Gaara. It was Lee's relentless, fast-paced, and high-powered taijutsu against Gaara's incredible sand defenses. Lee opened 5 of the 8 gates. His speed was incredible. Gaara won by using a sand clone to avoid getting hurt when Lee managed to bypass his ultimate defense. When Lee ran out of steam due to his use of the gates and wanted to keep fighting, Naruto interfered. He shunshined down to the arena and put a hand on Lee's shoulder. That's enough, Lee. Naruto, said Lee. I must continue. Gaara, for some reason, stopped attacking when Naruto appeared and clutched his head. You cannot win, said Naruto. Do not risk your ninja career for this one fight. He's mine now. Oh, right, said Lee, breathing painfully. He relaxed. If anyone can do it, you can, my eternal rival. And with that, Lee dozed off, the act of relaxing after putting his body through such strain enough to knock him out. There was silence for a moment. What? Shouted Tenten from the stands above. You're the secret eternal rival he keeps talking about. The one he's never beaten in Taijutsu. Naruto groaned and facepalmed. It was supposed to be a secret.
So this was the end of the series. I hope you enjoyed it, and to watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, we weeb offline.